Hello, everybody, and welcome to the kickoff day for the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. Things might look a little different because we're in a new year, new us, but really it's the same old us for Hearthstone Esports 2023. My name is TJ, and kicking off the show with me today is none other than Lorinda and Edelweiss, who's returning to join us now for Hearthstone again this year. So, Edelweiss, how you doing? You excited for the weekend?
Oh, I'm so excited, especially for the first match we've got. But, I was a little worried going into this what the deck lists were going to look like. Thought we might have some really long matchups, but it's looking pretty aggro, and those are always fast-paced and exciting.
Yeah, it should be a fun weekend. A lot more fast-paced, you're right, than maybe many players were expecting. But we're also joined by Neil, a.k.a. Lorinda, a.k.a. Neil Lorinda Bond, longtime casting partner. How are you doing today, Neil?
Doing good, TJ. I've been looking forward to this for 3 months now, and I just can't wait to get into this action. It's going to be absolutely great.
Yeah, 3 months. Only been looking forward to it for 3 months, even though it's been 5 months since the last Hearthstone Esports event. So, Neil, classic as always. But we've changed things around for 2023 just a little bit. I know many of you that are tuning in are already familiar with the changes that have happened. And transitioning from what we had in 2022 to 2023. But this is just sort of the quick bullet points of how this year is going to look in the Hearthstone esports landscape. The year will culminate in the World Championship, which will happen at the end of the year with a prize pool of $350,000. So still big. We have 3 seasonal championships, spring, summer, and fall. This is the spring, the first one of the year, with $50,000 prize pool for each of those. In each seasonal championship, we have 16 total competitors, which consists of the top 4 point earners per region, Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific, as well as the 4 highest point earners that didn't fall in the other categories. And the winner of each season of the seasonal championship automatically qualifies to compete at the World Championship, along with the 3 top point earners per region for the year and the 2 sort of agnostic point earners for the year. So things have changed, but things have gotten quite a bit harder in terms of actually qualifying to these events. We'll dive more into that in a few minutes, but Edelweiss, why don't you go ahead and talk through the format for the weekend in Conquest?
Yeah, so it's the Conquest format as usual. Each player is going to bring 4 decks, 4 unique classes. That includes DK. Even though DK has a lot going on with its rune system, you can still only bring 1 deck per class. So no matter what kind of Death Knight you're bringing, just the one. Each player bans 1 of their opponent's decks, and you can't win with the same deck twice. So as soon as you get a win with the deck, you move on, and of course, best of 5 matches just to make sure get to see the full breadth.
Yeah, if you've tuned into any Hearthstone esports broadcast over the past, I don't know how many years, you're probably familiar with the Conquest system. And fun little anecdote, I remember when we were first getting previews of Death Knight as a class, they were talking about players being able to submit 1 Death Knight or a Death Knight for each rune set that you had. So we could have been in a world where a Conquest lineup would have consisted of a Blood DK, an Unholy DK, and a Frost DK.
What about a Rainbow DK?
Death Knights? yeah. That was the banned one. Uh-huh. And it's funny because right now that could be a possibility with all the DKs being relatively viable. We're seeing both Blood and Frost in this event. So let's go ahead and go through the groups. Neil, for Group A and Group B, any players that particularly stand out to you?
Yeah, a lot of the players have made this tournament really exciting this time around by streaming their sort of ladder grinds for us. Rekvam is one of those, Casey, Surrender, Gamer RBG, Levick have been hanging out in chats, as has Saudi. So not supporting players, they've all this sort of in it together attitude. So Rekvam's been streaming, but people like Levick have been hanging out saying, why are you playing that card? Why are you doing this? They've all been sort of poking each other just a little bit to sort of keep each other active, because it's going to be a long grind this season. Earning these points is a long grind, and they're looking after each other whilst competing against each other, just making sure they're all still hanging in there, because getting these points is hard work. But Rekvam in particular, off these 2 pages at least, has been streaming his own grinds a lot of the time, and it's a perspective we haven't had much before, right? Where we get to see the players earning their qualifications.
Yeah, and not to say they haven't earned them in the past, but it did feel like much more of a grind this time around than previously, right? You have to play pretty consistently in order to keep those top ladder spots, and you can't just win a single qualifier to move on to the next step, that kind of thing. But moving over to Group C and Group D, Edelweiss, any players here that you're particularly excited to watch throughout the weekend, or do you think that might have a good chance that stand out?
Well, McBanterface is, of course, good friend of the show podcast I'm on, Coin Concede. But besides him, Tansoku, I think, is just a delightful player. Always, happy-go-lucky, smiling, keeping things lighthearted. So those are kind of the two I've got my eyes on.
Tansoku, outside of Killing All Day, who's not really an active player, Tansoku is my absolute favorite player to watch.
Why is
just
that,
his
TJ?
Camera. I'm not going to... Okay, I'll tell the story quickly. Back in when we used to have seasonal championships back in the day where it was a long road to qualify, Tansoku made it. Apparently he was a big fan of me, which I wasn't used to, because let's be honest. Nobody's a big fan of me. So we, through a translator... Neil is. Yeah, thanks. Neil's my number one fan outside of Tansoku. Edelweiss is my number one fan. Sorry, Neil, you're getting bumped down to number 2, and Tansoku's number 3. But he actually asked me to sign the back of his phone. And I told him that if he ever won a world championship, that he could sign the back of my phone. And because that's what I wanted to do first, because I was like, hey, you're more famous than me. Come on, let's be real. And he still has it. Or still has, maybe not the phone, but he still talks about it a lot. And it just warms my heart. So I will forever be a massive fan of Tansoku.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see some of Tansoku's gameplay later on. But for now, we have our first matchup in Surrender and Casey. And we see Surrender over here on camera right now. A little late over there, over in APAC. So I think maybe caffeinating up for the event ahead.
Yeah, got some tea. With a global event like this, it's hard to, find the middle ground for time zones for everybody when they all have to play together and against one another. So there's always going to be one region that sort of gets left out a little bit. But it looks like Surrender is going to be queuing up Miracle Rogue first. And Neil, this is quite a bit different than maybe Miracle Rogues that we've seen in the past, at least in terms of payoffs. Right, there's not quite as many Miracle Turn payoffs outside of Sinstone Graveyard, no Draka, for instance, but it does have a little bit more meat than what we're used to seeing in these rogue decks.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle Rogue just won't die, will it? Casey on day 1 put together a Miracle Rogue deck, said I'll probably end up playing this if I qualify, and I think he bought the exact same 30 that he put together on day 1. Looks like Surrender is going to go with that deck as well. It's still the same deck. It still has crazy turn 3s and crazy turn 4s with the Bone Spike, with the Preparation, with the 0-mana concoctions, with the Graveyard. You can still make a 9-9 or a 10-10 on turn 3. Don't let TJ trick you into thinking that it's changed. You're right, though. It's got the Ashara in there for a little bit more sustain. It's got the Krabatoa in for a bit more sustain. But it's the same thing. It's just in a bit of a disguise.
Then Casey over here with the aggro Death Knight Frost. Of course, Frostworm's Fury is the reason to play Triple Rune in DK, as well as Marrow Manipulator. But in terms of newer cards to this deck, Rowdy Fan has replaced Construct Quarter since the nerf, and then Pozic has been a pretty solid new addition just in terms of an aggressive on-curve card that makes it very awkward for the opponent to actually keep you from pushing damage if they have to either play the 3/3s or deal with the Death Rattle.
Yeah, specifically coming down on curve. The 5 attack plus kind of not forcing your opponent to deviate from their game plan to get those 3/3s down, but if they don't, then kind of ignoring it and hope that they make trades. Then you got to deal with the 3/3. So I was in the camp of not really expecting Pozic to be played too much, but happy to see it's in there because it's definitely a pretty unique legendary. But that's it for sort of the intros, and that means my job is pretty much complete for this series. So I'm going to pass it over to Neil and Edelweiss to start getting into the matches.
Excellent. Okay, a bit more space around here now. Oh, that's better. Oh, yeah.
Stretch out.
It was getting a bit squashed in there, wasn't it? But yeah, so Casey has brought, just for lineup completeness sake, he's got the Frost DK, he's got the Relic Demon Hunter, he's got the Rogue, he's got the Shadow Priest. Surrender has got the Druid, which I think we'll talk about in a moment, his own Miracle Rogue, the Frost DK, and he has got the Outcast Demon Hunter, which is weird because on certain parts of ladder that deck doesn't exist. On other parts of ladder it is everywhere. But for me, Edelweiss, the whole tournament lineup building was all about Druid and what you want to do with Druid. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I kind of get that to some extent. There was a bit of a song and dance in terms of what Death Knight to bring in terms of blood or not, and then sort of from there, if people were expecting blood DK, then you'd want something like a Tony Druid to counter it. So lots of mind games going into the lineup building for this weekend.
Yeah, I feel what happened is it got to the point where people realised that Druid, you don't usually want to target the best deck and try and beat it 4 times. That's just too hard. Druid was going to be the 3rd or 4th best deck in everybody's lineup, but you could just target it absolutely like crazy. And I think people started realising, well, rather than bring the 3rd or 4th best deck, Casey's not got the Druid, by the way, that is a graphics error. Rather than bring the 3rd or 4th best deck, then and it lose 4 times or 3 times to your opponent's aggro, bring the 5th or the 6th best deck, something as it happens that's going to be aggressive, whether it's Mage, whether it's Shadow Priest, whether it's Paladin. It'll beat your opponent's Druids as well, and it's not that much worse. So what we're seeing, although Surrender is playing Druid in this first match, is a lack of Druids, even though I think for ladder purposes it's still a really good deck.
And in terms of the Druid, Surrenders is actually built a little bit differently from many of the others that we're seeing. I think Surrender is the only one not to have included Tony Pirate King in his list. And so it's less about trying to set up a swap decks and blow up your opponents, and more just about gaining armor and leveraging the hero power upgrades.
I'm waiting for people in chat to say what's in the ETC. Should we tell them, or shall we just let them guess? Because nobody ever knows what's in the ETC anywhere, let's face it. But he has brought a Jailer, a Crazed Alchemist, and a Coroner. But don't tell anybody that we told you that. All right. Shh. Yeah. What's in the ETC, chat? We don't know. Sorry.
I hope we get to see it later. There have been some clever inclusions in ETC, in particular a single rogue deck list that runs ETC, which is maybe questionable, but I think they went about it in a very interesting way. In terms of this Druid, though, seems to have taken account that there would be a lot of aggro, and so that's why it is centered much more on just gaining armor and then setting up, big swing turn with something like Zoc Fog Snout to win the board.
Yeah, and it's sort of hedging his bets, right? He's still managing to bring this engine, this powerful Druid engine that can keep the board clear, can stop yourself from dying pretty well. But eventually you will get overwhelmed by those aggro decks if you don't do something else. And yeah, he's trying to find that middle ground. Will be interesting to see how it goes. But Surrender, some people might not know who Surrender is. He's just one of the best Hearthstone players of all time. But did sort of step back a year or so ago, and we're surprised to see him back on ladder grinding away. And it's amused me because Pocket Train posted a tier list of who he thought would do well. Credit to him for that, by the way. It's nice to have a little bit of player insight into how they think the other players are doing. But he posted Surrender quite low tier in that list because Surrender might be out of practice. Listen, Pocket Train, Surrender doesn't need practice. Surrender's amazing, and he's got enough points to get here, so he's plenty practice enough, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a big Surrender fan a few years ago, and to some extent still today, just as you say, haven't seen him in a while. But Casey, of course, very innovative deck builder, and I think I find myself picking up Casey decks very regularly. Shortly after the expansion came out, it was his Relic Demon Hunter that I used to practice, and I think he's brought that same list card for card today. Yeah,
when we went through the deck list yesterday, sort of with the casters, Sottle just went, "Oh, Casey's just brought day one decks. It's just the decks he made up because he sees it so clearly. He just gets it right. Perfect 30 immediately. But I am being told I think we're going to go for a short break just while we get into that game properly. We're back in just a moment with the start of Masters Tour 2023. Hello, everybody. Thank you for hanging on in there. We are obviously, as day ones often do, having some technical difficulties, but we are working on them and expecting to get game 2 pretty soon because game 1 has finished, Edelweiss.
Yeah, matchup of Frost DK versus Miracle Rogue, which I think both you and I were a little surprised to see the Frost DK not banned. That is fairly favored matchup for the Frost. They get on board quite early and snowball into, freeze and damage, and Rogue being focused on making a pretty large ghost and not having too many minions in play is quite vulnerable to things like Might of Menethil, or later on certainly Frostworm's Fury. So
yeah, and we will have more information on those bans shortly.
Yeah, unfortunate that we didn't get to see that one, but we will be jumping into game 2.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what that is. So Casey, the rest of his lineup will be the Relic DH, there will be the Rogue, and there is the Shadow Priest, which again we talked about those 4th decks. That's Casey's 4th deck. Whereas Surrender just brought the 4 best decks, doesn't need a 4th deck, went with the Druid and the tech we talked about earlier. Do you like those decks? Let's talk about the Shadow Priest. That's the contentious one. How are you with Shadow Priest? I know you're not allowed to say things too bad about it because your friends play this deck. But...
Well, I was...
I must protect the wild.
Out earlier? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I imagine, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to assume for now, until I hear differently, that the Demon Hunter is Casey and the Druid is Surrender.
Yes. Casey has not brought Druid, so I think that would be a fairly safe assumption. We just have a little bit of a swap sides here in terms of the visibility. So Surrender is in fact on the Druid with this armor focus, and then Casey is on the Relic DH.
Yeah, and this is interesting because when you first play this, you assume that it's just massively favoured for the Demon Hunter. Why wouldn't it be? It's a Druid. It doesn't do anything for the first 6 turns of the game or 5 turns of the game, and you're sitting there relicking around and making a board. But actually, it transpires that you don't really make much of a board in the first 3 or 4 turns very easily, and then the Druid, when it plays the Flower Child, is just ready to go from turn 5 or turn 6 onwards.
Yeah, the ramp when you're on coin of Widowbloom Seedsman into turn 5 for either a Finale to Summer Flower Child or a Nourish ramp as well just lines up super perfectly, and so I think Surrender's quite happy to see that curve landing his way so that he can really escalate that game plan and start being able to weave in those extra armor hero powers every turn.
Yeah, Casey just hasn't been able to insert any damage at all. He hasn't got anything to do next turn either till the Relic comes up. It means the Zymox won't be very powerful, and Zymox really needs to be sort of your win turn. If you're playing Zymox, you have to end the game there because you are losing otherwise. Surrender, of course, doesn't have the Tony setup, so it's not totally terminal, but yeah, Casey is in trouble here.
Well, and something that can be strange even with the Tony is that quite frequently the Relic DH just draws their entire deck. So you don't even really want to swap with them unless you can do it quite quickly. I think what's going to end up being sort of most important is that Surrender's only got 1 Mishmash Mosher. So if Casey is able to set up sort of sequential big green men, if anyone remembers the Jade days.
I remember them well.
With the Relic of Phantasms, then there may just be a board that Surrender is not able to clear, since there's only access to 1 of that combo clear of Mishmash Mosher and then Eterniate Maw to give it immune.
Yeah, and he's not going to kill Casey particularly quickly, but again, he's actually got the board at the moment, which is not where Casey needs to be. Surrender, tough turn because his mana doesn't get spent sensibly here, so just going to put more attack on board and obviously get that extra mana. This seems reasonable to me, and just do something proper next turn. This is kind of a pass almost.
Casey does have a very powerful turn here with the Relic Vault, Relic of Dimensions. I think if possible, that's always what you're looking to do on turn 6. So even there, though there's a couple of minions in play here, just going to throw that out, get those discounts. Not the cards you want discounted, though. All of these are just very inexpensive cards that generate additional value.
Yeah, and it's, again, still nothing on the board for Casey, and getting closer and closer, just being locked out by the jailer at some point. You need to stop it from happening, you need to be threatening lethal the turn after, or the druid needs to be not damaging you, but the druid is damaging Casey. It's a really weird game. Surrender is just putting minions on the board and just waiting. That's what the druid does. Casey can't challenge, he's got nothing.
And Surrender 1 minion away, a very important minion, a Nubricon, from being able to go for a massive board swing combo, which is Nubricon into both Underkings followed by Zuck Fogsnout. That leads to some 20 plus toughness taunts. You don't necessarily get the power very high unless you have something like these Groovy Cats, which is perhaps why Surrender is thinking a little longer here on whether to pick one of those up or not. The Flower Child, of course, could draw the Anubricon, but would lead to some hand space issues as well.
Does have the Crazed Alchemist in his ETC for a quick kill, if he does get to that point where he just needs a 20 attack minion instead of a 20 health one. Again, he's got to get there, he's got to get the ETC, all that's got to happen, but yeah.
And this is very clever, even though the ramp isn't doing a ton in the sense that, just pushing up to 10, since you get the 2 filled mana crystals, able to get that finale on the second Summer Flower Child and a reduced Anubricon. So I think just enough armor here to be able to go for that aforementioned combo, maybe even throw a Rake in there just so they have some power on those taunts.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Casey in the counting his outs stage of the game right now, I think.
Yeah, could go for a very interesting photographer fizzle here. It would just be an insane amount of free cards if you wanted. You do have to pick up that photograph later, but in terms of a Lady Atheno pop-off turn, none of this really costs any mana.
Yeah. Oh, buddy, he's... it's tough, and he hates it when we talk about this, but when Casey is using nearly all of his time, a turn is difficult. Because he does tend to play very instinctively and very quickly, and it's always worked out for him because he sees the right lines nearly instantly, nearly always. But yeah, he had to fiddle around this turn to get things to look how he wants them to look, and this is what he's ended up with.
And I think the most important bit there was just getting 4 minions in play with the expectation that they'll die and infuse Artificer Zymox so that can come down on curve, maybe do a little bit of clearing, set up another round of big minions, draw a couple discounted cards, and just work his way through the deck even more.
Yeah, did remove that armor as well in the process of that clear, which I think was a big part of what he was trying to do to buy himself another turn.
Yep. Yeah, you always want to remove armor if you can from the druid, just so they can't do stuff like this, but in this particular case, not quite enough to keep it from happening.
Yeah.
And that signature Zoc Fogsnout coming down may not be a lot of power, just the 4 power, but 24 taunt is a lot of stats for the Demon Hunter to have to remove. And spell damage isn't sticking around.
Something that I found can work here, and I've done it like 3 times ever, so can work is the operative phrase. Discover yourself a sinful brand.
Yeah, that'll
424
do it
just
sometime.
sits there with it on it forever. You need more to go with it. Obviously, you need plenty of ways to damage it as well. But yeah, that's a way to get through.
To be honest, I've forgotten. Does Sinful Brand stay as a permanent debuff, or is it just this one turn?
Permanent. Sinful Brand just stays there, so you can kill your opponent with it over a few turns.
Well, we'll see what... Oh, Casey's snap-picked the Relic of Extinction, which is another way that you can deal with something like this. Imagine we're going to be doing the Immolation Aura first.
Yeah. Yeah, the ordering in these spots is so complex. I mean, it's if you've got 5 minutes and a pen and paper, it's easy. But when you're trying to work it out on the fly and it's ever changing with the cards you're picking up on as you go, it is really complicated a lot of the time.
And I like the way that Casey is doing this, knowing that, yes, you could save all this stuff for a big damage turn, but seeing the size of these minions in play, Casey just needs to remove as much as possible. And even though the druid's capable of gaining a lot of armor, like I mentioned earlier, there's only that one Mishmash Mosher Attorney at Maw clear, so opting instead to go for the large Phantasms route, which can get there just as well.
So there is that Alchemist in the ETC, but only 17 damage available. Casey was very aware there to make sure he got those health totals on these things down. Not equally, but enough that he wasn't going to die to them.
Right. Yeah, those who may not recall the card in ETC we're referring to switches the power and toughness. So if you've got something like a 426 taunt, doesn't matter its power, you just flip the numbers and get that big hit in of 26 damage.
Yeah. And of course now with the Astalor ready to do 14 from hand as well, Casey really up against it.
Yeah, no longer able to double the Astalor now that Brand Bronzebeard has rotated. But it's still quite a good finisher and not much of a sacrifice to include in something like a Ramp Druid.
Okay, so this is... depends where these hits go. They're good ones. They're very good hits.
If you're pretty happy with that.
Oh my. Casey's got through this.
Removing those large health minions, able to take care of the threat of that crazed alchemist. But Astalor, not much use into this many stats.
Yeah, interesting. I was trying to work out how much the Astalor would have to have gone face there, because it wasn't much use, but yeah, it might have been 5 or 6 it needed to go, depending how amped up the hero power is. So. But yeah, he's got the clear, so happy to just push another wave of attacks into the face.
I love watching this go. To be honest, when this card was revealed, the Mishmash Mosher, I thought it just got one additional attack. I did not realize that it keeps attacking until it goes down or the entire opposing board goes down. So being able to give it immune with Attorney at Maw is just a clear, and that's going to be good enough. Casey is out of removal tools.
Yeah, Surrender just tempoed it. He just got stuff on the board and stuck there. This is something that I've learned a lot about the Relic deck, is just hang in there and get tempo, but yeah, Surrender did not let that happen.
Usually, I think, as the Demon Hunter, you're wanting to be the one sort of getting on board early, going, double Phantasms just to get some things in play, infuse up that Zymox. But even with the early location, Casey just honestly didn't hit the right discounts on the Relic of Dimensions turn, and it's pretty tough when you're not able to take advantage of those discounts.
So just looking at the bands at the bottom, it doesn't quite time what we were told, but we'll roll with it for now. We heard the DK had won, but maybe they were counting the band. We'll see what happens when we get into game number 3. But those are the lineups, the very, very different lineups, even though Surrender's brought again the base 4 decks that we were kind of expecting. A lot more work has been done. And Casey bringing the 4 decks he just thought were good on day 1 of the expansion. And we believe it is one game all at the moment.
Yeah. Casey, with this Demon Hunter, he made it right out the gate. I think there's a pretty even split in terms of the players between Relic Demon Hunter and Outcast Demon Hunter. Outcast, I think, has seen a resurgence since Blood has sort of faded from the forefront. Only 2 players have brought a Blood DK to this event, so I think that's allowed stuff like the Outcast Demon Hunter and the Undead Priest to flourish a little more. And also, when it comes to a Conquest format, you can always ban a Blood DK.
Yeah, and I did I always do a matchup grid if I have the time to do one, and I made Casey a slight favourite depending on bans. And I felt that Surrender's chance lay in Could he get the Relic Demon Hunter against his Druid? Well, that's step one done. And the other one is how's he going to get his Outcast out of there?
Yep.
Unless he cues it into Casey's Shadow Priest. But by doing the first part of that equation, by keeping things in the game for longer, that Priest now might get end up getting a shot at that. The Outcast might get a shot at the Priest. And that gives Surrender a very good chance now. But it does look like we're into game 3, and it is going to be the Miracle Rogue versus the Relic DK. DH. They're DHK. They're kind of the same.
They're both new classes. They're both the 2-letter abbreviations starting with D, you know. Have you played much of this matchup yourself?
I've played a lot of the Demon Hunter deck, but nobody on ladder can be bothered to play Rogue anymore, so I haven't played the matchup much. I found it tough from the Demon Hunter side, but the stats say that I'm just bad. Apparently the Rogue is slight underdog here.
Yeah, I think that since both decks at this point take a little bit of time to get rolling, the Demon Hunter just has a little bit of advantage in terms of the clears. I think the loss of, I'm blanking on the name. I believe it's Mailbox Dancer, which provided the Rogue with a coin.
Yep.
That created some much larger ghosts, some much larger Draka weapons. And without that, everything's just like a little bit smaller. So I think the Demon Hunter is just able to clear much easier than it used to be. But Cult Neophyte is an inclusion that I haven't been seeing on the ladder list, but it's in a lot of our competitors' lists this weekend.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how that works out as well. Ladder's been really, really weird. It's just totally different per every 2,000 or 3,000 legend ranks. And I don't know what it's like further down, but there's like boundaries you cross, and suddenly the whole game is like playing an entirely different expansion. It's incredibly weird. But yeah, this is the key to this. The Rogue. You talk about those removal options. Casey's taking advantage of the fact that Rogue doesn't quite have the way to remove a lot of things and make its own board. It does have the opportunity to do that, and we will see them do that, don't get me wrong. But the Demon Hunter can just keep making this board after board, and that's what Casey's going to teach us how to do properly right now.
Yeah, and a tough hand for Surrender here. Usually in the early game, you're looking for things like Potion Belt, so you can try and pick up that sweet 3-mana sprint, or 0 mana if you played an Unstable Ghoul. And instead, it's just a couple of Scribbling Stenographers, which need that draw, need those cheap cards to get into play. So might just have to, play the step on this Cult Neophyte, slow things down a bit to be able to get a Jara in play.
I miss Cult Neophyte. I'm glad it's back. There's a lot of Rogue cards that make me very squirmy that I don't really necessarily like facing, like when they bounce all my stuff back into my deck and I can't play my things. But Neophyte seems fair. It's a fair form of annoyance. It's gonna slow you down. It's gonna get on your nerves, but it's not ruining your entire day unless they play it incredibly well.
Yeah, the double Neophyte is tough, but even so, Immolation Aura plus Predation able to clear it up. So that was kind of the big push for Surrender. He had to go all in with not much available resources. Here is that Potion Belt, and no draw 2 on the first pick.
And no draw 2 on the second pick.
That is brutal.
Just needs a really slimy board to hang in there. No, that doesn't do it. And yeah, Casey's trying not to smile, I think, at this point. This is, he knows that's the whiff, he knows that Surrender's out. And now he just gets to go as much stuff as he wants to put on the board right now. He can just, he can just do that.
A photograph just filled with relics. I mean, you can see there's double extinction in there.
Does he need to photograph here?
It doesn't need to, it doesn't hurt.
Okay. I mean, the 3/3 is quite, the biggest thing he can put on the board anyway, I guess, so that makes sense.
I think the main thing was to shuffle in more extinctions, because occasionally, you do have to deal with large minions from the Rogue, but Yeah, I think we're just making space to draw cards off dimensions. You know,
Well,
Casey realizes he's got a lot of luxury here.
So what is next turn? He knows that Ashara is one of the big outs. Do you want to just Zymox and make some stuff next turn, or do you want to go down the route of drawing a million cards with the relics?
So I don't believe that the Zymox is infused at this time.
It's not, no.
Yeah, I would expect something like Extinctions into Dimensions. Get some heavily discounted cards.
Yeah, here we go.
And it's a little more freedom to do something like this, knowing that there's a snapshot with more Extinctions still in the deck.
Got it. That makes sense, yeah. Ah, he's got infinite health gain, he's got infinite removal, he's got infinite minions. But Rogue is still Rogue, and those 17 cards in the deck can just become 17 cards in the hand so rapidly.
Well, and something like this Horn of Ancients does pick up Krakatoa, not necessarily one of the larger threats, but still quite solid as a 1 mana, you know. Surprisingly, Ajara, you know, doesn't make the cut usually when you're bigger than 4 set, but getting a 1 mana Colossal, you know, that's another cheap thing to play, really upgrade these ghosts. It's unfortunate there's nothing for that audio, I forget, audio mech, we'll just call it, to copy in the hand.
The one thing I will never bail you out on is card names.
Card
You're
names.
on your own.
You know, it's the thing that does the other thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how I talk. That's it. You're learning. Yeah. You are. If you ever struggle with a card name, don't go, hey, Lorinda, what's the card name? Because I will just make it worse. Things get really bad really, really quick in those situations. Trust.
Oof, and quite a few discounted cards here. The Rowdy Fan could be quite notable if a Lady Sathino comes up later. But yeah, I mean, this spell damage plus the Unleash Fells just going to clear up this next big push from Surrender. And once again, not much going on in terms of refill.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to say how good Casey is at Hearthstone. I got the Surrender, how good he is in early. So most of these players are playing around 800 Hearthstone games a month. Casey's keeping up with them on points by playing around 400. His win rate is always like 1 or 2% above even the other top players when they sort of compare on streams and things and talk about it.
Ooh.
And that doesn't sound a lot, but that's the difference between, say, yeah, relatively like a 56% win rate or a 54. It's a huge difference. So as much as I was saying how great Surrender was earlier, Casey, a chance to see Casey in the World Championships once again would be a fantastic thing to see.
Yeah, and I want to note here that Casey, you know, did something that may be surprising to some people out there, using the 0 mana Rowdy Fan just for a little bit of clear there. And I think that's an acknowledgement that he doesn't need it to win this game. Ultimately, you know, just using those rush minions there to clear and draw a little bit more. You don't need the Rowdy Fan Lady Sathino all the time. Just making full use of the cards available to him, making hand space to be able to do something like play Zymox on this turn. And just reload again. And this is probably going to be it for Surrender here.
Yeah, and I'm going to be in trouble that you spotted that and not me. Casey regularly comes to my stream and tells me it's a tempo game, make tempo. 1/5 Pig is a tempo card. Play it on the board and hit your opponent's minions with it if it's tempo. And the fact that I didn't pick that up and you did, he's going to tell me off. You got me in trouble.
I'm sure you had it, right? I just sort of came in.
Oh,
first.
yeah, all along. Yeah.
Well, Casey picking up that win with his, I don't know if we'll call it his signature deck. To me, it sort of feels like this was the main one that he put out there soon as the expansion launched. Hasn't changed a card, just perfect 30. Well done. And yeah, we'll see if Surrender is able to turn things around. Just one more win for Casey to be able to take his way on over into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and that is likely, from what we've seen, going to be that Shadow Priest. And again, we've talked about fourth decks quite a bit. It will be that Shadow Priest. And it will have a good matchup along the way, because we talked about how that was kind of close, although favoured for the Demon Hunter. the priest just puts so much stuff on the board. The rogue doesn't necessarily get to answer it. The priest is damaging you, and if it does enough damage, it will just kill you even if you do clear it up. That's what all those death rattles add up to. That's what doing 5 damage from your hand adds up to. The rogue has to be on its toes right from turn 1 if it's going to win that matchup. The other one is the Outcast DH. We'll probably see Surrender queue that first. Players tend to queue their better matchups first in these situations, get more airtime, settle themselves down, try and pressure the opponent. I've never seen any of that matter, but that's how it goes. And in that one, the Outcast DH is quite a big favourite, I believe.
Yeah, I find it really depends on the player, whether they feel like they want to get the easy match out of the way first or the harder match. Some of them are just like, well, I'm gonna have to do this one eventually, may as well get it out of the way now in terms of the hard matchup. And others, as you say, try and relax, do the favored one first, and settle back in, calm down the nerves. Yeah, who's to say which is better? I think whichever's better is whichever works best for your own mental state.
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's absolutely no mathematical reason to care. I'm in favour of players getting themselves some airtime, but Surrender and Casey, I'm not sure they need airtime. I think we all know who they are by now. Yeah, if it's me, I'm getting the airtime, but then I'm going to lose the favourable anyway, so it doesn't matter. So.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Outcast DH though. Luna recently hit rank 1, I believe America's, with Outcast Demon Hunter, which was something that I think we didn't expect with all the blood that was running around earlier, but as it's sort of seeded into the background, Outcast Demon Hunter has really picked back up.
Yeah, I think we've hit that sweet spot meta that we haven't had for some time, that we have a cyclic meta. Things are adjusting to whatever was played yesterday. So if certain things happen, certain other things are played, and then, yeah, the meta rotates. People used to call it the meta wheel, I think, back in the day. And yeah, the wheel is just moving about now.
Slither Spear on 1 always looks solid.
Yeah, especially when your opponent just can't answer it without using a coin, and even then they're not answering it.
Yeah, even for Shadow Priest, this is a rough hand. Like, you don't have a minion to buff with the Shadow Ascendant. Like, this is already a tough matchup in terms of the Demon Hunter, gets on board earlier. They're able to use weapons and rush minions and all kind of stuff to keep the Shadow Priest off the board. But then on top of that, this is just not what Casey is looking for in an opening hand.
No, it's a nightmare for him at the moment. And he's just hoping not to see a 2-drop come on the board, and well, there's the 2-drop, and the little nod from Casey is like, okay, well, gotta do my best, but game 5's looking very likely right now.
Yeah, just gonna leverage that hero power, do a little bit of clearing, maybe reload with Arms Dealer plus the Ascendant next turn. I think if you're Surrender, I might just play the Glaive Tar, right? Don't swing.
I think so, yeah. I think that's probably for the best. His hand's not going anywhere, right? So he's just in the fortunate position that nor is Casey's. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, gotta play the Undying Allies first, make these a little bit stickier. Another reason that the Demon Hunter is good into this, though, is that those 1/1 rushers are good for taking care of that last bit of health on the Reborn minions. So this is going to be, full Outcast turn with the security into Spectral Sight.
Yeah, and it should be good, because obviously Surrender is going to draw infinite cards over the next 2 turns, but it's just at least giving Casey's terrible hand a little bit of time to get less terrible. I would still rather be on Surrender's side here, but from where Casey sat after that terrible start, at least he's not down to... Well, he might just be dead by now sometimes.
Yeah, but with 2 locations and a clear for Surrender on this board, may just be having to play a location without anything to activate it on.
And the start of the infinite draw turns up here.
Ooh.
All right, that's... could be worse for Casey, I guess. Like if you're supporting Casey in game 4, you're clutching at straws already, so you'll take this. It's not great.
And that Fierce Outrider pickup, not Outcast, but it is still a Outcast card, and because of that, it will upgrade the Glaive Tar. I think opting to use the... Ooh.
Oh, there! I was going to say, the one card he needs is Grave Digging right now.
Yeah. Well, and then followed at some point by a Shadow Word Undeath, which would clear the entire board pretty much at any point against the Demon Hunter. I'm a little surprised to see that the Ascendant didn't get cleared. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I would have got rid of it, but maybe Sven's just happy to just take this on. His hand has got infinite damage next turn. He's got infinite card draw.
I suppose what Surrender was maybe thinking was, okay, Casey's got a slow hand here. Maybe I can actually just push a ton of damage with Helveria and leverage that into just losing the board, but just winning the game very, very quickly.
Yeah, you say that, and I kind of agree, but suddenly there's 10 coming back the other way.
Well, pushing this weapon face and seeing what comes in the draw. I don't think there's ever time to play another Glaive Tar without clearing.
And this is going to be the story of this event, by the way. Who calculates these races the best? There's going to be a lot of these aggro matchups where people like me say, oh, but I'm scared of the 10 coming back. And people like you are going to be saying, yeah, but you're doing 17. Who cares? And there's going to be a lot of it today, I think. And you're right, absolutely right. That damage is all going to the face. No? Just some of it. Okay.
Well, there is a tricky thing. While you want to swing in with the Helveria first to buff the most minions, you have to be able to swing into something where she survives, and that option was not in play.
Yeah. It's always Steno, by the way. You always get your opponent's Steno this deck.
Certainly a good card to pick up when you've got things like Mind Seer and Undying Allies, which are very inexpensive spells.
So Surrender's got to find, over this turn and the next turn, a way to do 11 damage. I think is his calculation. Or obviously there's other options. Clear the board, obviously, is one of them. But I'd be looking to try and do 11 over 2 turns, which is the weapon, 2 swings, and predation, and work out if anything can go wrong with that.
Well, this rush draw, I believe, is guaranteed to pick up one of the 5/5s, and enough Outcast cards may have been played to reduce them to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to start off with the studies. Wayward Sage would give some nice discounts, would also make that predation free. Eye Beam, of course, is healing.
Yeah, he's going to go for 2 weapon swings, I think. And then just predation face and see if he gets there.
Yep, just keeping topped up in terms of the life total, knowing, hey, my opponent doesn't have any taunts. I have a Glaive Tar that deals 8 over 2 turns, and I've got a predation for next turn. Doesn't matter if it's not discounted. And yeah, Surrender's done the math. Not a whole lot that Casey can do to prevent it.
4, 4, and 3. Surrender gets there. 2-2, and he is going to go into an unfavourable game 5 though. But that was nice. I mean, Casey, didn't get the hand to help himself, but Surrender, kept cool. He had a couple of decisions to make, where, particularly that clear turn that you identified with the Helveria, and yeah, he timed it nicely. He had set up that exact lethal, knowing he was almost certainly safe. So takes it to this important game 5. Remember, the loser does get another shot. They're not out straight away, but it is massive getting that first win under your belt here.
I think it's very easy to get sidetracked, especially with a lot of rush minions and all that going on in the Outcast Demon Hunter, with just clearing, taking control of the board, and that is a way that you can win. But the Undead Priest can sometimes create some pretty sticky boards with that Undying Allies, etc. And, they're also an aggro deck trying to push damage. The Outcast DH doesn't have a ton of healing. So I like this from Surrender, just saying, hey, if I leave up a wide board, I know that Shadow Word Undeath doesn't come down till turn 5. We can push a fair bit of damage with Helveria, and then set up that 2-turn lethal with the second Glaive Tar and the Predation.
Yeah, and again, you highlighted a couple of turns before that he probably wouldn't have the chance to play the Glaive Tar. If he hadn't done that damage, that would have just been a card not just stuck in his hand because it costs so much mana, but also it's going to be clogging up all your outcasts. It would have been an absolute real pain. But because he managed to push that little bit of extra damage, he did find a way to free up the hand and get the win that way. So nicely worked out by Surrender. But again, he's still got it to do now. What does he need to draw with this Rogue to be able to stand up to the very aggressive start from the Priest, the most likely aggressive start from the Priest?
So I think you're going to be looking to pick up, things like the Ghoul to make your concoctions free. You definitely want those potions so you can get things like the deal 3 damage and make a minion or something like that. I mean, you really want anything that just helps you clear, right? Even Ghostly Strike can be quite good for finishing up the reborn half of certain minions. Astalor, actually, if you're able to deal with the early game with that Fan of Knives, Astalor could come in clutch just for being able to get armor off of the second half. But you really need to minimize the damage that you take in these early turns.
Yeah, a bit of a different hand this time for Casey. Proper
Casey
stuff
and
going
for
on.
Surrender.
And for Surrender, yeah, he's also got a super looking curve because he actually managed to get the right concoction this time as well. Probably, at least.
These are going to be quite tough. This particular sort of 1-2 combination with the Undying Allies. The egg, well, if you don't want it to get buffed by the Banshee, you have to kill it. Well, that, of course, makes a 3-3 and another egg. So this is sort of a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation, because you can't clear either of these minions without just generating more power.
Yeah, and this is where people say, oh, turn 2, why is player thinking so hard? This is it. The game is all about this turn. If Surrender gets this turn wrong, he probably just loses on the spot. How does he want to invest the coin over the coming turns? How does he want to generate some way of fighting back here? Because he's going to be under immense amount of pressure right from next turn onwards.
And I think that buffing the Conjurer is actually the best outcome. Because if it buffs the egg, then Casey is able to attack with that egg and kill it off and summon the next one, etc. But buffing the Psychic Conjurer, not so much. So I'm not going to take the other 50-50 here, but just going to remove the 1-2 from play, keep it in hand, so it can't be traded into. Very clever.
Yeah, it's a big deal as well, though. He had to work out how big a graveyard impact that's going to make by just taking this off the board. Obviously, it's just the one shadow step, but the whole of that turn was about what graveyard am I going to make and when am I going to make it, and am I going to live long enough to do something with it? And I'll be very interested to see how he chooses to go about this coming turn now.
Casey deciding for a little bit there whether or not he wanted to kill his own egg with the hero power, seeing, not much going on this next turn. But that does open up, perfect targets of 3/3s for a Serrated Bone Spike or something along those lines.
Yeah, you can see by the look on his face, the draw is terrible, and he was looking for a way to put more damage on the board. But yeah, deciding that this is the lesser of the two evils.
There is that fabled sprint.
It's unreal. Yeah. Remember, those were randomly generated. They weren't potion belts. They were both from the concoctor, hence Casey's slightly sarcastic applause there.
Yep. And Shadow Demise, I think, is a card that's just going to be in all rogues until it rotates out. Just gives you an extra copy of whatever. And sometimes that just means an extra copy of the coin so that you can play an extra card and get something like the 7/7 Ghost. Ooh. High Cultist Basilisk is quite the pickup.
Yeah, Surrender only on 22 with 5 potential coming in. I think Casey's looking at just playing this, ignoring the 7/7 and saying, gonna race you.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Here we go, the race is on.
Only brings back the 1 minion, but it's still, a decent amount of power. That being said, with ghouls able to activate these concoctions for surrender, I almost wonder if you take the slimy here, you don't necessarily need 6 damage, unless you want to target the Basilev.
Or unless you want to race.
Might be a little bit early for that.
Yeah. And that's going to be my phrase of the weekend, I can tell already. It's just like, is the race there, though?
This makes the most sense to me. Oh, quite the minion to summon. Does lose the 50-50 there, where the Banshee is able to buff the egg. And now the question is, do you go face with that 7/7, or do you kill the Basilev?
Oh. Casey's got so much damage over these next 2 or 3 turns. This is a perfect clear. Surrender should have known that was there as well, because what's Casey got in his hand? He's done nothing for 3 turns. Or maybe he didn't, because he got the Basilev, didn't he? So that kind of disguised it. But now Casey's just got the Necromancer, which nearly always hits in this version of the deck. And that damage is coming in thick and fast. He's got lethal over the next 2 turns, I feel, with a combination of 5, 2, and 4 coming up.
And this is always the double bind with Shadow Priest, when they are able to get that early aggression in play, and you're trying to mount a defense, you have to clear. And very frequently, when you do that, it just puts you in a position where you get blown out by Shadow Word on death.
Yeah, obviously Surrender doesn't know that he's likely to die over the next 2 turns, but he also will have a very, very good idea. The damage output from this deck is very strong.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
And this could go badly depending on what gets hit by the concoction. Trying to win another 50-50 here. And that's actually quite interesting. Card people may not know there, the 0/6 summons a copy, or becomes a copy. Sorry, Creepy Painting becomes a copy of whatever minion was killed. So, since it summoned first and then destroyed the 3/3, it just became a copy of that 3/3.
Yeah, in case he's relaxing, he knows he's almost... Yeah, I mean, it's never over against Concoction Rogue until you've actually killed them, but he knows that he's in an incredibly strong position now.
Quite a few turns until Astalor is actually able to gain armor. So outside of some hallucination cards, I don't think that Surrender is finding a way out of this. Krakatoa looks good, but you're at far too low a life total.
Yeah, he needs... Oh, he's just going to say, you haven't got it. The world where I win is the world where you haven't got it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just what you have to do, but not going to work out this time.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair enough. Like, look how much damage he has put out there in the world where Casey doesn't have it next turn. There's a lot of damage. That is lethal that Surrender has set up for the next turn that doesn't exist, and he knows that. But yeah, Casey taking it down 3-2, and lineup advantage translating into match advantage there. The Shadow Priest being a decent 4th pick against that rogue.
Yeah, when you look at the lineups players brought, 14 players have brought rogue, and I believe only one of them is not a miracle rogue, opting for a sort of more pirate weapon-centered rogue. So definitely a deck that people favor quite a bit, but it can struggle at times against certain aggressive matchups. I think Shadow Priest in particular just has lots of sticky boards and things that when they die deal damage.
Yep, nicely worked from Casey there. Surrender really didn't have much of a better play there. I said maybe he should have seen it coming. He probably did see it coming, he just realised that's what he had to go for to set up a winning play. So You're the underdog. You've got to find ways to set up boards that work. He did that twice, but as it happens, neither of them stuck. And here's TJ again. He's back.
I'm back. That's right. Yeah, that was wasn't really expecting 5-game set, kicking things off, and actually slower than I thought it would be, mostly on Surrender side. A lot of times, and you can say, "Oh, TJ, you're crazy. That never happens." It feels like Casey plays so fast that players match his pace, right? When they play against him, which is a very interesting phenomenon that happens. So, but ultimately, the Shadow Priest there at the end, getting it done.
Yeah, you never want to fall into your opponent's rhythm if you don't have to. That tends to give them the advantage.
Absolutely, yeah.
Especially since Casey's been playing for what, 8 years, 9 years,
At
and
least
has never
9.
changed his pace.
Quite a long time.
Yeah, his first competitive foray was at like the Europe regional championship in 2016, I think, was the first year. Neil, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Statistician.
The first year of
the first year of when we had regional seasonal championships. So we had playoffs.
15?
15? It could be 15. You could.
It's
be
either
right.
15 or 16. It's definitely 15 or 16. 14 had the weird. It did have regionals of a sort, but they weren't the ones you mean. Yeah, so 16, the ones you mean.
Yeah. But even then, Casey was playing super fast, and that was actually right after we switched to, there being like actual turn timers. So
Wow.
we were used to.
Turn.
I know there wasn't turn timers at the beginning. The what was it? Fight night. Back in the day, there was no turn timers. They had to manually enforce turn timers for players. So pretty fun to see. But good win for Casey. Again, this is just round 1. This is the initial matches of each of these 4-player groups. So Surrender is not out of the tournament just yet. Surrender will try to fight his way through the lower bracket in the group. Remember, goal is top 2 in each of these 4-player groups in order to make it into the top 8 tomorrow, which then it's a full reset. It doesn't matter if you're first in your group, doesn't matter if you're second in your group, doesn't matter how many you won or lost, it just matters that you got there. So we still have plenty more action to come here on day number 1 of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have some more Hearthstone matches from around these rounds for the group stage. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the first Masters Tour of the year. And we just saw Casey take it down 3-2. But we're going to move on to the second round of games now, the losers brackets in these groups. And I'm joined by two people. We've talked about the players. These two have been together since Gfinity Summer Cup in 2015, which is 9 years of casting together. And I don't know which one to ask first. I'm going to flip. Sottle, how have you put up with him for this long?
Yeah, I mean, first off, sorry about that. It's just been so long. I forgot which way I'm supposed to be facing. Is my mic supposed to be muted? Am I supposed to be naked from the waist down? Like, I'm unsure of all of these questions. Stay tuned. We'll find out how many of those I've got wrong. Yeah, 9 years is a long time to be with this chucklehead. The divorce papers are in the post, just so you know. I think the partnership is coming to an end very soon.
What he doesn't know is I keep moving house.
I was going to ask you as well, Raven, but Raven, it's Group A here on the screen. Levick and Rekvam going through there, and Weekyu and Gyu going to the lower bracket. That doesn't seem like much of a surprise to me. Levick on amazing form recently.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I do think in general, like there's the couple of crowd favourites did go through there, so that'll be exciting to see. Then we have Casey versus Gamer RVG in the winners match of Group B, which is going to be crazy. And Surrender getting knocked down to lower bracket. It did hurt my soul watching that, but of course, versus Surrender match, there was a reason it was featured, because it's two greats facing off against each other. So unfortunately, one of them has to lose. So we'll have to see how that one plays out a little bit later on. But yeah, we're excited to see what happens in Group C as well.
Yeah, Pocket Train as well, probably one of the form players in the world. Certainly kind of has that new level of hype to him, right? There's always a player that everyone's like, is this the best player in the world? You know, Bird Meme, is this the best player in the world? And Pocket Train, that moment, no great surprise to see him go through. And it was very, very fast, I believe. I believe Pocket Train was the first match finished out of those opening round matches that we saw. And then Meesmile has managed to pop himself into two different places in the same bracket, which is very impressive.
Yeah, sheer strength. This is not a spoiler, just so anyone's aware. As far as I'm aware, it's not saying Meesmile is going to lose against the winner of Meaty versus Hemlock, but still, Yarlatuk is correct versus Meesmile, and honestly, so actually for us, that just feels, maybe wrongly, but feels like a surprise. Like, wait, Yarla just wins stuff, right? Like, he just wins games of Hearthstone. Is that not how it's supposed to go?
It is, and I know Lorinda earlier was talking about how, how much legacy matters versus form and experience right now. Yarla has both. Like, Yarla is grinding hard still and is one of the greatest players to ever live, so I think that one has to go down as a bit of a shock.
Yeah, absolutely. We seem to have got a lot of these legacy players have turned up for this event. It looked like most of them wouldn't. It's like a ladder grind. Can we be bothered? We've been playing for 8 years. But suddenly we've got Yarla, we've got Casey, we've got Surrender. Bunny Hopper was in the mix. Ties was in the mix going into the third month of the season. There's the new guys. There's Pocket Trains and all those people. Rekvam, some of the newer players. But I don't know. It seems to have got to the legacy players, and Tansoku absolutely qualifies in that camp.
Yeah, 100%. I think Tansoku is one of the players that even in the early days of sort of APAC, starting to be more just seen on sort of the Western scene, I guess. Like, Tansoku's just always been there and always looked impressive. So I'm excited to see more play from them as well. So this is going to be pretty cool.
It is indeed, particularly in the matchup against Banterface, which Banterface is a player that I do believe I owe a bit of an apology to. I was a little dismissive of Banter when he first appeared on the scene in America's Grandmasters, to the point where Banter, entirely unbothered by this, still remembers the quote verbatim and can quote it back to me on demand at given. But I think Banter now has really established himself as one of the best players in the world, and I think this is a very fitting matchup for us to be looking at now going into these matches.
Yeah, pretty weird as well. It's not often you actually dismiss Banter, so I guess it must have been bad at the time. So, yeah, we're taking through some of the lists here as well that the players are going to be bringing. We see Tansoku with the basically Shadow Priest, Aggro Priest, whatever you want to call it, with that idol weapon as well. And I feel like that's something that's kind of just very recently jumped up on there, with a few of the players not bringing it. But when it gets equipped, it is a little bit like, oh, they can just kind of do that whenever they want. That's a little bit scary.
It is, yeah. Very aggressive in overall. We're seeing this as well with the Outcast Demon Hunter, with the Shadow Priest or the Undead Priest, whatever we're calling it. Outcast Demon Hunter, obviously the day one terror did receive a little slap on the wrist nerf with the Walloper coming through, but it's Shadow Priest is a deck that really had to struggle post-rotation. It lost a couple of really key cards. Obviously, Void Touch Attendant being chief among them, had to find new cards to kind of creep in there. A little bit more Undead synergy has moved into the deck now, as well as that weapon that you were talking about. So the deck is a little different. To me, seeing a reasonable quantity of Shadow Priest in this tournament was a little unexpected. I did not think that was a deck we'd be seeing a great deal of. This, on the other hand, though, looking at Banterface's first deck, the Frost Death Knight, this is a deck I was fully expecting to see a million times over during this tournament.
Yeah, I think there was some givens. I think one of the interesting factors between both of these players, and I think it's the most... maybe the DK, maybe, but I do think Frost was kind of accepted, when it came up to the submissions. But for me, it's just, well, Banta has Relic Demon Hunter versus Tonsoku on Outcast Demon Hunter, and I know me and you have been playing a lot of Relic Demon Hunter, but I definitely see the merits of Outcast, but I do feel it felt like it was a very difficult decision to make. I think if I was submitting the lists, it would be very hard to pick one or the other.
Yeah, there was kind of a bell curve of popularity, I guess, with the Demon Hunters, where it started off day one, Outcast Demon Hunter was absolutely everywhere, right? Then Casey happened, and he once again built the Meta Breaker deck, as tends to happen. Relic Demon Hunter appeared, and then for a while, that was the best deck, right? This was the deck people were talking about. It's the deck we expected to see 16 times in this tournament. But I feel as we've crept up on this tournament, there has been one or two rumblings from some of the players involved in this, some of the other best players, some of the top players on ladder. Maybe Relic DH has been a little bit overrated, and Outcast DH has kind of been dismissed as, the brain dead aggro deck, no agency or whatever, because I think the more you dig into Outcast DH, the more you realize the hidden layer of lines and plays and so on that you can find that really ups your win rate. So certainly I was expecting to see more of a leaning towards Relic Demon Hunter than we did, but I can certainly understand, having listened to the pro community sentiment in general, that there is a lot of faith now building again behind the Outcast Demon Hunter instead.
What do you think, Lorinda? You must be having a great time trying to host me and Sol.
I mean, this is what I wanted to do. I just lit the touch paper and just ran. That's how I knew it was going to go down. I'm absolutely fine with that. I basically, as always, agree with Sottle because he shouts at me if I don't. So, yeah, whatever Sottle says is true.
Yeah. Whereas I disagree because he shouts, and that's kind of weird in itself, isn't it? So, well, see if that continues to be a trend.
I guess. What do you think? I want to ask Sottle, because I know he's watched a lot of this, of the streamers in this tournament, how much we've seen of this, the build-up into this event in streaming. Banterface, Rekvam, some of those.
I think it's been awesome. Honestly, I think the last week of the monthly seasons in general have been incredibly exciting content to watch. And I think you can kind of say what you want about the level of grind that this puts in, but what it also does create is an enormous sample size to qualify for this tournament, right? You play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games a month, and the people with the best MMR get in the tournament. So what that leads to is a tournament where these are indisputably some of the best players in the world right now. You're never going to get one-to-one representation of just the 16 best players in the world, but we're pretty damn close in terms of people who are actively playing, super engaged, grinding Hearthstone right now. I think this lineup is incredible.
Well, I have said way too many words, so I'm going to get out of here and leave you two to it. Have a good match, and I'll see you all in a bit.
Bye, Neil.
Goodbye. And now it's just us. We are getting ready to get into the next game. We're jumping in as quick as we can, and I think
he never shuts up, does he, Raven? Honestly, couldn't get a word in.
I honestly, as soon as I knew Lorinda was hosting us this round, I was like, poor Neil. Doesn't deserve it.
The phrase "third wheel" comes to mind for some reason. I'm not sure why. But,
Very much so. I am really excited for this one, though. Not only because I have no doubt it's going to be a good match, but for me, at least for one, not cast Hearthstone for a while. Obviously, I feel like we've been waiting for this tournament. We've waited long enough. Historically, we've had tournaments in, like, the first tournament of the year would be mid to late February or something. So really been ready for this one. And also, this meta is one where I'm very okay with it. Yeah, Blood DK could just go away for a little bit for me, but luckily bans exist. But other than that, very aggressive meta and very brutal meta, I would say. You don't really see players have a lot of time to recover. It's your opponent's done a really strong turn. You need to keep up, and if you don't for like more than one turn, you slip away and it's all over. And we've seen that already in the match we've had on stream earlier.
Yeah, it's interesting because the meta for this tournament has almost slipped around full circle to the point where Blood DK might have been good again, right? Because we got into the point where I think a lot of people, you don't have to be a lineup prep, tournament prep genius to get as far as, okay, these are the good decks, and then if I put these good decks together and look at which of them I'm going to target, it's the Druid. Right? And then so suddenly you're like, okay, well now I don't want to bring Druid anymore. Maybe I should just bring 4 board-based aggro decks and just beat the snot out of Druid over and over again. Which then led to people dropping Druid from their lineup, dropping Relic Demon Hunter from their lineup, playing more aggressive decks. So then suddenly you get back into the world of like, this actually caught in my throat for a second. Is Meaty a genius by having Blood DK in his lineup, where suddenly you can prey on those more aggressive decks overall? But personally, I'm just not a big believer in Blood DK. I think it kind of gets the win rate it does because the lines are fairly straightforward. I think it plays fairly face up in what you're supposed to do on any given turn. And I think the skill edge kind of goes to the aggressor against Blood DK in most of the matches. So when you move the matchups up to a higher level, the Blood DK will lose more. That's just my stance on it in general. But I'm certainly interested to see how the couple of Blood DK players in this will work out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting because, again, I was kind of going into the prep here just assuming that, DK's just blanket banned. You know what? Let's not talk about Blood. Let's not talk about Frost. DK overall feels just strong, one or the other. Yes, each one has certain good matchups and certain other ones. But I think overall, if I was going into this, I'd be like, unless my opponent brings something really weird, like let's, for example, just say there was one Hunter in here and you ran into that player, you can then look at your Hunter matchups. But overall, I'd build my lineup as...
Right. Banta, I think, debating a full keep here, and yeah, is going to go for it. He does have Undying allies plus a ton of stuff on the other side, which is going to be a really powerful opening. And even though Frost DK kind of has this reputation as a freeze and burn style deck, it is extremely board based for the early stages. So these early board battles really do matter a lot.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. I've been messing with Priest Ladder, and I've been hitting some undead DKs, and it's been absolutely brutal, because if you lose the board, you are in that huge trouble.
Tansoku with just a little chuckle to himself. It's going to be a basically hard path turn 2 here.
So, this is not looking too bad. The Amalgam's going to be able to help just keep the pressure on there for this.
Banta, on the other hand, has all the options in the world. That full keep has allowed him to get miles ahead on board as well, optimized by that whiff on turn 2 from Tansoku.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Arms dealer here from Banterface, being able to not play out right now, but is a card that can definitely start to just stack that power. But it's going to be looking pretty brutal, because even so far, Tansoku does have enough to fight back. Of course, the Frostworm's just going to be sitting there for quite a while.
Tansoku now does at the very least have Rowdy Fan to be able to activate this egg, fight back against the board a little bit, but still has found himself enormously behind on this point. I did say the battle for early board is important, but Tansoku has definitively lost that battle for early board, so he will now probably have to divert to more of a freeze and burn based game plan unless he can swing this very, very soon indeed.
Yeah, Mind Eater in hand there from Bannerface is going to be very helpful because it's one thing you can, and I feel like it's always been a problem with any previous iterations of Shadow Priest as well, is you can just dry up in hand a little bit, right? So you do need to hit some of those key cards just to keep the cycle going. But so far the pressure's looking really good from Bannerface. The deck's going to make a good trade there, but still, it's just slowly dropping away.
Rowdy Fan's such a useful card, though. Recent addition to Frost DK, recent addition to a few DK decks, really. Perhaps looking for replacement for the location that was nerfed in the most recent patch, 3 charges down to 2. Certainly, I think catches people by surprise. If they're not Frost DK players and they aren't aware that this has gone in the list, the first time post-patch you played against Frost DK and they just absolutely jammed a Rowdy Fan on a minion and smashed you in the face with it, a little bit surprising to see, but really makes perfect sense. And I think Rowdy Fan, perhaps a little bit of an underappreciated card going into the expansion in comparison to how much it's now seeing play.
I was going to say, I imagine this is just going to start seeing played as a general card in most decks. It just feels good, right? It just gets the job done a lot of the time, so we'll see how that one develops.
It's one of those classic Zoo-style cards that we haven't necessarily seen too many of recently, right? Where it used to just have Abusive Sergeant and Defender of Argus and Dark Iron Dwarf and all of those things. These are cards that used to be good enough back in the days of early on Zoo.
Yeah.
And then we saw cards like, Fungal Mancer, generally things like that. Like any board that has any deck that has a basis on board just wants to play those cards because they just represent huge numbers. Rowdy Fan just kind of fits into that category, but unfortunately for Tansoku, just fell behind so significantly in the early game that, as I said, the board is not really there. Banterface is now going to have to set himself up for the long game against some of this persistent freezing. Did find Rotten Applebaum off the Amalgam a couple of turns ago, which you can see Banter already planning for what a long game looks like, right? With the mentality kind of being, okay, if he doesn't freeze me every turn from now until the end of the game, they're probably dead anyway. So I'm just going to try and take some contingency plans to get myself to that point. If we start getting into Frostworm's Fury territory, Rotten Applebaum will be a card that will probably give Banter that extra turn needed to live if need be.
And what did you make of that turn, actually? Because basically, Bannerface decided to get down the 1-drop instead of hero powering. Obviously, that does add more immediate power on board, but if he's planning on maybe being frozen out or is playing that longer game, do you think the hero power is getting them in while you can and sort of just pushing those cards further, stretching out the resources is going to be more worthwhile?
I think here it's fine, right? You'd have to see Horn and Frostworm's Fury coming out this turn to freeze you, because the other way of freezing would be Might of Menethil, for example, and at that point, if you're playing more minions, that plays around the weapon as well to the same degree, right? Because it can't full freeze your board. So I think in that instance, it does make sense. However, it's the Harbinger here that ends up being the card that Banterface absolutely did not want to see. And now, making me an absolute liar, Tansoku has actually managed to stabilize this board, since that is just such a powerful effect on a 3-mana card.
Pick me! Pick me!
And I think there's a huge difference as well when Shadow Priest gets to stack buffs versus when they don't. They can win both types of games, but a lot of the decks in the meta right now have a so much easier time if, for example, the Shadow Ascendant hasn't been down for the Priest, right? And putting things at like 3 and 4 health. Okay.
These options, all three of the in-hand choices were justifiable. I do think Frostworm's Fury was the best pick by a good chunk. But now the deck choices, there's a freaking Marrow.
I like Marrow. Yeah. I was going to say, Yep. I like
you can
these
see again,
pickups here.
fairly recent new addition to the patch. As soon as it becomes visible to either player, that you have a corpse-activated card, you then see a corpse counter. So Banterface, and us looking from Banterface's perspective, can now see how many corpses he has as a priest.
And this is why I really like and when I was talking about those Mind Eaters earlier, because look at the game, right? Like, they've just helped McBanderface actually build a plan that isn't just, I hope my stuff doesn't die, which is often the plan as Priest. But now Tonsoku has to pull some out of the bag. Does have School Teacher in hand as well, some card draw as well, and then picking up Touch there too. So definitely not the end of the world, but this is simply strong.
And so I started blasting.
Yeah. Like, imagine if that was just a Priest card. You know what I mean? Like,
No!
like, but just like, my point is, look how good it is in this style of deck, right?
Yep.
Obviously, the Frost is a similar style, but a little bit more bursty. But like, it's just so strong.
Also functioning as an undead as well, which means any such synergy will be activated, which Banterface does have numerous amounts of. Not in the least that Shadow Word Undeath that is in hand currently.
I was just going to talk about that because, again, another premium card in the deck. Historically, Shadow Priest has struggled to beat back wide boards from the opponent, but that is so strong at clearing stuff out. I'm just going to come down now to just freeze that out for Tonsoku there. Just going to buy himself a little bit more time. But now, just, do you like Frostworm here? Do you think there should be another way to go about this? I kind of love just 5 to face.
It looks pretty good, right? 5 more to face, put another 5/5 in play. The issue is you then have to start planning around it, because obviously you took the Frostworm's Fury from Tansoku's hand, so you know it's there. So if you Frostworm their face, they Frostworm your face, where do we go from there? You have 2 Shadow Word Undeaths in your hand at that point, and those won't be active because none of your minions will have died, presumably, if Tansoku just shoots Frostworm's Fury at face. So it does start to get a little bit awkward as to what you would then spend your mana on after that point, which might lead you to the argument of just playing more minions this turn first, trying to get your opponent to do the first Frostworm's Fury, and then you go from there with your Frostworm's Fury, because that would then cause them to have to, theoretically, kill your undeads the turn after that, right? Which would then activate your undeaths to be able to burst out.
It's like in the history of Hearthstone, we've had many matchups where, like, the tennis match begins, right? And whoever goes first is often the worst off. So I have to see how it plays out here. And it does look like, I mean, with 2 of them in hand, it's hard to turn down from Tonsoku, right? Like, it's not like this is a bad play or anything. It's just we can see it creates a slightly worse end of the stick for Tonsoku with the outcome in hand. So, again, this is the kind of play pattern of Frost DK once you get to this point. You just have these burst damage, freeze, create the cards, all being able to just chain out over the next few turns.
Goes Fury on the minion, obviously activating the healing, but allowing his minions to go through to face. Which is a big deal. Yeah, so I think this has worked out pretty nicely here for Banter. By not going with the Frostworm's Fury, he has very much encouraged Tansoku to kill his minions and activate these Shadow Word Undeaths, which is a really, really big deal.
Do you think it's one of them now, or do you think it's... It could be like Shadow Word Undeath, Hero Power Face. I think McBanner can be okay with taking 5.
Yes.
I think that's, it feels a bit risky, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, so if you deal 6 this turn and you were to know you have an undead on the bottom of your deck, you've basically won at that point. You know, not allowing for discovered vampiric blood or whatever else you're dealing with in that situation. So I think that is just too high odds to turn down at that point.
And with this priest deck, you play as if you have an undead on the bottom, because you kind of always do, right? It's actually a rarity when you don't. Now, is Tonsoku going to see, okay, I can just Frostworm again? Or is this going to be in the Ruby and going, you know what, 6 health? You know, Tonsoku knows what's available. He has to dig for something to heal, and he misses.
Yeah, absolutely had to be.
I don't think there's anything Defrost can get, right? Like draw? I think it had to be like a blood card, right?
Yep, just had to be Discover Vampiric Blood or something along those lines.
Yeah, any kind of lifesteal that could activate, just anything, but... He's going to go for the card draw, and fair enough, but we can see it's almost certainly not going to be good enough here.
Rowdy Fan, but no mana. This was always the out, because you have this 10 damage from Marrow Manipulator anyway, which is just more efficient than the Frostworm Fury would have been regardless. So you're just looking for that free spell to then play from the Nerubian. But yeah, oh, this actually guarantees it, doesn't it? Yeah, I completely dismissed the Frostworm's Fury. Does not even have to go looking for the undead on the bottom, just has the straight up 5 damage from hand.
Yeah, for some reason I thought we were on 8 mana that turn, but there's a reason I'm not sat there playing. But first game. You know, that might not be the deck I'm choosing to target here. So a really good win there with the Priest. And one of the reasons, like I said, why I think Priest, this version of it is quite strong right now, because you have the early aggression, you have decent damage from hand, which again, Shadow Priest has historically not had access to. It used to be way more board-based. And there's these options of just generating extra win conditions like we saw from McManderface.
Yep. Yeah, and I think very well played overall from Banter. He had the flying start, but because Tansoku was able to stabilize with Rowdy Fan and Harbinger, there was a few clutch decisions from Banterface that actually made sure that was getting over the line. First off, just the way he played the opener, the full keep into the amount of pressure that he got with Undying Allies and just the full Reborn board. Then the early Discover on the Rotten Applebaum, which came in clutch 4 turns later, probably after that point, really cut off any ability for Tansoku to do anything counter pressure wise. He had to continue to play defensively because Banter just put Taunt and Heal in the way. And then thirdly, the Discover choices off the Nargling ID theft were perfect for finishing out that game. 1 Frostworm's Fury, 1 Marrow Manipulator was exactly what was needed to get over the line. Brief consideration at the end. Obviously, I thought for a second that Banter was considering, is there any way to play around me not having an undead on the bottom of the deck? But really, he had the win locked up with the Frostwind's Fury anyway. So really, he sat there thinking, can I afford to also play around Discovered Vampiric Blood in this situation, right? Am I this far ahead that I can also beat Discovered Healing? In the end, just decided to go for the linear line. Absolutely paid off at the end. Very, very well played by Banterface, who, as I have always said, is one of the best players in the Americas region.
Of course. How, imagine the world where you wouldn't have said that. It does mean that there is going to be the Relic Demon Hunter and the Miracle Rogue left for McManderface. And what are we going to... Okay, we're going to go to Relic, cool. Because I want to get into a discussion about Miracle Rogue, so hopefully we get there this series, Sol. But for now, we are jumping into Game 2. Tansoku, of course, on the DK once again, and McManderface is going to be on that Relic Demon Hunter. And this is a deck I believe me and you probably racked up hundreds and hundreds of games on at this point, because I've been playing it a lot, and I know for sure you have.
Yes. Yeah, I'm kind of the nuts at this deck. I just want to throw that out there. I have like 200 games at 70% win rate. I love this deck. For some reason, just combo-based Demon Hunters just seem to be my jam. Just every meta. I don't know why. It just always seems to be some sort of combo-based Demon Hunter I go back to. However, I will immediately be crucified for saying that, because this is much more of a tempo deck than people think it is. It is not really a draw and combo style deck. You really do generally, to play it well, want to be playing things every turn. Banter is going to have issues doing that, however, because he's got quite a slow hand at the moment. And I think the other interesting thing to look into here is this matchup, because if you're playing against a Death Knight and you see Blood Death Knight, I think you are delighted playing Relic Demon Hunter. If you know how to play that matchup from the Demon Hunter side, I think you're absolutely thrilled to see Death Knight in general. If you queue into Frost, however, little bit more tense, and that might sound a little strange because you have such insane healing ability in the deck. You feel like you can outlast the burn. It's really hard because against competent Frost Death Knights, what they're not going to do come turn 7, turn 8, turn 9 is play minions. They're going to equip weapons and they're going to throw spells at your face. And at that point, it becomes monstrously difficult to heal for the amount of damage in a turn that they can do with 1 Marrow Manipulator, for example, when it comes to the late game. So
that's the problem,
it can be very tricky.
Yeah, Relic Demon Hunter has fantastic healing, but it's conditional healing. It's not just flat, right? So yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting, and obviously these players are good enough to know how this works. Tansoku going to get a little bit of a discover going on there, and yeah, 5 mana Frostworm. Seems good. Like, that's going to do a lot of damage and pump out a 5/5, so it's going to look pretty good to me.
This hand sucks. Yep, there's Banter with the "this hand sucks" face.
And that's the problem. I think Relic Demon Hunter is very strong, but you do get some games that you just don't get to play. I think even when we were practicing, I just didn't draw a Relic in like 7 turns. And I don't mean dimensions, I mean a Relic. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I can't really make many minions. I can't kill stuff. I can't draw cards. I guess I just lose.
Close enough.
Oh boy, and the hits just keep on coming from Tansoku as well. That is a monstrous amount of pressure coming through here. Gonna back it up with my Amenaphil. This is the last turn as well that a board like this is effective. And if you look at Tansoku's hand, look at how perfectly he's managed this, right? This is not an accident. Every small minion in his hand is on the board on turn 5. Not turn 6, he has none left to play at this point, and he's basically threatening lethal. So he is insisting that Banter clears this board this turn, and now from this point onwards, if he plays a minion, it's going to be 1/5/5, which means the Reno heals from Arcanist and Unleash Fel just will not be a realistic possibility for Banterface.
I'll say though, the second Unleash Fel, not that Banterface in a good spot by any means in this game, but the second pickup off the top there, it's a pretty good way to clear the board, right? And I think at this point, does Banterface have to just drop them both and just rely on dimensions and carry on next turn? Because he can't do anything else, right? He just dies.
I think that was the debate, and the wry smile there from Banter is like, do I ever win this game if I just drop double Unleash Fel to clear this? Like, I think there might have been a consideration of like, can I Chaos Strike and then they have 0 damage in their hand and then I draw exactly Silver Moon next turn to be able to clear this board? That kind of thing. But I think, you know, no matter which world you're living in, this game is on a hiding to nothing right now.
Yeah, and I think the problem with that is even if there was 0 damage, well, you wouldn't be clearing the minions, right? Which means the damage you would gain...
Yeah.
You clear 1, yeah, so potentially the damage you would take extra by not clearing them would be what you would heal back up for anyway, right?
Pretty much.
So, like, it's like, oh, okay. Tansoku there, very happy with a win, and I don't blame him. I think to get just 1 win on the board in, you know, obviously any competitive matchup is what you want, right? Because it's like, okay, I've got over that hurdle, let's go. So the Frost DK is going to be done and dusted for Tansoku now. And it does mean that there's going to be it's the Shadow Priest and the Rogue, I believe. Because I think the Outcast Demon Hunter is the one that's banned by
It's such a rough game as well, and I don't think this will go too far to assuade any doubts that Banter might have, right? Because weirdly, and again, this is not a sentence I was necessarily expecting to say coming into this tournament, he's one of the few holdouts who stuck with Relic Demon Hunter, right? There's been an awful lot of people that switched to Outcast or were always breaking Outcast, never got on the Relic train. Banter's stuck with Relic. Banter's someone that I talk to a lot, just hanging out in various stream chats or whatever, and I know that he is a fan of the deck. It hasn't surprised me at all to see him bringing this. But when you play the deck once and it performs like that, it's very hard to continue to think rationally, right? Sample size of 1, I know this is a good deck, I've been playing it all expansion, my win rate is excellent, and you bring it to a tournament and you play it once and it draws like that, that's the only sample size that you remember, right? If your mentality is going to falter. So hopefully for the sake of Banterface, he can just square up and get that game out of his head.
Yeah, I think what's good is, as I was kind of mentioning earlier, because you've jammed enough games at this, like, you do get those games, right, where, again, double Relic of Dimensions and nothing to really get to that point, obviously, that 6-mana turn. Those things happen, you do get run over, but the benefit, I think, that Banterface has is, okay, well, I still need to win with Relic, but now I'm going against the Shadow Priest and potentially Miracle Rogue. Both, I think, pretty winnable matchups for the Relic Demon Hunter, so we are going to see it locked in once again, and Tansoku jump over to that Shadow Priest. Good opening though. Oof. Oh! How many cards are getting played turn 1 here for Tonsoku Sol?
All
of them?
Any and all of them.
Yes. Oh my.
The old
That is a hand.
double reborn, of course.
Yeah.
Classic.
It's actually disgusting.
It's a very similar opener to what Banta had on the other side against the Frost Death Knight, right? Very, very similar indeed.
It's just like the double reborn with the egg as well. It's just like,
Yeah.
play more stuff, I dare you. Ooh. Well, now we can have a different conversation because suddenly 1-drop coin into 3 can at least be discussed.
I think it's still... well, yeah, you kind of have to draw something to do
Yes,
next turn,
exactly.
I guess, if that's the line that you take, but it's so much stuff in play on turn 1.
Oh, I agree. If I was playing this on ladder, I'd throw it all out because it's funny more than anything. You know, you just dump your whole hand turn 1. But I do think the 3-drop at least... Oh, yeah, there you go. Tonsoku
Really?
just thinking
Okay.
about it. Well, I think coin undying onto the 3-drop is actually so strong that Tonsoku's just thinking,
Wow,
you know what,
okay.
that'll do.
Banta saw that so much later than we did somehow. Like, the Relic Vault was drawn, and then it felt like 10 seconds later, Banta was like, oh
yeah.
Relic Vault on 2. Yes, please.
Good card.
Yeah. So this was kind of going to be my argument.
Oh.
You know, a good Demon Hunter hand wants to play this on 2 anyway, right? But I suppose... So my argument was going to be, just do the big thing on turn 1, so you pressure them playing Relic Vault the most, right? You punish them for it by hitting them harder. But you're playing an egg, right? Yeah, the egg gets buffed. It's not actually that much additional pressure, I suppose. So
Right.
by doing it this way, Tansoku has ensured that the curve is at the very least smooth. He knows he has something to do on turn 2. He knows he has something to do on turn 3. As it happens, the draw of the additional 1-drop was the absolute nuts in that situation, and that's made the curve very,
Well,
very nice indeed.
Yeah, this is ticking every single box at this point, right? So like now there's
Yep.
like triple minion pressure. Also, one of the reborn minions buffs the other minion, so suddenly the Relic of Extinction doesn't necessarily feel super strong. It does look like Bannerface is gonna proc the location and really try and go here. Does hit the 3-1 with the 1, so it's not too terrible.
Good start. Yeah, it means
Yeah,
a 2 will
yeah,
clear up the egg cleanly as well.
Still,
Now
it's
it
weird.
does have a second relic.
Imagine just procking the location, double Relic of Extinctions, and the board looks the same. You'd be like, hang on a minute, I want a refund on this. Nothing's
So now
changed.
you can... What, you can Hero Power Egg and then Extinction again? Your Extinction's only doing 3 though, so it isn't going to clear the 5 full.
Did you hear about the 2-1?
You can Hero Power the 2-1 instead, yeah. I feel like you do Extinction this turn,
Yeah,
though.
yeah, I thought so.
Because I guess you could play on 5. Currently your hand has nothing to do on 5, but ideally you're hoping to play Fella in and have 2 Outcast cards that are playable next turn, right? That's your plan on 4.
Or is the plan like Arcanist Extinction this turn?
No, it's never going to be Arcanist Extinction this turn, I don't think. I think if it's being held for the Vault waking up next turn instead.
I guess. I was just meaning because it's only on 3, right? So
Yes.
it could kill the egg and then
I
do 3
grow
damage to the bird, that the bird
impatient.
hits you for 5 anyway.
True.
I mean, it's tricky though, because now the other Reborn going on the 3-drop is huge.
It's just believe in the security, right? Yeah. You have to. Okay, close enough.
Yep, that'll do.
2 playables is 2 playables. Obviously, security was significantly better than anything else in that position, but close enough. They'll have to do. You can also now hold this turn.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah, I
even a
like
hold,
this.
'cause if you proc the egg, sure, it's procced, but you can proc that probably next turn.
Exactly.
And instead, you're
yeah.
just making a big bird for no reason.
And all you're doing as well is encouraging Batman, right? If you actually killed some of their undead this turn, then it just gives them a better Basilev on curve where they can just slam it down and go away with it.
Now, like, the weird situation now where, because Tonsoku's hand was weirdly so good, this coin's just sat there. Like, okay.
Yeah, the coin is going to be 2 4/3s next turn, though,
It
so that's
is,
quite
it is,
exciting.
yeah. And that's why it's been held, right? Obviously, that's
Yeah.
why it wasn't like hero power coin weapon, which could be more optimized in some worlds.
Yeah, The other line that we were talking about as well, again, it depends on what the draws were. If you went coin Undying Allies double 1-on-1, the other danger that you then get into based on your top decks is that you are then playing Haunting Nightmare with an empty hand on 3 with the second Undying Allies, right, in a lot of situations, which could certainly limit what's going on with those 2 extra 4/3s, but certainly aggressive at the very least. Really? No mana being retained for a Rowdy fan on this turn. We're just going Blood Mage 4 shots, which will clear this up entirely. Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, play the stuff, clear as much as possible, and then hope that Unleash Fell's drawn off the top, right?
Yep. Then can 1/1 into the remaining 4/1 that comes back off the Reborn.
Randomize knows there's, pretty much exactly what's in hand apart from this top deck, right? So
that's Fizzle from the Mind Eater, I'm assuming, just from the bottom half of the card that we can see right now. Oh, clear board, 1 HP! Silvermoon Arcanist, Unleash Fell in hand! Oh, that was the draw! Oh, the Shadow Word Undeath off the top was the best draw by some significant distance, I think, apart from, the Dredge guy, which would have been immediately lethal? No, it wouldn't, right? No, it still would, because the hero power costs 0. Yeah.
Still has to do it though, right?
I grow impatient.
The only... no. I was going to say,
But now you're committing this, and now you know the Haunting Nightmares are coming back down, right? Like, this is such a horrible order to have to do this in.
School Teacher into Unleash Fell. Easy.
Yeah, School Teacher. You do have School Teacher Predation, so you can clear up some fairly large boards from this position.
Is that pass again?
It's just pass again!
This is where the Rowdy fan needs to come down on the Arcanist and be like, right, aggro spell damage. Oof.
I-beam, none of those are I-beam.
No, nothing. Wow. Really well played from Tonsoku there. Obviously the opening was super strong, but just a clean end to the game.
How much is it actually? 5, 10, 16 this turn? Yeah, 16 this turn. Not close.
There you go.
Yep.
And again, I don't think what Tonsoku did at the end of that game was rocket science or anything, but it was clean, right? It was just not giving Banterface any way to basically Reno up to full, more or less, or like even like 15-ish would have felt like full from where Tonsoku was sat. So really well played there, chipping away with those hero powers and showing some level of restraint to get the win there. And Tonsoku suddenly leading the way in the series somehow.
Yeah, a good lesson in how to exploit and abuse kind of what linearity Relic Demon Hunter does have, right? It's not a linear deck by any means. It's incredibly complex and branching and flexible, and most games are different than the one you played before with Relic Demon Hunter in general. However, the one thing that is very linear is they really want to Reno by you having 4 or 5 minions on board at some point during the game, right? They really want to do that. And Tansoku now twice with the Frost DK and with the Shadow Priest has played around that super nicely. This one, I will say, was kind of handed to him a little bit more because of the draw of the Shadow Word Undeath off the top, right? Otherwise, he would have had to have at least thought about full committing onto the board with 4/3s. However, the one with the Frost DK, I think, very, very deliberately and carefully was played out in the manner where his hand was emptied of all small minions by turn 5 and not turn 6. So clearly Tansoku has done the homework. And again, maybe this is some of what people were fearing, right? When people said Relic DH is not what it's cracked up to be. When you play this with the top 16 players in the world, we're better at exploiting the weaknesses of Relic Demon Hunter than other people are, and that's why we've seen more and more people leaning towards Outcast Demon Hunter in general, as well as, of course, general holistic matchup concerns in terms of what you're building your lineup to do in Conquest, what you're trying to target, that kind of thing. Because, for example, if you're trying to beat Druid, Outcast Demon Hunter is on one side of that coin, and Relic Demon Hunter is very much on the other in terms of the Druid matchup in general. So certainly lineup concerns will be the biggest factor, but it is going to be really interesting to me as this tournament pans out exactly how the win rate of Outcast Demon Hunter versus Relic Demon Hunter is going to pan out.
Yeah, and here we go, diving into the next game, and we are going to get hold of this Rogue here for Tonsoku, the last deck he has to win this matchup. And again, as I mentioned Rogue earlier, but what do you feel about, let's just call it Miracle Rogue for now, Sol? What do you feel about how it sits in the meta? Is it like the 4th deck? Is it the 3rd? Where are you in? Okay. Well, if you're going to do that, sure.
Oh, belt on 2, location on 3, draw 4, in hand off the belt. This is going to be a rough game for Banter. But to answer your question, yeah, it kind of feels like almost since Sinstone Graveyard was released, ever since the play lots of cards in one turn and be rewarded for it kind of package for Rogue appeared, that every meta has to some extent been a Miracle Rogue waiting room, right? It's just like people play with the new cards, people find some new decks, and the good players are sat there going, okay, this is fun and everything, but when do we tell people that actually the best deck is still Miracle Rogue? And just go back to that. And I don't necessarily think that's where we are with this expansion, but I do still think that Miracle Rogue is very, very, very strong. This matchup in particular, though, has got a little bit awkward because of the lack of mailbox dancers, your Drakkars are significantly smaller than they used to be. You can still get big ghosts in general because you can preload a location, right, and then do what Tansoku is doing now. Drakkar has to be played in that turn when you do it, so without mailbox dancer, it's hard to make massive weapons. Massive minions, Banterface on Relic Hunter is much better at dealing with than they are just a 14 attack weapon hitting them in the face over time, right? So this matchup has got a little bit better for the Demon Hunter, but this has never historically been a good matchup for the Relic Demon Hunter.
And even to drill down the Drakkar point, like, Tonsoku's not even running it in
exactly.
this list, right? So, like, it's that's sort of the problem that you can run into without those mailbox dancers now. So we'll have to see how this one goes, though. Shadow Step kind of popping off to tidy some of this, and the location you spoke of might be coming into action very, very soon, so.
Yeah, and when I mentioned that large minions were something you could deal with, 11/11s on turn 4 when you don't have a Relic Vault in play. It's a little bit above and beyond what I was referring to.
Yeah. McBanter there with the correct visual response to this 11/11 is yikes. Does have... Is that going to cut it? Not really. Ugh. I was looking at even, like, Rowdy, right?
Just
Adds a
Rowdy fan
significant
into
portion
it.
of damage. Yeah. I mean... Huh? Is it just school teacher get the predation active and set something up next turn?
It could well be.
Because I do think Nargaling can really pull things out the bag with this deck. There are so many good cards you can hit.
Okay, that's not the end of the world. That's panned out.
Hear me out, Sol. Rowdy fan face. Let's go. Counter pressure. Ooh, okay,
Rowdy fan
for the
face.
trade.
Yeah, okay.
Just push the 5. Yeah, there was still plenty of juice for Tonsoku. And he'll just want to put himself in a position where this location's going to pop off once again next turn, right? If you can defend the ghost that's currently on board.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to basically do it again. Like...
Yeah, just looking at the outcome on the previous turn, obviously this way removed all the power immediately that it could have by going right twice. But it's now left Banter in a position where he needs to hit from the school teacher to even be able to clear the 11-6 this turn, right? Whereas if at least one of the shots from the extinction had hit the 11-6, he'd have a guaranteed predation clear on it this turn.
Yeah, look at the finished concoction there. 3 to face and kill off the 1 anyway. But yeah, I agree. This would have to be what? School teacher into Relic again? Or
It's
predation?
I-beam, coordinated strike. There's a few things it could be. Yeah. None of those, though, unfortunately.
Wow. And And again, I feel like we just, maybe didn't touch on this too much, but this is an elimination match.
It is.
We're sort of whipping through this tournament very quickly, but this is pretty much going to spell the end of McBanterface in the first championship of the year.
Security will not do it, just in case you don't have familiarity with the way Nagalings work. Nagalings do not proc outcast, so that will not summon the third rush minion to be able to do this third point of damage.
Pick me! Pick me!
Still not technically dead, right? Because he can do this and evasion the 2-2.
Technically dead?
Yeah.
No. Literally dead?
Actually, yes.
Yes.
Wow, huge win. You can see Tonsoku there just waiting, just knowing he's got the damage from hand. He's going to lock that in. He's going to win the series. Congratulations to Tonsoku. Then there's the pop-up. You love to see it. And there's the way from McBanterface, of course. We've been talking about how good McBanterface is as a player, and I have no doubt he'll be back for the next one. But for now, huge congratulations to Tonsoku. He moves on. Really well played match, honestly, from Tonsoku, I think. So, yes, a few things obviously went his way, but I think turn for turn, no issues on my end, at least.
Yeah, again, we talked about sample size, right? And I think step one, these players are here. If they're here, more so in this system than any other we've ever had,
Yes.
pretty much, right? Like, they deserve to be here because the sample size is monstrous, right? And the players that have been trying to compete to make this happen, you are an elite level Hearthstone player if you made it to this point. Once you get to this point, the sample size shrinks enormously, right? So on top of playing extremely well, you are going to have a few lucky moments to win a tournament like this. It's just the way that small, low sample brackets work in a card game. So the couple of moments that Tansoku had there, being able to make an 11-11 on turn 4, for example, drawing the Shadow Word Undeath, which was such a perfect draw in the situation he drew it, those are the kind of moments that you're going to need, but you are going to need to pair those with just playing incredibly solidly throughout all the preceding turns coming before that as well, which I think Tansoku absolutely did and was a deserved winner in that point. Heart bleeds, though, for Banter. Lorinda, I'm sure you're the same. Banter, good friend of yours as well.
Yeah, absolutely. For viewers of Banterface, of course, he's the one who's got to go through it. 3 more months. Got to do it all again, Sottle.
Yeah, no, that is very true. There's a long road ahead for most of these players. Obviously, the reward in a weird way for one of the players who wins this tournament is to say, okay, job done. I can relax and wait for the World Championship now and actually play Hearthstone for fun, unbelievably, if that's the thing that appeals to them. So I certainly think, back to the grind is a hard thing to get yourself into, and I'm sure Banter will be down about this for a couple of days. Not the only rough result Banter as an Arsenal fan has experienced this weekend as well, but I'm sure given time, he'll manage to get over both.
And Raven, you must be loving this. Everyone's just smacking each other in the face with Hearthstone cards. That's just you, isn't it, Raven?
I spoke about this when we started, right? Like, I was a bit worried about what this meta was going to look like tournament-wise, and then, of course, we saw the players of what they submitted. I was like, okay, I'm in. This is what I've signed up for. But I do think that, as we've seen just in this small selection of games we've seen on stream, it's not like, just mindlessly do stuff, right? Because if it was mindlessly do things, Tonsoku wouldn't have won. Right, I think there was a lot of well-planned, planned-out plays there in multiple games. So I do think just it's some people, I guess, someone has to control metas. All 3 of you out there, but if you think aggro or fast games means they're easier in any given way, not necessarily true. There's a lot more weight put on some of those earlier decisions, and we saw that play out pretty well in that series.
Well, I bring some tidings because the other matchup in the losers bracket is still going on. So I'm here to just tell you that you're going to cast some Wikyu versus Goyu, and I'm going to get out of here and leave you to it yet again.
Thank you very much.
You get up the you talk, I'll get up the deck lists.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we are getting to see a few more of these players, especially since we're dealing with lower bracket matchups now. So as we just saw with Banterface, loser of these matches will be exiting the tournament. So very fitting, I think, that we at least get to take another look at 2 players that we have not yet seen this tournament. Again, these players have put in 3+ months of grind to get to this tournament. I think the least we can do is put them on camera for a little bit. So happy to see that we are going to be diving into another matchup there.
Yeah, and we will be checking out a pretty interesting one. I'm not sure exactly what point in the series we're jumping in, because again, the players have, are playing the match, so we're just jumping in to just basically see more Hearthstone. It is going to be 1-1. I'm just not sure which decks are actually been used or banned or whatever, but look at the lineups overall, Sol. Goo has the Pirate Rogue in there, so that's unexpected at best. There is a Mage in there that hopefully we can talk more about, and I'm sure we will across this weekend. And also, there is a Druid on the other side with a Wii U as well. Wii U, sorry. So,
Wii U? Just jamming some Mario Party.
It's because the two names could so easily join together. So I was like, right, hang on a minute, who's who? But yeah, we are going to go into it. It is 1-1, and then we are going to see a Demon Hunter on the top. And we are going to see the Mage perfect on the bottom.
I tell you what we really need in Hearthstone, Raven. Bonus stars. That's what will really round it out, I think.
You know what we really need in Hearthstone? You can be winning all game, and then suddenly the game just decides, nope, we're going to give someone else the victory.
No, we do have that. That is, you are describing Hearthstone. That's what you just did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Mage was another one of the, I suppose, under the radar decks coming into this one. I know on ladder occasionally you'll queue into like Infinite Alibi, Freeze Mage with Light Show and whatever else as a win condition. That deck sucks. Let's just get that out of the way now. However, this more aggressive version that tops out at Deathborn, I do think there was a window for in this tournament. And I think a lot of people in particular have struggled a little bit with third decks and massively with fourth decks. And this aggro mage is one of the decks that really comes in as like, yeah, okay, it's just about there for the strategy I want to go for. Especially if you're Gyu and you're just saying straight aggro. That's my strat, you know, like outright aggro in general.
And I like it as well because the reach of this deck is like sometimes like old Freeze Mage style, if not more, right? Especially if you get Aegwin Rock like involved, you can just burst from so far away. It's actually kind of absurd. So we'll have to see how this one plays out, but there's going to be a lot of pressure coming up from the top there because this is the Outcast Demon Hunter. And I would say this is, if it wasn't for Outcast being a keyword, this would be called Miracle Demon Hunter if Outcast wasn't there, right? Because you can do almost infinite turns, it feels like sometimes.
Yeah, I was watching you. Oh my goodness, it was this morning. That feels like a week ago already. It was this morning. I was watching you stream playing this deck, and you did struggle at a couple of positions. There was something that people generally do when they're getting their first few reps of this deck under their belt, which is the second weapon not fatiguing you for like 15 after you've played it. It can be a real problem with how much card draw the deck can actually generate.
You're going to see Exile come down as well now, which is I don't want to say the backbone of the deck, but one of the most impactful cards that you can have on board with this Outcast Demon Hunter, because the amount of just extra cards you get that then get extra cards again for you, like that was part of kind of the infinite turns I was talking about, is truly ridiculous. But you then just being able to clear that up, just remove that. Okay, now I know, at least for now, my opponent's not basically going to create infinite cards.
I think the security is going to be a pretty clutch draw here for WeakQ. Otherwise, this was going to be basically a hard pass of a turn. I think a turn where you'd have to just shut your eyes and go, okay, fine, I guess I'm playing Halveria and crying this turn because you don't really have any other alternative that spends any kind of mana whatsoever. So I think this might just be a little bit of a saving grace. WeakQ, I think, is significantly behind the way this game stands right now, especially because Gyu has Deathborn in hand already, which is the checkmate card in this matchup a lot of the time. But that security is at least a draw that keeps him in it for a turn or two, because it will convert into a big chunk of damage here if WeakQ wants it to.
And not necessarily for this matchup, but one card I found I was really impressed with was, Volume Up, because that allows you to just play a potentially very late game plan if you really need to as well. So if it comes to it, Gyu does have plenty of juice left, but you are right. If you can just get Coin Deathborn out, for example, clear this up, make a wide board, there's a lot of work needs to be done to recover from that.
There is. And I think Deathborn will be the card chief in WeakQ's mind. because having drawn Wayward Sage here, it looks like the turn is pretty straightforward, but even if you are then going to, for example, just go straight face with all the minions that you have on board right now with the Halveria on board, and then trade the Halveria last, just to play around that skeleton death rattle killing one of the 1/1s, you've just made the perfect Deathborn board at that point, right? Like, no matter where the skeleton death rattles go.
When I was playing this, the problem you have as well sometimes is
Trades!
Oh, okay, I didn't expect this. I was going to say, you can wait too long for the perfect board with this deck, right? You can be too greedy. You can say, oh, hang on, this doesn't get me enough damage. And the more I played it, the more I like a play like this. I don't know whether the damage should have gone face or the trades were fine. But either way, I think cashing in this much damage, whichever way you do it, is okay. It's not winning you the game like you want it to, but it's worthwhile, because I've had games where I'm just sat with this in hand and I just never get the board I want from it, and then you just realize, well, I've just wasted turn after turn trying to create something crazy when something just decent would have done the job.
Yeah, it's very rough, right? This trade... So I think if you make the play I was talking about, right? You play the Halveria, you go face with everything, and you make one trade with the Halveria at the end. Obviously, that's the order that misses damage, but it's the order that protects your rush minions from being blown up by the skeletons. If you do that, no matter what, you're conceding the game to Coin Deathborn at that point, pretty much. The question, though, is the play you just made conceding the game to other Hearthstone cards? Which it kind of is, right? Like, I think the line that WeQ has taken has to draw a weapon now. I think if you have 2 weapons bottom 10 or bottom 15 or wherever from now, you're probably never winning this game.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I do think that also the second exile needs to make an appearance and do
also
things
true.
too.
Yeah,
just
that's fair.
because that can really open some doors, right, into what you can do, even if it's just like a couple of securities to refill the board again. Because unless there's a volume up into more Deathborns, Q's going to run out of them, right, at some point, and if you can just hold on through some healing, maybe, that's still doable. But Q's just doing what they can here to try and put some form of pressure. Does get a 5/5 down, and that is a reasonable card, not weak to Deathborn, of course, but can get cleaned up with just other stuff. Or honestly, you could just ignore it for a bit if they really wanted to.
Big fan of the ignore it for a bit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, look at the hand, it's just good, right?
Yeah, Slither Spear, Arcane, and Cold Case. Just gain 1 million from the Cold Case and the Spell Proc Armor as well. Just make a board, make a counter board on the other side of this. Okay, he's going to hold on to the Artificer. Does have that combo with Deathborn, of course, which does make a lot of sense to be able to hold on to for the long term as well.
Just going to hold and say, you know what? I'm over 30 health against this aggro deck. Yep. Great.
Okay, Rush the Stage does still draw 2 at this point, I think. Yep, second Walloper. And the Outsider.
The only thing Q's missing, maybe at this stage of the game, is a Frozen Touch or a keyboard, right? You know, just to actually start pressuring back as opposed to defending, which he's done very well of so far. But I think at this point now it'll be very much like, okay, once these 2 5/5s are gone, I'll start putting my foot down now.
By keyboard, you mean the Hearthstone card, right? And not just like he plays us some music? Because I know that would be a novelty for this stream, right?
No, I meant they've done a new thing. You used to only need a mouse to play Hearthstone.
Right,
but now
right.
you use the keyboard as well. It's the first time.
Yes, yeah. Playing Hearthstone with a Guitar Hero controller is the new meta.
Here comes the Artificer now, though.
Yeah, and they're going to coin the Deathborn, get the triple kill with the help of the Geyser as well.
I like this as well because something you learn pretty quickly with this deck is the Artificer's not there to gain 100 armor, right? It's there to just be a thing, and it gains you like 4 to 6 most of the time, and that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a 1-mana 1/2 that gave you 6 armor and then transformed into a 2/2 that dealt 2 damage,
exactly.
You'd play that card in every single deck.
Yeah. At first, a while ago, I was looking at these tabs list, I was like, why is the Artificer there? I'm like, oh, well, actually, it's just good. You know, it's just good enough, right? Nothing crazy, but just good. Now, I was going to say, is this going to be elemental into volume? Yeah. You'll love to see this with the finale. Oh, it's all over. It's all over.
Oh,
Pick the frozen
cards.
touch. Yeah,
All
there
of
you go.
them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's probably my favorite mage card since it's been released. Frozen touch.
Frozen touch. Okay.
Yeah, I just love it. It's just endless damage. And the amount of games you play where your opponent actually just like gives you lethal because they kill your minions that then infuses the frozen touch, and you're like, oh, thanks, yeah, no problem. Right.
This is smart, by the way. Like, WeQ's lost this game. I'm not here to pretend that WeQ hasn't lost this game, but he's still playing to his outs. He could have played a Sage there and played those predations for 0, and I think a lot of people might have just autopiloted doing that, got a 2-2 on the board. But why? Why would you ever do that? Instead, this way, he's actually holding on to a Wayward Sage for a situation where it can be relevant, like drawing the weapon, for example, and then having the Outcast in hand to be able to draw. But even then, you're trying to live in the weird, twisted world where you're actually surviving for 2 turns to be able to do that, right? Which you're absolutely not. But the point I'm making is, even in a world where WeQ's dead, we all agree that WeQ's dead, he's still focusing on actually making the correct play to try and find whatever slim out you can possibly find at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. There's no reason to jump out too early and just play the game, right? Do what you can, but either way, Mage gonna get what looked to me sort of a very comfortable win there, and I think it's important. We mentioned earlier the Pocket Train took a very smooth win in their first match of the day. Also running a very similar list. I'm not sure if it's card for card, but also running this Mage. And the more I played this, the more I was like, you know what? If I was taking this approach, I wanted aggro decks. I think the Mage would make it. You know, if I could have tested every deck everyone submitted, I think I'd end up with Mage on my lineup. I like it a lot.
Yeah, Raven always on the quest for the quad aggro lineup if he can find it whatsoever. But yeah, already picking up a win with Mage. Again, no real confirmation of what the other decks that have won yet up until this point. I am curious as to whether we're going to see this Rogue from you. You called it Pirate Rogue. I object to that name. This is Weapon Rogue. It just plays Pirates because you need to play Pirates in order to make the weapon big. I don't think this deck ever wins by playing a whole bunch of Pirates and hitting you with them. It wins by making massive weapons.
I said Pirate Rogue because Donkey calls it Pirate Rogue, so I'll
well,
just
then...
forward any complaints to Donkey, please.
I will indeed.
I am checking out though because you can't see, I guess, what was done, but I can maybe see what was played out so far. Looks like Druid took a win.
Okay.
And then... Let me see, what was the first one? And Death Knight beat Druid in game 1. So Q's Death Knight beat Druid. And then the Druid won game 2. And then we've just seen game 3 with the Mage. Is that...
I mean, I believe you, but it currently says the Death Knight is banned below, which doesn't make any sense.
This ends now.
Wait, whose Death Knight was banned?
What?
Gives.
Okay, I have
anyway.
the opposite way round, but who cares? Let's see what's going on as we get into the next game. Either way,
Yes.
it's going to be Rogue versus Death Knight. Demon Hunter.
More importantly, we have hit the deck that I wanted to talk about. So yes, here we are with Weapon Rogue. You can see, like, yes, there is a stack of pirates in this deck, right? But honestly, the primary function of why pirates exist in this deck is the lower half of the text on Swordfish. That's it. They serve no other purpose in the deck.
But they do serve a purpose.
Yes. So you have heard of me.
Exactly. Keep is you going to be looking at here? It's just one weapon going on here. Is this what do you make of Mic Drop? Have you looked at the card that much? Do you have any strong opinions on the card in this deck? Because it's card draw in an aggro deck, which is normally pretty good.
Yeah, it's card draw buff your weapon in a buff your weapon deck. It's kind of exactly what you want, and this is basically the dream curve overall. The problem that you're going to run into here for you, like, say this was against Relic Demon Hunter. Coin weapon into Mic Drop is the easiest snap keep I've ever seen in my life, right? Because you don't particularly have to worry about their board for turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 most of the time. Against Relic Demon Hunter, you just want to make a big weapon and hit them with it over and over again and play as few minions as possible. This is Outcast Demon Hunter, so you have the opposite problem. where you're going to make one big weapon, they're going to make infinite minions and hit you with them. So going coin weapon into buff your weapon is probably going to be too slow in general. However, I don't think the deck really has another strength to play towards in order to be able to counteract that specifically. You do have Fan of Knives in the deck, which can be your go-to card for actually being able to scam a win against the Demon Hunter a lot of the time. But in general, you are just going to find yourself behind on board in terms of minions and just trying to race as effectively as you can.
What did you think of the Corsair that turn? Because I think there was an option to just hold on to it, right? Because yes, it soaks the 3/1/1s fine, but it could potentially just do that next turn anyway, but with other minion backup. Like, do you think it was worth holding on to, or do you think you like the dropping it there?
I like playing it. I think if the best case scenario happens and this 3/3 eats these 3/1/1s, like, you will do a backflip in Joy. Like, that would be insanely
or
good
you'll
for
try.
him at this point. Yes, I'm not sure whether his athletic capabilities will allow that or not, but he will certainly have the inclination to try and do a backflip in Joy. But yeah, this is the counter argument, right? As to whether looking for Jolly Roger, Fan of Knives, whether that was ever worth looking for in the mulligan for this kind of situation.
Yeah.
I personally would argue no, and I think the way that Yu has gone about it is very, very good, because now you can even see, because the start has been a little bit slow again from Weak Yu, and I hesitate to call Xeno Predation slow, but it's not, 3 or 4 more minions on the next turn. That means that Yu has actually been able to use the weapon for a little bit of board control and is now winning on board, thanks to that Fillet Fighter as well.
Yeah, weapon coming out now, though, is going to be pretty good. Just going to get some juice there. If we can get some Outcast played, which will be doable very, very soon indeed. It's going to go back to Yu now.
Yeah, really important which pirate you point this at.
You weren't being sarcastic then, right?
No, it wasn't. It
Okay,
genuinely was important.
You always sound sarcastic, and I was like, I don't know why you're being sarcastic, so it is important, because one's undead as well.
One's an undead pirate, yes.
Yeah.
And you very specifically just wanted to see pirates there, I think. I imagine there is an argument in some worlds that you want to go fishing for a specific undead instead, but
Oh, sure,
not
sure.
in this spot. No.
I guess the point is, it matters which one you choose, right? Yep. One way or the other. Still, though, not looking too bad. Can trade off this 1/1, which I do like. I think the 1/2 can easily make the trade there.
Choose soon.
I wonder, like, is this just locking the Eviscerate here or something? I guess that can probably be done next turn with Mic Drop, worst case.
So if
thinking,
you
you
trade
just have
in,
a lot of
yes.
time, right?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the counting here was how much this mattered in terms of shooting the 1/1 with the 2/2 and then going face with the Swashbuckler instead. That deals 1 less damage, but you have 1 extra health on one of your minions. But I think Yu appreciates that he needs to be looking for a 2-turn lethal setup here. So even without using the Mic Drop, which again, remember, was kept in the mulligan and has now gone basically unused on that giant weapon that came down, whether he can try and find some sort of 2-turn lethal setup. And now I think with the I-Beam having been used, he's going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, that's what, 3 cards you've drawn?
Fierce Outsider, very, very clutch. No damage though, no direct damage in hand means there is now a window. A very, very significant one at that. It's just got to be weapon Mic Drop, right?
Yeah,
There's just no other play.
And it's just too much damage to pass up, because you know you can't lethal them this turn, right? So you may as well start stacking the damage next turn as well.
Yep.
Of course, have to make a trade. There's too many little things that could go wrong, I think.
Yeah, there are situations where, against Outcast Demon Hunter specifically, you would trade individual minions off the board here, because that reduces the amount of attacks your opponent can make to buff rush minions. That is completely irrelevant in this situation, because 1, they have nothing that will be able to attack face with you afterwards,
right.
And 2, you're at 4. So if anything is able to attack you in the face, you're dying.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out now. it's only like Darkraven, right? Because the weapon dead anyway. Doesn't matter if Glaivetar's drawn. That's just dead. Is it only Darkraven with like something else to rush? Because I'm thinking, is Gu thinking, can I push this 2-phase?
Oh, in terms of leaving the 2/2 up?
Yeah.
Dark Raven is one of the few punishes for that,
Yeah. Because it's something, again, because it's such a tight game, it's something to think about, right? And I'm sure that's what Gu was sort of thinking about and counting up there. Because if you can push an extra 2 and then just say, well, I'm dead to the same things whether I push 2 or not, you take that 2 extra damage.
Yeah, I think the fear then also just becomes... I guess you give additional outs for like Wayward Sage into generated 3 damage, right? Like that kind of stuff as well.
Oh, I
which can
guess
happen.
so. True.
Yeah.
The damage stacks up so quick from that.
Yes, it does. Oh, Dread Corsair's huge! Dread Corsair is such a big deal because of the remaining direct damage. There's, what, 1 Predation, but then there's Dispose of Evidence and the second Glaivetar. Those are the things that are dealing damage from off-board.
So, is this like Jolly, Avis, Corsair?
Oh.
Yeah, I know, I don't like it, so I'm just asking if that's the case. Because it's all that fits, right? Because you don't want to play Corsair and leave a minion up because you're dead to the same stuff. You're dead to less. Oh, sorry, more stuff.
Yep.
There be no treasure.
Alright, look away, Zol.
Under.
8.
Hey, look, when it comes to the Spring Championships, you do what it takes. This is a real look-away moment, but it is absolutely what's necessary.
Think about holding the swing. Gives more mana next turn, like more wiggle room, right? Yep, okay.
Oh! No!
Wow!
How is this close? Oh! It's the hard pass.
You can tell how demoralized he is because he didn't even press the Demon Hunter Hero Power button. Now, I'm not sure.
Courier comes down, which means Yu is going to be able to get a lethal setup here. And this is what the weapon hold was about, right? Now you're very confident that you can just get enough power in play by drawing the extra pirate to comfortably set up a 2-turn lethal.
Well, suddenly, is there a card that does anything now?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I guess there's 100 cards because it's Exile, right?
It's Wretched Exile.
Oh, here we go.
It's Wretched Exile, Raven.
Okay, 5 mana and a dream.
Spectral Sight is not it. There's only 3 mana left. Glaivetar cannot be played anymore. Thelerin cannot be played anymore.
Mysterious middle card? Studies.
Studies? Okay.
So this comes down anyway because it reduces the studies, right?
It reduces the studies.
And generates a card.
Yeah, and if you are looking for I-Beam, let's say, it wouldn't reduce the I-Beam anyway.
Yes.
So it's better to do it in this order.
Okay. Does this pay 1 mana to reduce 1 mana? But it,
Correct.
again, does generate a card. But like you said, the I-Beam is the slap in the face of this play.
Yeah, the card from the studies is pretty much now going to be free by playing this first and then playing the studies. But it's like exclusively I-Beam at this point, right? It doesn't matter.
Yep,
so you do it this way around. Yeah, I like this. And then do you have enough to clear up? You do, right?
5, 6, the
Yep,
6 with
yep,
dagger.
yep. Abyss. There's one Abyss left in the deck, right? There was an Abyss.
Oh.
The second Abyss was a Door of Shadows. Not a Door of Shadows, a Shadow of Demise.
He got another I-Beam.
Yep.
So many options.
Infuse doesn't matter because you actually can't kill any of the cards off, so... Start as you mean to go on, draw a card, fan.
Oh, that's not it!
Okay. There's another draw there.
That's one off.
Is that one off? Yeah, I was
It's
just going.
one
What? Oh my god. At least Q has good trades if he needs them, right?
Too soon.
See, value trades the whole board away. The draw. What pirates? Both Corsairs have been playing.
Swashbuckler. Okay.
Oh, he has Moonbeam. Okay, well, again, just setting up lethal. There's an I-beam. There's no exile anymore. There is a little bit more heal.
Moonbeam's actually kind of nuts, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my god. Would you like more cards? Exile?
How is no one dying? Why is everyone still alive? What's happening, Raven?
They're both being so flashy, but not getting anything done.
Where are the cards that say damage on them?
Yeah. It's like having a meeting where people just talk about buzzwords all the time. And nothing's actually
This
getting
whole
done.
game could have been an email.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's getting done. Oh my god. It's just... How many security people did we hire? It's endless. More card draw.
Finally!
Okay. Yeah,
Finally
okay.
a Gannard!
Weirdly enough, obviously the board clear very important, but the other I-beam was so big, right? Because 13 now feels so far away.
Four, 7, 8, 9, right? Harmonic Hip Hop is deal 1 damage and then buff the weapon, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Yep.
Oh,
Oh! What a brutal game. Those I-beams actually coming in super, super clutch. Raven was just talking about them, but then with the Harmonic Hip Hop draw, so that's 1 damage and buff the weapon. The weapon itself could have found the pirate, then you had Moonbeam in hand for another 2 damage as well. So those generated I-beams actually were crucial for stabilizing the health total for WeQ there at the end, which was absolutely crazy. Unbelievable that both of those players just essentially found themselves hanging around on single-digit health with the other insanely damaging aggro deck just being unable to get over the line against it. Just a game of digging for outs in various methods. I think agency and control, right, as to how to look for the outs, what sequence to play things in, dig from the deck, dredge, so on and so forth. Whereas WeQ was just Wayward Sage and just playing cards, trying to find a way to get out of it. It just was not coming in the end. I did like that really nice moment of sequencing at the end. Just caught it just as he was doing it, where I said, well, hang on. You're looking for exactly I-beam here, right? So playing the outsider before the I-beam doesn't actually ever achieve anything, because the games where you win, you're discovering I-beam here. So it's this moment exactly there.
Yes.
I-beam comes down and the Fierce Outsider is still in hand, which means that Fierce Outsider can then potentially come down the next turn and continue to be a mana discount and save you a mana on the following turn, which I think is a very nice moment of recognition under pressure there for WeQ. But still, 2-2, game 5. Raven, it's all on the line. If it's as intense as that game, then we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it is. And I think what's the craziest thing was, it's not like, because we've seen this, I mean, we've cast long enough to see it all, but we've seen it where both players are just top decking and they're drawing like, oh, it's just a 4-4, or, you know, it just doesn't impact the win of the game. But this was, both players were doing loads of stuff, right? They were drawing cards, they were generating cards, but just none of them were quite getting there. It was such a tense ending to that one. So like you said, it does mean that it's just going to be one deck left for each player, so let's get right into it. It's going to be the pirate weapon, swordfish rogue on the bottom there for Q, going up against the priest now for WeQ.
Double Jolly Roger Star is absolutely huge, though, in what will be a battle for the board in the early game. Like I said, this is one of those matchups where the Pirates are going to come into play. And honestly, you know, as much as I stand by my words, with the makeup of the tournament, with all the aggro mages and aggro priests and other matchups that you are going to play, you probably will have to be playing for board quite often with this deck. The matchups I think you want to play are the ones where you just make a massive weapon and go face with it. But I think Gyu here will be delighted to see double Jolly Roger in there if he can.
6 feet under.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much more. You just need stuff to stick against Priest, and then you can feel quite good about the follow-up here. Wikyu's hand is not too bad either. Easy invincible.
Ah, some cards. Yeah.
For a second, I thought they picked the Ghoul then. I was like,
It did
what?
look like it was
yeah.
a Ghoul pick,
I
didn't
was
it?
like,
Yeah.
this is the easiest Mind Eater ever.
Some
I'm
people just
prioritising.
have the infectious Ghoul gene, you know? Like, they just have to play that card.
I had enough of that in Worlds, okay.
Raise me, hearties, me hearties.
It's gonna be so nice. Again, Priest does have access to AoE, but it's a little bit in the future for now for Wikyu, so Gyu's going to be able to put on a ton of pressure here. So let's just swash there as well.
Always makes me happy to see Priest steal cards from the opponent and them just be completely unplayable. It's what we call justice in the business. Yeah, that one looks a little bit better on this side of the board. Where are the attacks going is the big question here, though, I think. Most efficient thing you can do would be to send your face into the 3 attack minion, but then you are taking 3, which I'm sure is going to be a fear in this matchup. We saw already in these aggro-based matchups just how important those health totals can be going into the late game.
Yeah, it's so tricky. It's such a difficult decision because the Priest can either have like a bit more of a bursty style hand or a board focused hand, right? And if only you could know which one they have, because it would dramatically impact where this weapon goes. It's gonna just preemptively hit the 1-1, hit the double trade on the one. I'm ready for these swashbucklers to cause havoc though.
Wiki's got to think about how long this game is going as well, and whether, you know, using Dissonant Hip Hop in that form as the more usable of the two is actually worth doing at some point over the course of the game. Obviously not here because the Batman turn was just so strong. But he's got to decide, I think, whether that card is just going to sit there and never be played, or whether he actually needs to try and get some value out of it over the course of the game.
You here really trying to just plan out what the future looks like with this hand, because it's tricky. Again, it not quite the same, but it reminds me of, like, you know, Weapon Rogue without the weapon, right? Because the weapon would unlock so much of this hand, and it's just not there. Spending 2 mana again on Dagger, yes, there's the deadly poison that can really help out, but it still doesn't feel great.
It doesn't, no. It might just be burglar time. I think you are going to need something just a little bit extra to get yourself out of this position. No.
Yeah, that is bad, for want of a better word.
No, I don't think you're wanting a better word at all, Raven. I think that's exactly the right word.
Okay, not necessarily better, but if you wanted a more creative word, maybe go there. But bad pretty much sums it up.
I mean, if he just has the best possible draw in his deck for the next 3 turns, playing that on 8 might actually be quite useful.
I'm ready for it. You know what? I've changed my mind. Best possible outcome.
Yeah.
Look at all these Mind Eaters, though. Like, You just have like limited cards for pretty much the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think that answers the hip-hop question, right? Is I don't think there's any real need to get that card played at any point because he has so much value remaining with the Mind Eaters that he's always going to have things to do. And even using your opponent's deck specifically, Dissonant Hip-Hop is still going to be one of the weaker cards that you can possibly get out of their deck. And you may have noticed, those aren't pirates.
Having a quick check. One is some knives. One's an orc, one's a goblin. None of them are pirates, yeah? Right.
Well, one is the act of dropping a microphone. It's not actually anything, is it? Very nebulous concept.
Look, I'm saying what I see, Sol. That's all I can do.
Fine.
So is this just going to be just throw stuff down here? There's Deadly Poison with Corsair and Swashbuckler. Maybe not necessarily in that order, but...
Choose soon.
The weird part as well is we're still in the phase of this matchup where both players are sort of juggling for just control the actual board. Like, okay, maybe until now. Because neither player's actually managed to push a lot of damage. So it's not like one of them can say, you know what, I'm going for it all in and just start pressuring.
I actually really like that option from Gyu. I think as much as I was talking about whether WeQ is going to use Dissonant Hip-Hop, I think Gyu specifically wants to use Harmonic Hip-Hop to win the game, right? Like, it would be much better for him if he was starting with a 4 base attack weapon, don't get me wrong. But in the position that he's in, I think big weapon go face with minions is going to be the best he can get. So in order to do that, he kind of just has to jam it that turn while it's in that form. Even though just, you know, straight up efficiency per mana wise, the Deadly Poison Swashbuckler play was better. I think that card just had to get played in that form before it flipped the next turn to be able to go.
Triple Mind Eater. It's like it's starting to just overwhelm Gyu just a little bit right now. Unless the Swashbuckler's got something magical in the pocket. Nope.
Multi-strike!
I mean, whack that and the Deadly Poison on, go face, hope for the best. Is there any other option? Because I don't see it.
It's... You go Deadly Fillet Fighter Mic Drop, right? I think, instead. The multi-strike doesn't actually achieve that much.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking of spending mana, honestly, but yeah, I didn't really think about the mic drop.
There's 14 coming back the other way, so you're dead to 5, but there's no way to not be dead to 5. I guess if you're using the Fillet Fighter, you can just shoot the 3-1, and then you are alive to most things.
You still mic drop, right? So
you still mic drop,
looks
yeah.
fine, yeah. Looks good.
Oh, okay. That's a big draw.
Oh, and Abyss, and Abyss. Hello?
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 Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Yes, Eviscerate, it was. Exactly you.
Who would have thought? You're right here. Well, this is huge now. Suddenly, WeQ's just dead.
Just dead?
Yeah, it's not really. Again, just like the bad thing, there's not really any other good ways to phrase this.
He's deceased. He stopped living. He is an ex-priest.
Multi-strike easily going to be available to proc the Eviscerate. Yeah, look at Gyu just already locking it in.
Is he Eviscing first? Okay.
Oh, no,
I thought he
okay.
Eviscerated first just for the sake of it. I was like, come on. Come on. Wow, the sigh of relief. The 2 cards from the mic drop specifically. Dread Corsair for additional security, so you had basically no hope, no fear of dying on the following turn. Fillet Fighter down the 3-1, put the 3-3 taunt in the way, tanking a decent amount of damage at that point. And then the Eviscerate for that extra security. Once again, made a liar out of me. I said if you got the best draw into the best draw into the best draw, playing Tidal Revenant on 8 might just end up winning you the game. And I think there were moments where you saw you counting that, right? You saw him going over his cards, okay, this on 6, this on 7, Revenant on 8, maybe I get there. But finding that Abyss off the mic drop just meant that it ended on 7. Tidal Revenant did not come into play at all. Massive swing in the end, and I think huge relief for Q as well, because I don't think that's really the matchup he was looking for against other aggro decks with the lineup that he'd gone for.
Yeah, and I think just in time as well, because the the weapon I was talking earlier on, without the weapon, he was paying 2 mana for a dagger and wasn't achieving anything, but just picking up the weapon just in time, and we can see almost exactly just in time to get enough swings in to make it work and get the damage there. And again, very similar to the weapon rogues of past, being able to just, if you can just make it in time, the damage stacks so quickly that you run away with it. But welcome back, Lorinda. What do you think of that match?
That was incredible. Every minute of that, I had no idea who was going to win, which made prepping for this part quite difficult. But as a bigger picture fan, as a Pheno fan, this is really bad news for Banterface as well as Wiku. The bigger picture is those two are both tied on 21 points for this year. Gamer RVG's long way back on 18 already. So now Banterface and Wiku have both been knocked out. And there's only one America's spot for the World Championship. So they're going to be fighting each other. They both wanted each other to win this tournament so they could just freewheel for the rest of the year. They've got to go for every single point. They are looking for rank 1 finishers now to fight each other out of this. And on top of all the obvious stuff that's going with this tournament, that America's region spot, which is close to my heart, is, we're going to have an America's World Champion this year. Excuse me?
Exactly.
That was dismissive.
Chuckle is the answer to that.
Yeah, why did I try this with Raven and Sottle in the room? I don't know. But yeah,
I was going to say,
Banterface and Wiku.
after a point, after 8 years of just presenting you facts and data and Europe just winning more by a lot, and you continuing to argue it, we've reached the point where I'm just going to roll my eyes and dismiss it. It's just not worth challenging anymore.
So which European's going to win then, Sottle?
Which European's going to win Worlds?
The Worlds, this tournament, both? I mean, the winner of this tournament, let's say, because then the winner of this tournament's the advantage, right?
The answer is pocket train to all questions, so it didn't really matter, I suppose, what clarification.
He learned his modesty from you, I hear.
Yes, yeah, very much so, yeah.
But that round is in the books, and we are going to try and get a winners match after this one before we go into the final round of games, where we're going to try, I believe, and show every elimination match, which is good. Which means I think we'll see all but 2 players eliminated from the tournament during the course of this event. That's a big increase. So we are going to go to break now and get that all set up for you. So we'll be back in just a moment with people starting to get into day 2, which is what we all came to see.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with our next setup of matches here. I'm Raven, and joining me, of course, is TJ and Adelweiss. Going to be bringing you some of the more matchups here. TJ, we have Requiem versus Levitt coming up in this winners match. You seem shocked, you seem surprised, you seem happy. I'm not sure what those emotions are on your face, but how are you feeling about this matchup?
All of the above emotions. Also, like, still, I'm so close. Like, I feel so far away, but I'm also
Really
so
cozy.
close at the same time. I know we're very close, button heads. But yeah, no, this one should be a good one.
Side by side.
I know it's. Oh, I can't move a little bit. I'm gone. I just lean back and I'm gone.
I feel like we're on some sort of set of like Guess Who. Don't know if you guys have that game over on your end of town, but yeah, the one where you flick down the little pictures of people when you ask questions to describe them. I feel like that's what we're about to set up as. But getting back to the point, as you do like to derail a couple of times in TJ, Levitt versus Requiem in this winners matchup. Did you expect these two players to go through into winners, and who do you expect to do well here?
Oh yeah, I expected this. Both players an insane amount of experience. Levick was probably the breakout star of the official competitive system for 2022, I would say. And then Requiem's been grinding for a while, and it's been cool to follow Requiem's journey to qualification over the course of the beginning of this year, because you can follow along with him when he streams. So I'm excited to see this one.
And Adelweiss, now we've had a few matches done on stream, and you can see what the players have brought here. Are you expecting anything crazy? Is there any particular deck from any of these players that's a highlight for you that you're going to keep an eye on? Is there one player that's got a step above the other, maybe?
Well, I was sad to see Tansoku and Banterface have to face off against each other. Tansoku taking the win there. I think the most interesting deck brought is Gyu's Weapon Rogue. The one different rogue being Weapon instead of Miracle, and I didn't think it had much of a shot against the aggro decks on the opposing side there. I think it is mostly there to face Relic Demon Hunters, so we'll see how it is able to match up against the remaining people in this event, but I'm very excited that it managed to sneak through.
Yeah, and TJ, when we've been looking at bans, I personally was going into this tournament just assuming Death Knight was going to be mass banned. We've seen a couple of Frost DKs out so far. Do you think that's been the correct decision from players that have been leaving, say, DK up for a matchup, or do you think Frost DK is too dangerous?
It's lineup dependent, right? I mean, obviously, Frost Death Knight was on everybody's radar coming into the event. Whether it's a deck that's going to be brought by them or whether they're going to have to face it from their opponents, just because it's strong at basically every level of play. So I'm sure that the players are leaving it up in their testing or in their strategy for building their lineups. Figured that they would have an answer for it. And then, I think the big surprise to everybody is Blood Death Knight, and maybe its lack of presence in the metagame. Because everybody it's the number one deck to complain about right now, right? It is the Blood Death Knight. Maybe that'll change after the weekend as meta starts to shift. Still very new, but only two players brought it. One of them's already eliminated, and then the other one we're going to be seeing in this matchup. So.
Yeah, and good news as well, Advice. How are you feeling about Druid? Some of the players that have been bringing that, because Druid felt like it was going to be brought, but then we've seen it's been generally, you would say, targeted. Like, do you think Druid players can get the work done?
The Druid that I expected to perform the best against the aggressive decks people have brought was Surrenders, and Surrender is now eliminated from the event. Oh. So I think some of these Druids may end up struggling against these aggressive decks. There is a lot of armor to be had, but you do have to spend your early turns ramping, and without Scale of Onyxia, that ability to deal with early wide boards is not really there.
And I've heard, as we're just taking a look at the Miracle Rogue list from Requiem, what do you guys make of Draka? Because I've seen people on Twitter discuss it like, yeah, you never put Draka in the deck. And we've seen some people bring Miracle Rogue with and some people without. I don't know if either of you two here, I'll pitch this one to both of you as to whether you have been played much of Rogue, whether you are a fan of Draka or not in the current meta.
I think it's tough to run 2 5-mana cards, and it seems everyone's brought Azara. I don't think there's anyone who brought Draka instead of Azara, and that can just be a little challenging for a deck that wants to be filled with inexpensive cards. So we'll have to see how the Draka Bringers perform versus the non, but it does give you a little bit of an edge in certain matchups, something like a Relic Demon Hunter, where you can have this off-board damage that you can just keep swinging without giving them minions to heal off of.
Yeah, what do you think, TJ? I know you've played, or you have played a decent chunk of Miracle Rogue in the past, but would you play Draka now? Do you just choose to step away? Or is the fact that not many people are playing it a reason to bring it because they're not expecting the weapon?
No, it's a little too clunky in the deck, I feel. I played around with it, and you in theory, on paper, you'd say, yeah, I need another payoff card, right? I can't just rely on graveyard for my giant turns. I need one more thing to kind of reward me for playing a bunch of cards in a turn, right? But if you want to have sort of that weapon style gameplay to sort of go over the top and have that big weapon that keeps swinging, then you might as well just play the weapon rogue, right? If the meta is asking you for that answer. So I don't know. I feel like the Miracle Rogue without Draka fits sort of this. It's like faster than the control decks, but slower than the aggro decks kind of feel. And I think that's its thing. I don't think that adding Draka to it really changes too much, except for maybe giving you a little bit of an extra edge in specific matchups.
And just while waiting to get into the next match, we are setting up before anyone's too worried. We are getting the match ready. Don't you worry. But
I'm worried, Raven. I'm really worried because you're still here, and if you're still here, that means we're not casting Hearthstone.
I can leave. I think I can leave. Oh, I think we're actually going to check out the brackets. Never mind.
You can't leave.
I'm stuck. I'm squished next to you guys, which, it's fine. It's fine. We can check out Group B here. Casey, of course, we saw what feels like a while ago now on stream, backed up by some nice music. Gamer RVG there as well in that sort of winner section with Sally. I don't even want to look at this. I wish we didn't go to the bracket now because I just can't look at Surrender's little face in the elimination or has been eliminated. It hurts my soul as one of my favorite players of all time of Hearthstone. But what do you guys make of this bracket so far?
Well, we saw Casey take that win over Surrender, and Gamer RVG, ladder grinder. I don't think we've seen much of Gamer in, tournament success. So they're really going to get a chance to prove themselves here, where instead of qualifying into a massive tournament, it's just straight to the top 16. So very different setting from what they're accustomed to qualifying into. And I think they're happy with a round 1 win. In this Group C, we have Pocket Train versus Wolder, I think it is. And Hansoku managing to take that win over Banter. That was another tough one for us to watch, but it's
but
sort
TJ's
of
happy,
bittersweet.
so it's fine. You happy, TJ?
Hey, I'm also a big MC Bannerface fan. Back in the day, though, his old stuff, none of the new stuff that he's been coming out with, but one of the best DJs in the Hearthstone scene.
Yeah, did you go mainstream and then it just got worse?
Too mainstream for me. Back when MC Bannerface was, one of those underground MCs. Back in the 50 viewer days. That's when I tuned in. But this
once
new
other
stuff,
people like
way
what
too
you
mainstream.
like. Yeah, once other people like what you like, TJ, you just don't like it anymore. It's not cool, right? That's how it works.
That's right.
One thing that was a surprise, though, TJ, was like this group to me did not see this coming. Right, you've got Me, Smile, and Hemlock making it through, and then we have a Meaty Yala in the first elimination. Obviously, Yala taking the win over Meaty, so the Meat Man's gone. But Yala still not safe, right? Still has to, get work done again. And I was saying to Sottle earlier, it's kind of weird for us because we're so used, especially in European Grandmasters history, of Yala just consistently just getting the wins done. And really surprised group for that Group D.
Yeah, we always say it's surprising, but I think it's always sort of refreshing as well when we get some of the newer names taking over and defeating the ones that we are just accustomed to seeing time after time. So maybe there will be an upstate. Maybe we'll get a new victor, an unknown name that gets to really prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we saw Bunny Hopper sort of rock up to a championship and do really well. That was a fair few years ago now. And then, of course, look where he is now. So it's always good to see new names. It's just definitely weird, especially coming from the Grandmaster system in previous years when we're seeing, players just week in, week out just perform. And then suddenly it's like, oh, the two players that you'd expect to have done really well in the group just get knocked out there. So it's a little bit of a rough one. Just to give you guys an update, we are waiting for just one of the players just to get ready and make sure everything's all good to go. We don't want any issues mid-series, of course. But has there been any major surprises for you so far, TJ? Anything you weren't expecting to see? Or just anything in life that surprised you recently? You tell me.
I'm trying to think anything today that's been surprising. But it hasn't really been, right? A lot of the matchups that we've seen on stream have been pretty close. The Weapon Rogue has been interesting to watch in terms of, we don't get to see much of it. There were obviously, what was the tournament called? The French tournament.
Solary Invitational?
Solary, yeah.
Yeah, the Solary Invitational. There were some there, but that was like so new. I was like, there's no way this deck like sticks or gets refined. There's so many decks in there that I was like, meta's too fresh. None of the stuff is going to make it in its current state into the Masters Tour later on. But turns out it did find its niche, and a lot of lineups tended to go more of the sort of aggro direction. I guess the Shadow Priest or Undead Priest, sorry, is more towards the board-based aggro, but damage from hand seems to be very good in some of these slower matchups. And if you can do both, like Frost Death Knight, that's a bonus.
Yeah, if you can just do everything, great. It does look like now, as a production have nicely shown us, that the players have returned. I believe, if you want to throw some blame anywhere, I believe it was Requiem that was late because we saw Levick earlier on. So, Levick always on time and sorted out, so I'm excited for that. Looks like we're getting closer and closer to getting into this match, so we won't have to wait much longer. But quickly, before I disappear off into the night, have you got a player you're going to predict to win from both of you? I want a prediction.
Oof.
You first.
Yeah, tough call. I mean, both of them excellent ladder grinders, and I think Levick is the one I'm most familiar with in terms of tournament experience, so I guess I'd be inclined to predict Levick. But Requiem's been showing up a lot. It's a very tough call.
Is that a Levick choice then?
I'm gonna lock in on Levick. Yeah.
Okay. You can't just say, well, they're both good. You can't do my old trick. Okay, you've got to commit. TJ.
I was gonna lock in on Levick too. The only big sort of question mark I have is at least from what I think, the inconsistency of the Druid deck. So if that hurdle can be overcome, then I like Levick for this one. And also Levick just always seems to show up in these types of moments. A lot of the success that Levick has had recently has been in these sort of 16-player group type tournaments rather than big open Masters tours. Like if you look at his results in Grandmaster's Last Call, Hearthstone World Championship, like bunch of semifinals appearances. So I'm gonna go with Levick too.
Okay, well, that's pretty interesting. You both just not done the caster pair thing where you just have to pick one or the other. I'll go for the other, and I'll go for Requiem, even though he does rock up a little bit late for his game.
No,
but
get out of here, Raven.
No, look, I'm gonna be right. You'll find out. It's time to get into the match now, though. So I'm gonna disappear and leave you two to it.
Yeah, that's right.
Or not.
No, you're leaving. There we go. Okay. Whew. Glad we got rid of him. But getting into game here, it looks like it is going to be Druid right off the bat versus the Relic Demon Hunter.
Yeah, this is, as we saw earlier, kind of a toss-up. Surrender was able to get the win with Druid versus the Relic Demon Hunter, in large part because of that massive Zoc swing turn. So if you can get those huge minions in play quickly, Demon Hunter damage-based removal is not always able to clear something like that. But we'll see if there can be a repeat of that scenario, or if this time the Demon Hunter will be sort of on the offensive.
Yeah. Taking a look at the opening hands for both players, you're basically just looking to ramp up the relics pretty quickly from the Relic Demon Hunter side and put on pressure. Big Relic of Phantasms, anything on board. Don't let the Druid basically just do whatever they want. Ramp up the hero power, ramp up the mana, and try and put on that pressure before they can make that big, like, stats turn that you don't have enough removal to deal with.
And something I want to note about Levic's Druid here is he has opted for a list with Street Sweeper instead of the Mishmash Mosher Attorney at Maw Clear. So by taking out those cards and just having Street Sweeper, it provides sort of other forms of flexibility within the list because those aren't taking up 4 slots. There is an ETC, which still has Crazed Alchemist and Smothering Starfish, and Deathwing the Destroyer, which is not a card that we get to see too often these days.
Nope, not at all. But yeah, it does feel though that combo, the Attorney at Maw, Mishmasher, those pieces individually in a lot of matchups just kind of take up hand space. It feels so.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of in favor of this style of list. Not saying that the Street Sweeper is going to be super valuable in this matchup in particular, but it does allow room for some additional armor with the what had chitinous plating? Is that how it's pronounced? Oh, sweet! First try.
Who's to say? But yeah,
who's
more
to
armor.
say?
More armor, better.
The chitinous plating of the Druid for more armor. Yeah, which definitely can come in handy in some matchups.
And even just for setting up swing turns, right? Since it is 4 now for next turn, you can sort of guarantee with that for the next turn that you'll have something for a big Anubricon pop off.
Yeah.
Here is that sort of... It's nice to ramp, but it's a little awkward with Seedsman sometimes, going from 4 up to 6, and now you need to figure out something to actually trigger the finale on Summer Flower Child. It might just be an Innervate hero power.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too awkward of a turn. Did you see what was chosen in the Noggling?
I did not.
I hate Nogglings. I can never see fast enough, and then they're tucked far enough into the hand to where you can't read the text.
Yeah.
Unlucky. But Relic Vault picked up. There's only been a single Relic played so far, so the Phantasms right now are 2/2s.
Oh,
it was Extinction. Okay.
Well, that is very nice to start ramping these up again. Nice clean clear there and use of mana. Does mean you're not getting to use the vault on this Phantasms, but I think it was just more important to Recfam to get those stats in play and sort of keep the pressure on.
Yeah. Okay. The Flower Child it is.
It's been kind of strange to see the transformation of Druid in this expansion, because these hero power upgrades, rather than going into, something really aggressive, they're just sort of support cards that now go into whatever. And so you have access to this hero power that now is just deal 3, gain 3 for the Druid. And so you're able to clean up something like those 3/3s over the course of the game a lot more, as long as you're able to weave it in.
Yeah, I think the very beginnings of sort of the Groovy Cat Free Spirit decks that were being built with like a more aggressive mindset. And then I think players realized very quickly that they fit way more into just these control-ish combo style decks. But it looks like we are just going for the big Zoc right now. Obviously very little attack but a ton of armor gain that turn with the Under Kings plus the Anubricon. So they're going to put a wall in the way. And as you mentioned earlier, there is a crazed alchemist in the ETC. So if Requiem doesn't shoot through the health of these and ETC's picked up, then a crazed alchemist could end this game pretty quickly.
And something to note here, I think it could feel like a snap decision of running these 6/6s into the largest minions, the 4/4s, because, you know, it removes the most power from the board. But what Levick is doing here is actually knowing that we're going into Arcanist Unleash Fell kind of turn, right? Because Unleash has the lifesteal now. Trying to keep enough health on these 6/6s, which are actually able to deal the damage, and just leverage the 121 taunts as, you know, big walls that keep his other minions from actually taking damage, and hoping to end the game with these larger minions that are defended by those taunts.
Yeah. And I think that is just going to be game over, right? Yeah. Too much damage on board. There was there a full 30? Yeah, the hero power was at 3 damage, and there was 27 damage on board. So even healing to full with the Arcanist Unleash Fell. So yeah, that's a good point that you brought up, that if Levick had made the trades into bigger stuff, would have lost. Or not lost, but would have lost the big minions on the board. No, would have lost the game.
Yeah, would have gone on a little while longer, perhaps. And I think something to note is we saw the Relic of Extinctions being used early for upgrades, which is reasonable when you're trying to, you know, mount your own threats with the Relic of Phantasms and building your own boards. But it does leave you vulnerable to exactly this kind of play, where the Anubricon Zoc comes out, and now you don't have juiced up Relics of Extinction to actually do the clears that you need.
Yeah, no, it's very true, and good call by Levick to go with the early Anubricon plus Zoc combination, realizing that the window of opportunity was there to protect what are pretty big minions, with just spewing it all out on board with the giant health taunts. So the Druid is out of the way. That was the deck that I mentioned that I was the most worried about, just because, you know, sometimes Druid feels like it's trying to do too much and falters just a little bit, right? The pieces of the whatever combo you decide to go for, whether it's the Jailer Tony combo or just a giant Zoc combo, the pieces just don't fit in the way you need to win specific matchups. You give your opponent way too much time. So, and that's a big win to have that lineups against the Relic Demon Hunter as well, instead of one of the faster decks that Requiem has available in the lineup.
And we see Requiem queuing that Relic Demon Hunter once again, in hopes of, you know, hitting something better. A little bit of an awkward draw there with the Rowdy Fan, School Teacher, and Fizzle. You don't really want the minions early. I think the best card to keep is the location, so that's usually what you're looking for.
Anything that says the word Relic on it.
Pretty much.
All right, we got ourselves a start here. All right, there's a stenographer as well. So we can have a pretty big ghost coming up here. Could be this turn, but I think it's just a tempo Astalor and then hold the coin and try and go bigger next turn, because probably looking to try and fit the stenographer in as well with the graveyard turn.
It's not a perfect hand from Levick. It's a little bit awkward. There's stuff to do, and I think that's why the Astalor just sort of came down on curve there, because next I think you just play the Sinstone Graveyard while you just wait to pick up more pieces like the Bone Shard that came into hand there. Okay. I think this works as well. Concoctions are often your source of card draw, so this makes sense to me.
Hazies can always be fun as well. Because I believe that's 3-drop hazy in the mix concoction, and then just a hazy normally, but maybe not so much in this matchup. Because without the alchemists, the concoctions are really slow.
They can be, but at the same time, like if you're drawing a bunch of cards or using hazy to get discounted ones, they can still help you ramp up that sort of combo counter very quickly. I think playing the Potion Master, really nice recognition from Levick that this Demon Hunter doesn't actually have a lot of single target removal. So if something like an Immolation Aura or the Unleashed Fells came out to clear, it would still give the potions. And so I think that's why Rekfam just decides, well, you're going to get them no matter what. I may as well play the school teacher, try and get something to deal with this Potion Master. But so far, it's still going to be kind of a challenge to remove.
Yeah. So this can be a stenographer coming down with the second Astor played, plus the coin, plus stenographer. And actually can fit in a potion belt as well. That would bring it down to the full 0. So nicely done. And okay, catering the potions to what he thinks is going to happen. Chooses, already had the Destroy Concoction in hand, so picked another one to be able to have removal for, say, Big Relic of Phantasms. Still no card draw at all in these. No draw 2 cards in any of these concoctions, but a couple hazies, a mix of damage, some board pressure. So this is still a good amount of pressure coming out from Levick's side and Rekfam. Yeah.
You don't really need card draw if you've got enough card generation. And once again, there is not a great way to deal with this future side. And there's a 7/7 besides. So the only way you could prevent giving a bunch more potions, barring something in the noggling, is Taste of Fel and then Immolation Aura. It's really not looking pleasant.
I mean, I think at this point, like, killing the future side, it has, like, diminishing returns because Levick already has enough potions. Like, has 3 full concoctions plus a half. So I don't even care about giving over anymore.
I was an I-beam, so you get to use that.
Yeah. And needs to be quick on this Discover, because did get the finale off with the hero power first. So looks like did get to choose because it's got the attack in afterwards. And another Unleash Spell. Oh my gosh.
Just need the spell damage.
Oh, that's your Divine Shield minions have +2 attack. Funk Fin, there you go.
This case just going to be itself, but even going down at that point, just so much value in Levick's hand right here.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Have a deal 6.
Oof. It's a clear, but you don't feel good about it. Just spend all mana, 3 Unleash Fells followed by Predation.
I think you could go double Unleash Fel, Hero Power, the 2-1, and then Predation.
Well, that's
hold
true.
On to 1.
Yeah. And you preserve at least a little bit of an additional resource.
Yeah, I mean it's something. But the hand's still terrible. The Rowdy Fan is just completely dead in hand.
Gleaming Concoction, just fine, unpaired, still draw 2. Ooh, Kane.
Oh,
A little bit of extra burst damage. I'm a tad surprised not to see a prep fan there just to make a reasonable sized ghost to keep the pressure on, knowing that so many resources have been used by Rekfam.
Yeah. I guess wants to be able to react to something, like force Rekfam to have maybe a little bit of a proactive turn. But if like Dimensions comes out there and you didn't build a reasonably sized ghost, you're probably kicking yourself. But this is a manageable board, and now the Phantom Knives is actually going to have some value. Oh, I forgot about the Sun Fury Clergy in the deck.
Yeah. I think a bit of a nod to the aggressive decks that are appearing today, particularly if you Shadow Step it, can be quite a bit of healing, and sometimes you need to heal your ghosts back up. You know, people occasionally try and clear the ghosts over a couple of turns, doing some damage earlier, so Sun Fury Clergy can heal them back up and eliminate that option.
Yeah. Oh, this is also cool because the Shadow of Demise will now be the double deal 3 mixed concoction. So 9/9 goes plus 6 damage in hand still to come. Still has the Cane attack, I believe, thinking whether or not to trade.
Come on, you never trade.
Nah.
You've got a Blazing Torch in hand.
Ooh. So Rowdy Fan can be useful here to take out the 9/9.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I mean, you still don't know what you're doing from there, but you are able to clear the highest power.
Yeah, it's Relic Dimensions, which they're discounted at 4 now. So then you draw Relic Vault and Relic Dimensions with the 2 draws from the Relic Dimensions, and then you push the button and go again and find more clear.
It has to be exactly that, I think.
Yeah, or close to it. Maybe he has like one more turn or something like that of taking damage. Because this is a reasonably slow turn. It's just a setup turn from Levick. Oh,
there's Relic.
Oh, it's reduced by 3, but that's still enough to if it was Relic Vault plus Dimensions.
Oh no, and the reduction makes it impossible to get the finale on Taste of Chaos.
That's unfortunate.
I think this is one of those games where the Grog just kind of grinds out with Astalor. You know, Shadow Step once gives you just so many extra minions to play out.
Yeah.
And Levick notably played the Sun Fury that turn, not just to heal up Kane, but also keep that Shadow on the mixed concoction of 6 damage.
And also, one of the biggest weaknesses I've felt when playing Relic Demon Hunter is, it doesn't feel like you can play well with like limited resources. Like you don't play well off the top,
Right.
because even if you find your big hits, like there's no payoff. Like you're not going to win the game with Lady Steno because you're not going to be drawing nearly enough cards. Your Zymox is never going to be fully infused. So you're going to have to pick one relic. Like even if you're drawing perfect things, at this point Levick it just has time to pick whatever he wants from like discovers and potion belts, and hold on to the resources that he needs to in order to have answers to everything. So you need to have like these big swings, and in order to have these big swings, you got to have resources. So playing off the top just feels terrible with the deck.
Yeah, very different from the Relic Demon Hunter we saw previously, where you had Jace to at least replay all your Fel cards, and you'd have some card draw in there, right? So something like that could maybe clear the board and draw you some stuff. But here we are going to see just enough damage. Prep Bone Spike able to get the Astalor into play after the 6 damage concoction, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, just a pretty clean game from Levick to go up 2-0, and pretty rough draw from Rectum. At the very beginning, you can look at that opening hand and be like, okay, well, you got a couple more draws to try and make this work, but just didn't find enough stuff. No, the Dimensions came way too late. If the Dimensions had come like on that turn 6 where Levick had a pretty slow turn, and then Requiem could have planned ahead with Lady Steno, or actually gotten the finale on the Taste of Chaos for card draw or something, maybe it would have been a little bit of a different game. But it's rough. It's rough, and now Levick just has the one deck remaining. I'm guessing the Blood Death Knight was banned, which means that it would be the Outcast Demon Hunter that's left remaining for Levick.
That does sound right. Levick, the only other player besides Meaty with the Blood Decay, and it is very anti-aggro. There's not even a Mograine in the deck, so it's just focused on gaining life and removing minions, which is pretty good against a lot of what's been brought here today. Outcast Demon Hunter, an aggressive deck, but in some ways an anti-aggro aggressive deck, since you do have access to all those rush minions and the weapon, etc. Not guaranteed, but I think it's probably better matchup than the Blood.
Well, it is going to be Blood Decay.
Oh, well.
Looks like the Demon Hunter was banned. Okay.
Ain't that always the way?
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with you, to be honest. However, like in a vacuum, not considering like lineups, matchups, etc., I do think that Outcast Demon Hunter is like probably the best deck right now. If played at like a really high level, it can be difficult to play because you got to know matchups to know when you like need to hold on to resources, when you flood the board, like certain removals that you need to play around, like when you can go wide in preparation for the Halveria. There's a lot that goes into it, but yeah, we are going to get to see the Blood Decay in action, and the slimmed down version, as you mentioned, which I like the slimmed down version much better. You don't have all the, you know, as the craziness. You don't have the extra starting health, but you're more likely to hit your Vampiric Bloods.
Right. And more likely to hit just broadly all your lifesteal
Everything.
and clears. You know, it's really all defensive. There's not even Screaming Banshee, which is an incredible card, but much more about, you know, creating counter pressure. Something I have noticed against Frost specifically, though, is Screaming Banshee can fill up your board, and then you aren't able to play, you know, your Hematurges or your Viziers to look for, you know, discover cards to pull you out of a tight spot. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's sort of a piece of why Levick has gone the way he has with this list.
Mm-hmm.
And look, sometimes you discover Mograine anyway.
Yeah, or looks like Patchwork in this case, and now he has access to second Patchwork. Other one's still in the deck, but Discover one is good. And with Dirty Rat, potentially double Patchwork in this game, your minions, because you play so few of them in the Relic Demon Hunter, are usually very impactful. So, but getting the Fizzle out now means that we'll have access to an extra Steno, an extra Zymox, another Phantasms. Fizzle's kind of a difficult card to play like optimally because there's almost no matchup that you can afford to look for to wait for the perfect Fizzle. You just have to take the value that you can get when you have the mana to play it, and hope that gets there. But I think this is a pretty decent one.
Yeah, and I think knowing how much disruption is in Levick's deck with the double Dirty Rat, the Patchwork, and now, as we see, the extra Patchwork, just using Fizzle on a couple of relics and Stheno, Zymox makes a ton of sense to me, because if you don't get a copy of them, then you end up losing them to all that disruption. So the photograph sort of stored in the deck can only be taken by a Theatar, which is not in Levick's list. So that snapshot could be very important for getting back some of these resources that might otherwise get taken away from Rek'Vum.
Yeah.
Still an awkward turn right here, though.
Yeah, that Phantasms, it feels like I don't even really want to play it, because you're going to Dimensions next turn, and then if you hit a Relic Vault, you have no more relics in hand to be able to get value from it. And putting on the pressure and getting those relics beefed up it's always terrible to get into those situations where you draw all of your relics before your relic vault, or you play all of your relics before your relic vault, and then they're just not quite big enough because you didn't get that double activation. But it's going to go for it. Like we've talked about, does have the extra phantasms in the fizzle snapshot somewhere in the deck. That'll be good. But Levik's just moving up the curve. Goes right into the No Muncher, then can move right into Patchwork, and has all the reactive tools necessary to deal with whatever Requiem throws out. So,
yep, some tough turns. I think Requiem really wants to coin out the Zymox, but it may not be in the cards here with having to clear that No Muncher. No Muncher is obviously an incredible defensive tool because it removes right away, gains you that life, and then sticks down a taunt. But it's also really great on offense. You know, if your opponent has a clear board, you're just taking 5 base damage every turn in addition to its regular attack. So it's not really something you can leave around.
yeah. Well, then what is the play?
Some combination of Cytheno, I would imagine. Cytheno, maybe Thalnos, Coin, Immolation Aura? Not even sure that does it.
No.
Yeah, just gotta...
It doesn't clear the No Muncher. Yeah, no
gotta
combination
take it.
actually clears the No Muncher. Yeah, so I guess now the free Rowdy Fan plus Steno next turn and like Illidari Studies can very likely clear, but then well, I guess there's another Steno in the snapshot, so you can use this first one to clear.
Oh.
Ooh, Zymox!
That one hurts. All that work to infuse, and then it comes down.
Yep, and take 10.
Now, something I suppose Requiem is probably thinking about there in going for the dimensions is that, well, yes, I am taking 10. Yes, that sucks. But this Death Knight doesn't have Mograine. It doesn't have, you know, some of these other aggressive cards. It's really just No Muncher that's going to kind of wear you down in terms of your own life total. So now, by getting those discounted cards, Requiem can go for more of a swing turn here and full clear. Whereas previously, you'd be spending a bunch of resources and not necessarily advancing that much.
This is a lot of damage.
It is. I don't think it's lethal though. What lethal?
Can you go Unleash Fel, Hero Power, Taste of Chaos, find another Unleash Fel, coin an Unleash Fel? How much is that? That would be 2 additional damage from the Unleashed Spell plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 24. It'd be slightly off. Predation.
Oh, there's a snapshot.
Yeah.
So there will be an opportunity to get that Zymox back, as well as another Dimensions to pair with this Vault. Just going to have to clear out some hand space first.
Yeah, it was a 7-card snapshot, right?
To be quite honest, I don't recall. There was a coin in there.
Yeah, there was a coin. There was a Phantasms, a Dimensions, the Zymox. There was an Arcanist, the Steno. I think I can't remember if the Immolation Aura was there or not, but it was a pretty full snapshot, and I don't think there was another Unleash, but I don't think that really matters too much.
I expect we are, just playing the Vault, not doing the snapshot just yet, to play around something like a Patchwork, which still remains.
Ooh.
Yeah, extra Soul Stealer, or if the, I always want to call them Jades. If the, Tormented Souls? I don't know, these spirits get too large.
I don't know what they're called. They're not just called phantasms?
They might be.
Okay. Alright, so I think it was a 7-card snapshot, so I think you can go coin plus snapshot and then fill the hand with whatever was left.
Right, and then get another coin. The tricky bit is the Zymox that was photographed was not infused. So no matter what, Rekvim is going to have to risk it and expose it to patchwork.
Yeah. Oh, and there was a Taste of Chaos, too. That was the card that I was missing.
Sitheno back is quite nice, but it's not boosted by Rowdy Fan anymore.
It's actually still a ton of damage.
Demons.
Gifts arcane surge within me.
But it's awkward because in order to clear through the board before you'd play Stheno, you wouldn't have a target for predation afterwards. So yeah, it's just going wide. And this will also, if this board is removed, which it very likely will be, would fully infuse the Zymox.
It's very important to sort of do these two things at once. Clear space for a potential Lady Sitheno pop-off turn, and also fill the board, because then if they clear, they can't play Patchwork. And if they Patchwork, you've got a big board of stuff to just hit them. So, very well recognized from Rekvim, and I suppose you probably go for the Zymox here while you can.
Yeah. Zymox, while the Relic Vault is recharging, I think works out quite well right after you saw Soul Stealer. It is a little bit disheartening from Rekvim's perspective that this was a discovered Soul Stealer, knowing that there's
Right.
possibility for 2 more. But you got to put on the pressure. And Levick has also just, I would say, no shortage of removal, but Patchwork doesn't deal with the wide boards too well. The Corpse Explosion will deal with anything. With the Soul Stealer that was played last turn, there's corpses to, deal with the biggest of, the largest of phantasms.
Well, and despite having, some clears here, Blood Boil is not going to be doing terribly much in the remainder of this game with the size of these ghosts, and there's not a lot of card draw. So if Rekvim can just keep making board after board that Levick is forced to clear, then there's no time actually to be able to play out that Patchwork and hit the Sitheno. So at some point, the board's just going to get cleared, and this may be that point. And Sitheno comes down with just a massive amount of damage. This may be why Rekvim did not ban the Blood, it is typically a good matchup for the Relic Demon Hunter, just because there's so many things that have to be disrupted on the side of the Blood Decay.
Yeah. And I didn't count, but I feel like this should get there, or at least very close to it. There's a Dispose of Evidence in the Noggling, so that's an extra 3.
Being very careful.
Getting all the minion targeted spells out earlier. I like this. Good
Yep.
sequencing thus far.
Then get a whole load of free cards.
Oh, double predation.
Triple predation.
Triple predation. Relic
I
of
think that's
Extinction.
gotta
All
be
right.
it.
Yeah. Oh, did he just dab? Oh,
He
no. Every
did.
time someone's dabbed, they curse
Oh,
themselves.
no.
Oh, Rekvim, come on. You had the win. Just take it and move on. Don't dab.
Yeah, you want to be mounting the reverse sweep. You can't just curse yourself like that.
Unlucky. But yeah, a very, I would say, obviously it didn't feel smooth, but I think that was a very smooth game from Rekvim. I feel like every step of the way sort of understood what the game plan was and where the strengths and sort of weaknesses of the Blood Death Knight were. And despite double Dirty Rat coming out, despite the full removal all the way, like the discovered Soul Stealer, Corpse Explosion, the No Muncher hitting for like 20 or something like that. Requiem was still able to get there, and I think the Patchwork was still in hand.
Yeah, never
at
had
the very
a
end of
chance to
that
be
game.
played.
Yeah. So, good on Requiem to sort of play around it. There was one play that I think could have been like a difference maker. On turn 7, Levick opted to play Dirty Rat instead of Patchwork because there was no minion on board.
I was thinking the same, and I myself would have gone for the Patchwork, I think, just because it was 7 mana, it lines up well. Dirty Rat you can play alongside stuff like a Soul Stealer, but it's easy from from us back here to say that not always so much in the game. And
Yeah.
who's to say it even would have made the big difference?
I don't think in the grand scheme of things it would have, but those are the types of like small decisions that can have ramifications later on. Like Dirty Rat, I feel like there was another position where Dirty Rat could have fit in alongside removal, like maybe on the Corpse Explosion turn.
Yep.
Whereas Patchwork ended up not being used at all. So he would have given up a little bit of tempo, but with all the big sweeping removal he had in his hand, I think it could have made a difference. But we're moving on. Game number 4, Levick's still up 2-1 on match point here. And Requiem's going to move over to the Miracle Rogue. This one now with 100% more Draka.
And we'll have to see if that Draka is important in this matchup. I think this is one where it very well could be. A lot of it's going to come down to what potions are discovered.
Levick looks like he's not a big fan of Blood Death Knight right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there who would agree.
Yeah. Some are playing with it, some are playing against it that don't agree.
And a lot of it
Okay,
is these extra vampiric bloods really get you down.
Okay, I was about to say Vampiric Blood just seems like the better option in that one. Patchwork, not as good in this matchup as previous.
Oof. None of these generate resources.
Well,
There we go.
Slimy can generate resources in some cases, depending on the 3-drop that you get.
Perhaps. Get an Acolyte of Pain, I suppose.
Yeah.
Astalor could be important, but not just yet. Oh, and that is very tough. Just not getting enough resources to feel like it's worth it for the location, and not enough to make the stenographer free.
Yeah.
Blood for the Lich King.
Now this is tempo. Ooh, Blood Tap. Let's go. It's 3 minions in hand.
Yeah? Pretty good ones, too. Always feels nice when you can buff a No Muncher.
Ah, Heartstrike. I mean, that makes more sense. my brain said Heartstrike, but my heart... Well, that doesn't make sense because it's called Heartstrike. No, my brain said Heartstrike.
And, I mean, look. It's hard to predict, but this is exactly the situation where I feel like I don't like having both Draka and Queen Azara. Picking up 2 5-drops in that situation where you're really just trying to find cheaper resources. It's a little bit tough.
This is interesting, though. I don't remember the name of the 3-drop, but I'm pretty sure it copies the highest cost minion in hand. Oh, no, highest cost spell. Highest cost spell, yeah.
That's actually going to be another copy of that concoction. Just one off of being able to play both stenographers, and 6/6 is not quite as large as you'd like.
Yeah.
Something Rekfam could do is pick the Colossal minion off of Queen Azara and take a 50-50 shot if the... Oh, nope, never mind. It's just being copied now. I was going to say, you could get an extra copy off the mage card there if
Yeah.
you play Azara. Levik's just charging up that Sylvanas, ready to steal the next ghost.
At this point, what is it? Is it the staff that shuffles cards and draws 2?
I don't
From
think it's
Queen
a
Ashara?
staff. It's like tides of something or other.
Yeah, because I only know the ring and the horn because those are the ones that are ring is picked in like combo decks.
What about Naifu? You can't forget Naifu.
You can forget it. Case in point, I just did.
It's 10 damage. So much damage.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised to see all of these come down on a non-ghost turn and non-Draka turn.
Maybe trying to bait out some removal. I don't know.
Anybody?
I think both Defrost and Death Growl have merit here. Death Growl you can do on the Chill Fallen Baron, and it doesn't spend any corpses. Okay, now this surely is the Draka turn. Picking up Astalor as well, makes sense. Oh, but do you want to do Astalor here so you can Shadow Step it?
Because if you Shadow Step Colt Neophyte does give less options for Levik to deal with the board. This actually now with the double Shadow Step shuts off Corpse Explosion and Coin Soul Stealer.
And I can't actually tell, is that 9 corpses or 0?
That is 0, I believe.
So, yeah, I guess I'm a little surprised not to see the shadow of the Shadow Step saved for Astalor, but at the same time, that is 36 damage out of that weapon and a massive board that's impossible to clear at this moment. So, the ghost does get stolen. And that's going to be pretty good discover result for Levik there. That was picked off of the Amalgam early on, I believe. Anti-magic shell. That was not even on my radar in terms of pickups from the Noggling, but seems all right in this position.
So what is this?
Our gift of the
18, 26. Oh, if the second Shadow Step was saved, it would have been lethal and it wouldn't have changed Levik's turn. Or the...
Well,
second Shadow Step.
yeah, because the ghost got stolen anyway. Well, you know, live and learn, I suppose.
Yeah.
No way of knowing the big minion would have gotten stolen. I think it's reasonable to lock out all spell-based clears there.
Yeah. But I don't see a way out for Levik. Soul Stealer happens, then it's just going to be lethal with the weapon.
Yeah, you can clear the board, but you can't heal. Or at least not enough. Yeah. Weapon deals 12, minion deals 3, even with the 5 life gained. Not be enough. And so that's a pretty big argument for having Draka in the deck, I suppose.
Yeah. And the... Well, I mean, the Queen of Shire didn't even come down, so... you know, your initial argument of too many 5s still could hold true. Maybe if you're running Draka, it's worth cutting Queen Ashara for something that can juice the Draka a little bit more. But yeah, it was I definitely put in the work there. 24 damage. Well, I guess you can count the full 36 because the last swing would have been the lethal blow there. But now Rekvam, despite the dab, is bringing this to a game 5.
Yeah, quite the comeback. We'll see if it can manifest into a full reverse sweep. But, these are always the most exciting. And I know people aren't keen on Blood, but I am glad we got to see it played a little bit. It is sort of representative of a place in the meta. And we'll have to see if it's able to bring it home against the final deck, which is going to be the toughest matchup for Rekvam. I believe it is Shadow Priest or is it the Frost?
True king.
It's Frost.
Looks like
Okay.
Frost.
I was like, it's one of the aggro
showed
decks.
showed Priest on the graphic, but Priest was the ban deck, at least from what I'm looking at on the sheet.
So, Death Knight on Death Knight action here, and this is where that healing can really be quite tough for the Frost DK.
Yeah. Frost DK does have like some staying power with the damage. They have a lot of specifically there's like an empty board for the Marrow Manipulator that can deal a ton, just the damage from all the weapons over the course of the game. But there's the freezing out the board-based approach that where Frost Death Knight seems to shine, when you can sort of lock up your opponent's board with the Frostworm's Fury and not let them react to what you're doing and still push the 5 damage isn't really as relevant against the Blood DK, because they can heal and remove it from hand, and usually it's just like a 5 damage and the 5/5 doesn't stick ever. But we'll see. Getting into it.
Sidekick. Okay pickup, but yeah, I think this hand is just a little bit awkward. Gonna go ahead and get that Chillfall and Baron Dow. Bonebreaker is always a tough keep, because you like the first one for the early game, but having the second is often just
The citadel stands strong.
doesn't feel quite right. And I'm a little surprised not to see the Arm Stealer getting hero power down there. It is going to provide considerable additional power here.
Yeah. Okay, gonna just Death Strike down the 5/2. I was gonna think if School Teacher comes down here, that's a lot of damage left up on the other side. Death Strike might not be enough next turn. Rekvam is playing fast and furious right now. This is some very quick gameplay and putting on a ton of damage. Very sticky board as well. There's what, 2 corpses?
Yeah, not
so
enough
Corpse
for explosion.
Oh!
Just saying Blood Boil. Oh! I was gonna say, just saying Blood Boil is not a card, but there it is. It is going to create another couple of 3/3s off of these eggs. So it's not, the perfect situation, but I think it is still the best play for Levick.
Yeah. Yeah, still leaves the Rowdy Fan, but Rowdy Fan, the healing from next turn from the Rowdy Fan will outpace the damage that it deals.
And Manipulator on curve is something else.
Yep. And got to keep swinging with the Bonebreaker as well, because the second weapon, the Might of Nenethil, is in hand, but this is ton of damage still coming in.
No
And-
third corpse.
Yeah. Next turn could, well, no, I guess I was going to say Dirty Rat plus Corpse Explosion, but
Oh,
likely wouldn't be minis in
can't
hand.
even get the extra life off Vampiric Blood, so it's got to just be Plague Strike. Interesting. I think this is a reasonable call, saying, okay, I want to soften up some of these minions for my follow-up clear. What's the worst thing that could happen on 6? It is Marrow Manipulator, and so pulling that out of the hand is pretty huge for Levick.
My rule is
Yeah, I think just sidekick trade to start the turn makes a lot of sense. Frostrum Fury, so re-equip with a might.
Yep. Yeah.
Try to set
Still
up for lethal.
just a ton of damage. Yep. Trading off Quillbore so it doesn't do the extra heals. Yeah, it's Blood DK, and Rekfem was smelling blood this game, playing fast and just burning down.
Yeah. So can clear with the to get an extra corpse with the Noggling, which has Plague Strike. But then there's no way to heal on top of it. Oh, what's Vampiric Blood? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that was why Levick ended up playing that Dirty Rat on the previous turn, because he was selected the Vampiric Blood knowing he needed healing and was saying, okay, well, if I'm going to be playing this Dirty Rat anyway, then I can take the Vampiric Blood, and hopefully the Dirty Rat could soften things up.
Yeah, I think it might even be... I was going to say Zola and then just
Play another
Vampiric
one.
Blood again, but
Yeah, you're
just for the
treading water
5
at
health?
that point.
Yeah. This is 7, 11. That's exactly 16, right? With the weapon swing.
Yeah, that's
Believe it
just
is.
gonna do it.
Wow. Okay. Well, Rekfem.
Rekfem pulling off the reverse sweep. My goodness, you can see the excitement there.
And making history. The first player to ever dab after being down 2-1 to come back and actually win a series of Hearthstone. Incredible.
The curse is broken. Curse
The
of the
curse,
dab.
yeah, the curse is broken. Rekfem, breaking a 9-year curse at this point that's plagued competitive Hearthstone players for the longest time. So, very nice series. I don't think that like Levick had a lot of like room for improvement, right? I don't think it was a difference of he just wasn't playing well enough. I thought he found some pretty cool spots with the Blood Death Knight. It just wasn't good enough to get the job done, and Rekfem's decision to actually leave it up in the series ended up paying off because was able to beat it 3 times in a row in order to win the series. So definitely had some thoughts about what this matchup would look like.
Well, and with Blood being left up and some of these games running a little bit longer, even if it did ultimately get overrun, that full 5-game set did take us over time in terms of getting to see some of the others' winner matches. So we're going to pop over to a break and then get into the losers bracket decider matches.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to jump into the next match, and just to give you guys a bit of an idea of what the rest of the schedule looks like, we have 4 matches coming up and they're all going to be the decider matches. So a lot on the line here for the remaining players. Basically a spot in tomorrow's day. Lorinda. So here we go. We've got the first matchup coming right up. It is going to be Levick on once again versus Gyu. So it's going to be a pretty crazy one overall. So looking forward to that one. That's the top 8 we have confirmed so far with Rekvam, Walder, and Hemlock. So again, I think a lot of players will be happy to see Requiem, Lorinda, but I think Walder and Hemlock honestly are some underdogs. I would say, at least at surface level.
Yeah, Walder in particular, we've seen very little of. Hemlock's one of those players, if you watch any of the streams of the top players, Hemlock seems to play like 1 million games of Hearthstone a day. Hemlock has been on those streams on the other side quite a lot. But yes, not the McBanter faces and stuff. I think a lot of people would have expected. Meaty, another one that's out today. But here, Levick into Gyu. Levick, for a lot of people, would be a big name, I think, to go through. He defined the meta in the Death Knight meta when everyone was playing Frost DK and calling for nerfs, and Levick just made Quest Druid work. So, along with Saudi, to be fair. And just as the nerfs came in, he was dominating with that deck because he had worked out a way to make the meta change.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting here, I got to cast Gyu earlier on, and I think we saw a pretty crazy game with that Pirate Rogue, of course, which is going to be pretty interesting, or Weapon Rogue, or Soul Shout, no doubt. So there is going to be that Weapon Rogue around as well. The Mage in there, which again is another deck I do like. And then, of course, the Outcast Demon Hunter and the Death Knight. So, pretty interesting lineup overall, and I think even though a lot of the lineups are similar, mainly because of Death Knight and Demon Hunter and arguably Rogue in general, I do think we have got enough spice to be taken by surprise throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Pirate Rogue on our screens. What is that? I mean, I have actually faced it on ladder a few times, but what is that? And I think that Mage was certainly a surprise to me. And so, yeah, I think we've seen quite a lot more variety than maybe you'd expect from ladder. And we're going to see why that is in a minute when we see Levick's lineup, because of the Druid. The Druid, I'm sticking by my guns, it's a top 4 deck. But it's targetable, and a lot of the players here chose to not walk into that trap. But Levick in this match has a big Druid-sized problem that he's going to have to get through, otherwise he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think with Druid, Druid's very, very strong. Druid was actually the first deck I played of the expansion and rotation. I think it was actually like Jambray's full sort of face, hero-powered Druid was the list. So, you always go to Jambray for the spice.
Yes.
On day 1 especially. So it was pretty interesting that Druid is strong, I completely agree. But as you kind of mentioned, it can't pull crazy things out of the bag, right? I feel like anyway, like Death Knight can do, like Demon Hunter can do, for example. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes overall. Looking at these though so far, these rogue lists again, we'll talk about Weapon Rogue a little bit later on, but the Miracle Rogues as well, like seemingly even now more heavy relied on that location as well, just popping up with the big minions.
Yeah, and to be fair, it did a lot. I mean, Drakkar was just extra wins before, which made the deck so incredibly powerful. Take Drakkar out or have a reduced Drakkar, whichever way you want to do it. You've still got the base there. You've still got the concoctions, which are remarkably strong. It's all there, but we didn't see many people playing it because everyone was bored of it and knew it already worked. They didn't need to learn it over again because it's 25, 26 cards, the same as it was before. To round out that top 8, by the way, we looked at Gamer RVG has won Group B. So that is the 4 known quantities going through.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I'm excited to see, again, once we get through to tomorrow, of course, we'll have that top 8 group stage will be done, and we'll be playing through all the matches on stream tomorrow for that top 8 to crown a winner. And again, there's a lot on the line, right? The winner's just, I would say done for the year. I would doubt the winner would just not play Hearthstone until the end of the year. But the point is, if they want to be, they could be, because they do get that world spot, which is absolutely huge. And we're already seeing now what that top 8 is starting to develop and look like.
I mean, all of the players here, you presumably love Hearthstone, or at least did 3 months ago. They're all going to play a lot of Hearthstone through the year, but you miss, if you win this, 8 last day scrambling panics. That's what you get to avoid. You still get to play your 400 or 500 games a month or whatever, maybe even 800 in some cases like RecFam. But you don't have to sweat on the last day. You can fall out of the top 100 playing a meme deck on ladder for a few days to chill. You don't have to constantly maintain that MMR for a whole year. On top of the money available, it's a $50,000 prize pool as well. But the prize here is 8 months of not having to have those last day scramble. You still get time off the start of the month. They're not going to grind themselves into the dirt. But yeah, it's a huge thing to win now.
I'm going to be interested as well to just see how this matchup plays out. One thing is that although the lineups may have not been a complete surprise, again, as you said, based on ladder, and based on a lot of the players that were submitting their lists were streaming a lot as well, so you kind of got the gist of stuff there. But some of the matchups we saw, like, I'll tell you now, I did not expect to just watch Blood DK versus Frost DK. That was not a matchup I thought I was going to sit here and watch this weekend, but there we are. But let's get into this match again. Just a reminder, these matchups for the rest of the day become very, very simple. The winner moves on to tomorrow, the loser does not. And that's it.
Can you explain that again? I didn't quite understand it, Raven. How does this work?
Yeah, I know you need different styles of explanation.
Yeah.
Lorinda, but we'll get to that a little bit later.
Well, we're basically now in a top 16 situation where half of the matches are finished, or something. Something like that.
Sure, yeah, and that's why, I explain things in a simple manner. Just going to remind everyone of bans as well. Goose Demon Hunter is banned out, and then Levik's Death Knight is banned out. Not too much of a surprise with this kind of aggro lineup.
Yeah, and talking of aggro, this Pirate Rogue, I'm going to confess I don't know the matchups very well, but I do know that when we watched Gu before, these matchups seemed really close, and he had a lot of outs to win with this deck in every single game, and he did win with it in one of them.
Yeah, I think there is a big worry right now with the 2-5 on board that's in these sort of aggro mirrors, you don't want a high health minion sticking on board, right? To just start like getting multiple trades off and really ramping up that value. So I think he's going to have to work out how to take this down pretty quickly. Does have weapon, does have Dread Corsair, does have Eviscerate, so there are options. It's just how he wants to go about it.
Yeah, so he can either door Eviscerate, or he can ignore it for the whole game and just see if he can win by hitting Levik in the head.
Or, I mean, I'll confess, my weapon rogue skills are not exactly on point at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
I would be terrified of leaving the 2-5 up here.
Yeah, I would too. I think it's just way too early. This is the other way that makes sense, of course. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that he just sat there, counted all that on his fingers and went, I've got 4-turn lethal and they can't kill me in 4 turns. I'm going to hit them. But no. Things that look sensible usually are, unfortunately.
Vic going to responding kind here, progressing on board as well. Does have a bit of a dull turn next turn, nothing too crazy, whereas Gu's going to keep on the pressure, takes out the Slither Spear and continuing to battle for that board.
And we saw this in the previous round when he was streamed, that this can fight on the board for much longer than you'd expect, even against the overwhelming pressure that's coming from the other side.
Insane.
Imagine if the nerfs hadn't happened.
Insane, actually, because the Sage doesn't really hit anything that crazy. But still, this was pretty good, I'd say. I'll finish it at pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. You've emptied your hand on turn 4 and put a million things on the board and come in for 8 million damage.
Huh. I think I've played this Slither Spear. Am I being really stupid?
He'd had to have discarded the other thing and he wanted a 6 damage.
To double up. Yeah, okay, it's fine. I'm being stupid. But I see a Slither Spear that costs 0 shuffled away, and I'm like,
yeah.
I need to at least question that for a second, but yes, that makes sense. You have to throw the other one away, so yeah. And again, both players heavily respecting the board in this early game, right? And we've seen this happen time. It's kind of a staple of these sort of minion aggro mirrors, right? Even all the way back in the original days of Zoo mirrors. First off is heavy battle for the board, and then as soon as someone takes that one step forward, the game explodes.
Yeah. I would argue as well, that's almost how the whole game is at the moment. Like, even Blood DK's putting 2/2s and annoying 4/4s and stuff on the board, and the egg sometimes, and location sometimes makes a Yeti for you. Even the control decks now are doing half of their work by controlling the board with minions on the board, as well as their, obviously, massive suite of removal spells. Okay.
Too soon.
Ouch.
Yeah, not the best outcome.
No, not at all.
Is this just 2 and 2?
He really doesn't want to waste, yeah.
Oh goodness, this? Did everything happen there? I assume so.
He doesn't look like he's panicked, although he hasn't looked like he's panicked all day, to be fair. Yeah, everything happened.
He looks so relaxed, and even when it's like, fully counting up, didn't get the swing off. He did aim, but that might have been his choice more than anything else.
Yeah, he may just have changed his mind halfway through. There's a long way to go in this game. He's got a lot of stuff, and his opponent does not. But we know that the Outcast DH is always one card away from just going crazy.
And I think the idea here is, well, Gu knows that Levix obviously had no cards until the draw off the top that turn. So what's the worst case, right? Maybe a 5/5 gets dropped or something.
Right.
So then Gu could have the option to just swing into that and kill it instead. And then still carry on. So I don't mind the hold, whether it was intentional or not. This still allows Gu to have a lot of options going.
A huge amount of respect, that 2-2.
I like it though, because what
Yeah.
draws are going to beat this board? There actually aren't too many when you consider it's just 2 cards. See, like Predation and Pass. I think you must be sat thinking, what is that other card?
Yeah.
I could see it like him thinking it's Exile, for example, where it's like, well, you need Outcast.
We've got a huge minion, Raven. Bam. Take 11.
Who
Noob.
needs the location when you can just generate a Paladin card? Wow.
Just an 11-12.
Yeah, just like that, and suddenly we're looking at this rogue take another win. Bit more of a straightforward one than we saw on stream a little bit earlier, but a win nonetheless, and that was pretty clean. And I think Levick just had one of those games where there was no actual cycle, there was no card generation. He got a little bit, but again, wasn't quite enough when we saw Gu just really fight for the board.
Yeah, and he set it up knowing that he's got a Divine Toll in hand, right? So he knew he was going to be able to... I can eviscerate your 2-2 because my thing's going to be even bigger if I do that. And then how are you killing an 11-12? I mean, you definitely can. Don't write in and say, hey, like this. But it's not happening very often, even in that deck.
Exactly, yeah. So really a cool matchup again. I think the big problem here is just look at this state of the board. Levick has 0 cards in hand, but he's winning on board. But Q had like card draw, removal, minion, and that sort of Divine Toll plan for the late game, I guess. So that was the big issue. It was clearly just resources winning out. And I think, again, when you look at the difference for me, Q had the weapon to be able to just trade or go face as he willed it. Levick did not. And the weapon, the Glaive Tower, would have been a huge difference if Levick had hold of that, because even if that drew 2 cards and you get 2 swings of a 4 damage weapon, that matchup looks very different.
Yeah, and that's bad news for Levick when he's still got that Druid on his side. Like, he needs to take some of these decks down so the Druid doesn't have it all to do.
Protect the wild.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
he's just going to get a free pass.
Yeah, and rightly or wrongly, again, this rogue is a bit of a surprise factor for me. But if that rogue is taking wins, there must be a small part of your mind that thinks, oh, if they got through with that deck, should I be afraid, for the rest of the lineup? Obviously, not always the case, but still something to be a little bit worried about. We are going to see Death Knight on the bottom for you now.
Look at it. Look at the hand. Look at it. He can do whatever he likes. And then on turn 3, boom, +4, take that. Oh, Levick's going to be under
like
so much
90s
pressure.
boy bands.
Take that is definitely one. What was the other one?
+4.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah,
I remember +4 well.
If you added 1 there, you do get to an actual band.
Oh my god. Why? I was going to say, why are you doing music jokes with me, Raven? But yeah, it's Festival of Legends. I think that's a fair excuse, so I'll let you off.
And also, it's music from 20 odd years ago. I thought that's at least a chance of you knowing it.
I think you'll find it's more than 20. It's more than. Trying to work out whether to hero power here, just take it down, set up the Rowdy fan for next turn. Yep, just another corpse in the bin for this double Marrow Manipulator as well, so that seems reasonable.
That draw looking good.
It really is. Okay, picks on a Flower Child, which is a big deal.
Yeah, me and Salt were talking about this earlier, but I can really foresee in the near future just most decks that play minions just running Rowdy Fan, because it's so much damage, right? It's just a good card overall, and even if it's not on the best, obviously you see it with like Sedeno, for example, and Demon Hunter has very specific power. But just look at this, now you can Rowdy Fan the Rowdy Fan. Yeah,
Sottle and Casey have both bullied me relentlessly on my stream, to use it like this a lot more. Yeah, that's in Death
damage.
Knight, in Demon Hunter, but yeah, it's just so much stuff. And when it's worded in the way that it was pointed out earlier by Sottle as well, with it's Dark Iron Dwarf existed, those cards existed, they were always strong. Why wouldn't this be?
Look at that, just 4 damage and you still get the minion as well, right? Like it's just solid. And you create a weird question of your opponent of, well, which one do you kill? Depending on health totals, of course. So I see Levick try and fight back now. Just have the Rake in hand, which is gonna help.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reduce the power down now.
There's a lot of damage coming the next couple of turns.
There is, but Levick's just... It's going to be one of those Druid games, right, where if he makes it, he really makes it and just wins. But it's going to be on a knife's edge, because Q is like pushing enough damage right now for this to be scary.
Yeah, he's also, look at this, rather than freezing all 3 and pushing the 1, which is the play that just jumps off the page at you, he's looking to start trading away so that this Marrow Manipulator doesn't hit the 1 health minions next turn, so that he's giving up 1 damage to face now, but that's going to be 2 damage to face next turn in a lot of worlds. So that's good. You good, Raven?
Yeah, I was just looking. I was gonna say, yeah, okay. I was waiting for the outcome there, but I was gonna say, I assume he just goes aquatic, and then takes the pick. Yeah, just to get the card out the deck, basically.
Yep, the next card might be a good one, so you might as well have a look at it.
No wiggle room to ramp, though. There is the Innovate, of course, but again, Levick has to use it in a sort of defensive manner here. It does get the value of the Summer, though.
I do love watching the ways that people have to get the finale on the Flower Child. I think of all the finale cards, it's the best one because the payoff is so huge.
Yeah,
but if you draw it sometimes, because you're Druid, it's sometimes just impossible because everything costs like 3 and you have 900 mana.
Yeah, that is a Nubarak, right? On the right? The full art one?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm not 100%. But yeah.
I don't have it, so I'm not 100%, but it looks like a Nubarak, so...
Old school
that's
signature.
A big deal.
Is this ever lethal? Yes. How many does it need to go face? 4. That's unlikely.
Yeah.
Just rip it. I don't think you've got another play. Just rip it. 4 to face, easy.
The other option is Thassaran, right? Which isn't really going to achieve the same thing. And because they've got back-to-back, so there are no corpses now.
Right, exactly.
What little time.
This could be a situation where it's like Marrow and then hero power plus whatever, then Marrow, try and hit the Marrow afterwards again. So there's a little 1-turn gap. Obviously, Goo wouldn't really want that to be the case, but looks like it's going to be the way it has to be.
No Underking making this unfun.
Yeah.
Like making it really unfun, actually. I'm going to make it even less fun than that. If I'm just going to keep boosting the amount of unfun this looks.
Yeah, this is really tricky, actually. Because in a weird way, like, is this just a Nubarak pass? Because it's like, well, you kind of need the armor.
I've done it before and it never ends well. I mean, yeah, you're doing it because it's not going to end well usually, but it might be. Right, chat, the answer to the question I'm sure you're asking is Crazed Alchemist, Smothering Starfish, and Deathwing. They always want to know what's in the ETC, they always want to know.
Yeah, is that going to put something in the way, a lot of health on board? So it's going to slow you down, actually, now, even though there's only 5. But Levick must just be thinking, no Frostworm, no Frostworm.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, it's fine, though, because I don't think, from what I can remember here, like, Levick's overly buffed the hero power, right? So, like, there is a little bit of time. Maybe go fishing with the Vizier.
Yeah, well, he just gained 2 armor, so I think. No, 3, so yeah, I'm wrong. Howling Blast is so tempting.
Yeah. I mean, are the others better? I don't think so.
Icy Touch fits in better if you get another Discover, maybe? But 3 is so much more than 2 right now on the Druid being on 5. Should generate a lot of corpses as well for another Marrow. But if you take the Icy Touch, you can get another corpse because you have more mana.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. I was wondering whether it was touch, because if they draw oh my god, what's the name? Yeah, if they draw Frostworm's Fury next turn, they have that and touch, right? If they play Thas this turn.
There was also an option to take the touch, and so you can get a corpse added this turn, which makes your Marrow Manipulator do 2 more next turn somewhere, but it's only a 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 of hitting the face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But there was a lot of sort of very weird, unlikely but important fringe maths to check out there. And like you say, your one in case you draw the Frostworms to make sure you've got the lethal was another one.
Yeah, because then like you push 7 instead of 5, right? Which is a big deal.
It's weird, got all this damage in hand, but most of it just involves having to be a little bit lucky. Oh, that's huge!
Yeah, being able to just survive to fit that in. And there's the swap. Oh, and there's a Frostworm's Fury.
Oh! Oh no!
Oh wow. Okay.
And if Levy gets to play that next turn to show him, that would be amazing. It always goes face once. It's not enough. No. Excuse me. 7, 8.
Yeah, I don't know what Gu has to do here now to try and defend. I just don't really think they can, honestly.
I don't think he can defend, so he's got to work out how to win, and he definitely can't do that. So.
I guess that that hit needed to kill the Anubarak to give him any chance. I didn't even count all that, but yeah, I'm just gonna go for it there, but it wasn't enough as Levick takes the victory and evens up the series 1-1. And how could that have actually been any closer? Because Levick obviously made the play with the Anubarak, the last ditch attempt, but was just giga dead to the Frostworm's Fury that was just not quite there. And that's so scary, and it shows that when these players, obviously they're as good as they are, they're not doing it because they've not thought about Frostworm's Fury. You know what I mean? Like Levick knew, well, I'm dead if they draw it. But if they don't, this is the way to win the game. And that's what he played for there. So it was really well played. I think both players set up as well as they could. It was just Hughes just drawing just a little bit dry.
Yeah, and Levick's got the Druid out of there, which, there's other problems for him in this matchup, but the Druid being gone now gives him a fighting chance of winning this match, whereas that Druid was just going to stick around a lot of the time. He's got to be stoked. Top 4 last year's World Championship as well, so if he goes back, he's going to be on that list of players to fear for a long time to come.
Yeah, 100%, and I just think, like you said, getting the Druid out the way, regardless of what any of these players who have brought Druid think about it once they saw all the lineups, it isn't the strongest deck in most players' lineups, right? We kind of know this.
No.
And it has the ability to fall over very easy. Like kind of like Druid's always been. Even when Druid's been strong, there are those games where it's like, oh, okay, well, my draw is a bit top-heavy, I'm dead. Right? Because that just kind of happens with Druid kind of always naturally ramping in a lot of historically good decks. So getting that one away is pretty good. But again, for Gu, like, he lost with Frost DK, not the end of the world. Probably going to win with Frost DK very soon as he queues it once again to go up against this Outcast Demon Hunter.
But wouldn't he have loved his own Outcast Demon Hunter and his mage just to plop into that Druid and just murder it in 4 turns twice? Like, it would have been so nice for him. So, big deal. But like you say, the Frost DK is arguably the most powerful deck in the format. It's very high up there. I think there's 2 or 3 decks you could definitely fight over for that, but it's one of them. So, very interesting opening hand to choose from here as well for him. He's going to throw away all the clunky stuff, but has some certain synergy
enough
there.
Weapons. At least the Bonebreaker's like very usable, right? Like that is a weapon that yes, you can use it to trade, but you could equip it and just go face if you have 3 weapons in hand, right? It's not like a specific crazy tech weapon. It's not like Might of Menethil where you might want the freeze on specific turns and so on. Like very usable. It's not like getting stuck with like 2 true silver champions in your opening hand as Paladin or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is disgusting. You kill a 1/1 for 1 mana and do 2 to their face, and you can do it again next turn for 0 mana.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good Hearthstone card, I'd say. And look at the tempo it's given him now. Look at the board presence after 2 turns. His opponent's played 2 pretty decent minions on curve and has nothing to show for it. And has taken 4.
Yep, and now there's Bonebreaker hero power as an absolute worst case scenario here, which is absolutely huge, of course.
Yeah, the hero power in Death Knight fits in so well, especially in the aggressive format. Like,
I think as well, like this matchup gets really tricky because you can see Levick thinking, do I need to kill this? Like, probably is actually the answer, but it's not only removal, but it's damage, right, that's being used here. And the problem is, if one player starts being, like, overly defensive, suddenly there's not that much burn damage to actually win the game.
this is a top deck. It's not a thriller in any way or form, but it just fills out nicely what's going on, lets you proc your egg. It's just nice.
Sure. I'm actually wondering if it's still Bonebreaker hero power.
It could be, yeah.
Purely because Levick's whole deck spews out little dudes everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So
I like it.
Can you just hold on to it anyway? Hold on to the better clear?
What do you do next turn is my question. Do you then go in with the Bonebreaker again and freeze what's left with the Might? Is that your next turn?
Yeah, you could swing, re-equip the weapon, or
okay.
I guess see what the next draw is of course the baseline of that. But I think if it's another weapon to equip and go face, yeah, it's decent damage. You're using up the turn, being very efficient. But like I said, I just think the odds of Levick creating another wide board are so high. Using this and an egg to kill 2 minions doesn't feel as good to me.
Good call. He's gone for it. It's he was torn between the two, very much so, as am I even now. But yeah,
like I said, I wouldn't have gone, oh, I cannot believe they played that.
Nice.
You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been the end of the world. It's just this feels cleaner.
Whenever you say a play looks clean and it involves hitting your opponent, Raven, I'm all here for it. Yeah, he's still thinking about it. It's a really tough call because, like you say, like the danger is Levick just spews 2 health minions all over the board at any point. The upside is just playing the cultist, proccing the egg, having 5 attack on board's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Into your Might, they're frozen. You hit them for 5 plus the 4. That's 9. You're going towards calling Frost Worms. It's really close. I love it.
Yeah, I think like in the world where there's a bad turn coming up for Gu, then it's kind of a good turn because this is only bad to have in hand if your opponent doesn't play any minions that turn, right? It's like, well, if they don't play any minions, I'm probably having a good day.
Yes. It also uses up the weapon. If you play it the other way, that weapon just sits in hand the entire game.
Yes.
Because the curve says so, I think, at that point. Whereas now his Menethil fits nicely on curve. like you say, if your opponent's got a 1/1 on the board, you just don't care. You just hit them. Ooh. So that's 18 damage in hand plus 2. That's 20 plus the 3 is 22 damage just hanging around over the next 4 turns. And your opponent gets to attack you once.
My rule is eternal.
Looks like he's counting outs to find the missing bits of damage and how much he's likely to take.
Well, it's going to be interesting for me whether it's actually like hero power trade swing face. Because there's currently no turn. I guess it's so likely there's going to be a turn 5 draw.
Yeah, so I think you go face him, play the might. And then
Yeah,
your
I think
opponent does
so.
some stuff. Then you play Hero Power Cultist. That's your pass turn. That's your bad turn, right? And then it's Coin
doing it?
Fury,
Okay.
Coin Fury.
Huh.
Okay, he's actually doing it
Yeah.
and not
Okay,
swinging.
and
So
a
this one
very
sets up
okay playing slow.
the old-fashioned Menethil Coin Fury into Fury, which is a lot of damage. But you do have to then find the extra little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think with this hand, because it's not been burst heavy outside of the 2 weapons, the 2 Bone Breakers, of course, I think like in 3-4 turns, you're probably, as Frost DK, going to have drawn something to help out, right? Especially if you're
Yeah.
freezing your opponent's board every single turn with 5/5s on it.
I don't disagree.
Now more than
Anyone order a ghoul to the face?
Board's definitely stacking up from Levick, though. Pretty scary all of a sudden.
Yeah, and this is the turn where if you did it my way, you'd be taking this. Well, you'd be taking 9 next turn just for no reason. Whereas now you're just taking almost nothing ever again. Sidekick's a sneaky good pickup as well because the hero power buff later on, and also later on you now get the 1/5 buff later. Everyone's favourite new card, Rowdy. So there is a lot more face damage after this freezing point than there used to be.
This is one of the benefits of playing against this style of Demon Hunter, is that even though it's very powerful,
now more than ever.
even though they can generate a lot of stuff that isn't in their deck, it's still very linear game plan, right? They want stuff on the board and they have a couple of weapons. That's how they kill you, basically. So if you stop the board bit happening with freezes, for example, as we can see now, there is, apart from heal, I guess, with like I-beams generated from Levick, there's not really a lot Levick can do, except just sit there and be frozen. Wretched Exile is going to drop down, though, and this turn could get a little bit spicy.
Yeah, the other thing you get to do as the Demon Hunter here, which I don't think's going to matter, but it might, and it definitely will sometimes, is because you can rush into the 5/5 and still keep board space by killing off your thing.
Yes. Yeah, just cycle.
The actual 5/5 itself isn't the problem that it might be for a lot of other decks. Like if you're a Paladin with your board filled up at this point, the 5/5
you just
is the
take
thing
5.
that kills you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's an I-beam, okay. Oh, but that is where it stops. And now, I'm actually sat here thinking, if it's Fury again, does he actually target the Exile?
That's what he's thinking as well.
Oh, okay. This is tricky, like, because if he just goes face, the Exile lives. And as you said, the cycles happen because there's a 5/5 on board that you can't stop making. Then what if it's just 2 more I-beams get made?
Go the other
Oh,
way.
oh.
If you kill the Exile, do you ever win? Your opponent's on 60 or 12. If you hit him in the face, you have to kill the Exile.
Well,
They don't get to attack one more time. You've got to find damage yourself. Then they just start hitting you for 15 because you can't freeze them anymore. It's a tough one.
guess. Yeah, I feel like obviously the opening was decent with the weapons, but I feel like Yu's just drawn everything in the wrong order, right? Like normally the Frostworms are the finishers, and it's not going to be quite easy just going face, just letting it rip. Yeah, okay, I respect this.
He's shaking his head. He knows he hates this. Like he's looked at what you said, because that's your first thing. It's like, well, I just don't want them to generate a million I-beams, and then you process it through. It's like, how do I ever actually kill them? And he hates every minute of it. He knows, because back to step one, how do I ever stop them making all these I-beams? Well, that's going to happen. But he had no other choice, I feel. Or he did have a lot of other choice, but he felt he had no other choice, and I agree. But now he's relying on pickups of his own, because he only has, 5 next turn?
Who's hiding now?
The hero power, the sidekick, and the cultist.
And I guess there's like a potential world with school teacher instead to see what happens there, right?
If he misses, yeah. But there's another sidekick, I think. There's definitely the 2 rowdies. There's a Frost Strike, that's minions. Generate something. I was about to get all excited over fake lethal.
Wow, yeah, Frost Strike went face. Wow.
Imagine.
My rule is eternal.
I'm trying to think, what are the best outs from like Nargaling?
Glacial? No, that's 4 now, isn't it? What's 3 these days that does damage? Icy Touch? 2. No.
I don't think it fits, right? It's too much mana
Doesn't.
to do that, and
Because the cult is costing 3 is a real pain.
Could have Horns of Winter. Yeah, oh
wow!
Oh wow!
Raven!
That's actually insane. I was just going to say the draw could get him Horns of Winter to refill.
So he had the other Frost Strike and the 2 horns, right? And that was the lethal.
Yeah. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. Double Horn of Winter. Yeah. And I think, to be fair, shout out to Gu there to like just know that was the play, right? Obviously, it's like, right, well, you know, how do I get there? Does this work? No. Does this work? What does Nargaling potentially get me? So on and so on. But to go for that and say this is the only way that the win happens and then just get it. Obviously, I'm not 100% sure what were the exact odds. I'm not sure what was
I think he's 1 in 3. I think there's just the other Frost Strike and the 2 horns. So.
Oh, was that all that's left? Okay,
I
so
think
it's pretty decent odds. Yeah, I'm looking at it now and I think that is correct. For some reason, I thought there were more.
He's used both the Furies. Normally, you sort of play the fridge on 6, so you have a chance to draw your Furies, but it's always sort of ordered backwards. So I think it's 1 in 3 that he hits precisely those 2.
Not bad, and it paid off. Suddenly 2-1 up and only 1 game away from a good time. Going to be seeing him there tomorrow if he can win the next one. So lots on the line. Levik's more than capable fighting back, of course, but that is a rough one, right? I think Levik was... At that point, you saw double Furies, you saw, you know, a lot of weapon damage. You think, right, if I just don't die, there's no answer, right? There's no way they can stop me. But he didn't die, so it's a little bit rough. We are going to see what's next up, and it is going to be the Mage, and Levik's going to hop over to the Rogue as well. So we're going to get Miracle Rogue versus Mage.
Yeah, and Mage, the other deck that just won't go away. We talk about Miracle Rogue a lot, but this Mage deck, I think it's been brought by 5 players off the top of my head, and I looked at those numbers hours ago, so it's probably wrong, but a number of players anyway. And this Cosmic Keyboard, I think you probably played this more than me, actually. The Cosmic Keyboard, a key piece in his lineup now.
Yeah, always happy to see that on curve, honestly. And I think just the fact that you can go 1, 2, 3 is very strong. And again, the keyboard isn't necessarily there because you need to cast a spell on 3. It's just you want it equipped, so when you do get to like Cold Case, you're suddenly making 2 skeletons and a 4/4. Like, that is a very, very solid play.
Yeah, and looking at this, it makes Objection a lot better, doesn't it? Objection's kind of rubbish because it's so slow, but now 3 mana, 3 plus Objection, that's all right. Well, it's 5 mana, I guess, but yeah, you set up a turn you're not doing much anyway.
It's one of those cards, not that I want to suggest nerfs, but I feel like Keyboard's one of those cards that at some point in the future it's probably going to go down to 2 durability. You know, it's that kind of weapon that we've seen in the past where it's like,
Yes.
does that work too many times? Because like 3 is a pretty big number for this weapon.
Or make it expensive or something, yeah. Looking
Yeah,
at the other
sure.
side, though, Levik's got stuff. Not a million miles away from a pop-off turn if he gets the right pickup next turn. You're just trying to work out the best way now. This is a little bit awkward, but
I wonder.
if you don't
Honestly,
play
I
the keyboard now, when do you? Is the problem?
Yeah. I do think the keyboard looks great because there's volume up now.
I think if Levik hadn't played the graveyard, he would have been a lot more happy playing the keyboard. But the graveyard
Yeah.
sort of says emergency is going on. You've got to step it up.
There's Bone Spike. So this potentially not the biggest.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess unless you goes for Shadow Step, okay, draw 4. Okay, now I'll shut up.
Yeah. Okay. We got there. We got to the okay. I give up stage of things.
I didn't see the draw. That's
Yeah,
what got
yeah.
me. I was looking at the hand. I was like, oh yeah, you could draw a million cards. Never mind.
0 mana. Oh my! He's got the demise as well.
Symptoms will be
Oh, make it stop, Raven. Is that double
it's-
red? It's just 6 damage potion.
I didn't catch it.
But yeah, Levik's put the brakes on 8 by choice here. Because next turn, I think... I don't know if he's going to do it, but he's got 12 damage from hand with the Alchemist and double potion. And then he's got Krakatoa after that.
My powers are never
Ah, okay. So he's just going to get Aegwin down and say, look, you either kill Aegwin, or I can just destroy you, Ghost, like without much effort. Because Levik knows there's 2 of the Arcane Bolts in hand.
Yes.
And again, what's important, and I feel like a little bit of a rarity outside of the main classes, but this mage can like effectively heal a good chunk if the Artificer sits down right. So,
But Levik can do 20, and he's not allowed to. Egwin's not letting him do 20. I want to do 20. Don't tell me I can't. No. I don't think he can. I think it's absolutely right that he can't do it.
it's really tricky, right? Because yes, Aegwin deals 5. You know, don't get me wrong, and it would cost mana. But the fear with this deck is there's a lot of minions. So if you kill Aegwin and then they just top deck a 1-drop, you're like,
It's fine. I take it back. He's doing 22. He's found a
oh,
way
is
to
it
do it better
lethal?
than I did.
I trusted you, Lorenz.
It's not lethal, but it's just a
Oh,
million.
okay. Okay,
It's 24.
well, there we go.
He managed to get in the Thalnos because he picked up the prep, which is an extra 1 4 times. So instead of doing 20, he's done 24.
Ah, okay. Well. Double Artificer, though.
So I don't mind not doing 20 if you do 24. We're allowing that one. That's good.
I mean, I'm trying to work out what he could squeeze in to get some armor here, because double Artificer plus playable cards is not bad at all, and could actually be what Q needs to just win. Because Levik has Krakatoa, has Door of Shadows. He's not all in because of Thanos as well, but he'll need like a turn, right, to sort of recoup the losses if this gets dealt with.
Yeah. But it does all have to get dealt with. And I
it's
think
got an
what
objection.
Q's not happy about is the amount of stuff. Yeah, the objection being weaved in is nice. But the amount of stuff he's having to take off the board himself. Yeah, he's not giving Levitt the card either. I mean, he is, but yeah.
Objection's huge as well.
It is.
So no Krakatoa for you.
So I'm just going to play infinite cards and make another giant ghost. Can't object to that.
It's gonna have to hero power, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that he can just leave this artificer up. I think that's asking to like get cheesed out and lose.
Ah, the old cheese out.
Does Levick just prep? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just prep, press the button twice, kill this. Yep. This is looking good.
Okay. You okay, Raven? The cheese has been taken away.
Am I okay?
Here we go. Alright, do it all again, Gyu. You did it last turn. Do you miss Sottle talk about Krakatoa every time it's in hand?
The problem here is, is this gonna have to be like volume up, draw alibi?
I wonder.
Does Alibi even save you? I mean, it does, but he doesn't know
Well,
it's Krakatoa. It might be potions on the way.
Because
It's
of
not potions
volume,
yet.
I was actually wondering whether it was like the more realistic way is to. Oh no, you can't play it because it's 6. I was looking at like Thalnos, Arcane Bolt, and get Cosmic Keyboard on because I feel like this keyboard not being equipped has been a problem this game.
Ghostly Strike! It's just these extra points of damage are so huge.
Nice
It's max
alibi.
damage.
Do you play Dora Shadows?
Yeah.
I think so, right? You got 4 mana left. Like, seems good to me.
Pick up another Ghostly Strike or something, or Fan. Yeah, just stuff you don't want anymore. Just get it through your deck to try and find stuff you do want. Yeah, play that as well. That's another point and another minion. And wins on turn 10 if you get there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Just
worth it.
alibi through that, right?
So, what is there? 8 armor from Artificer Cold Case.
Mm-hmm.
There's still
chunky.
5 for lethal. I don't think he can start.
So he can alibi. You gotta get it. No, it's just pointless.
Yeah, the alibi means that he'd just need like. Oh, I guess he could. If he drew it, he would need to draw exactly alibi and Arcane Bolt at 2/2, and then that's
it's
still
horrible.
almost certain death, but it's something. But yeah, I just think there just wasn't enough on board. Obviously, Levick popped off a couple of times, right? But
yeah,
and I know it's not like you skipped turns, but this I
Well-
feel like keyboard's so good because even if you play like using small spells, it's just extra minions, right? It's like 3 additional minions for 2 mana.
The other side of that, though, the turn that he played the 3/2, Levitt made an 8/8 the next turn, and the keyboard wasn't going to stare that down very well. In a hurry, because he took a lot of damage that
of course,
turn.
yeah.
So I think it's terrifying if you don't get your keyboard down, but I kind of get it. But here he is. He alibied again. He's up to 11. So yeah, Levitt going for the Astalor because the Astalor pings are a great way to beat solid alibi.
Right.
And just maximizing pings. Like, you don't need to find huge damage. 1's 1, whichever way you do it. So just do it cheap. Words to live by, baby.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's going to be evened up at 2-2 now. So we're going to go to the final game, going all the way for this decider match. And it's been a struggle for both players, I think. Both players getting so close. We did just see you kind of try and stave off the aggression there, but it was just too much. And I think that's the big factor for Miracle Rogue, as we well know and as we've known for a while, is the difference between just having the location and not makes the deck look good and bad, right? Like, that's the problem.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
can do other things without location, but when you have it, the deck looks like 800 times better, right? Because you can do things like this that we've seen a couple of times happen today. Whereas if the location wasn't there, you could actually easily imagine you just stabilizing and just pressuring back, right? But and that armor gain becomes relevant again, as opposed to just saying, well, you gained 4 armor, but I have an 8/8, so I will win, you know, in that kind of matchup.
I will win. So it's going to be the Mage versus the Outcast D8, if I'm right. And this is where the people who brought Mage as their 4th deck are smiling today. This is an okay matchup for them. There were so many Outcast DHs brought. I don't know how the players predicted how many would be there, but the people who brought Mage are the ones who probably did predict it correctly. And yeah, here we go. Let's see how it plays out in action. Levick with a pretty good looking curve. But just keeping the Slither Spear. That's basically a good looking curve, right? Oh, now it's a really good card. Let's go.
Yes, the Mage isn't looking too bad either, though, right? Like, these
Right.
pretty much all of these cards do work, although I would still be tempted to throw a huge chunk of them away, because again, I think Keyboard's good, I think Cold Case is good, and especially if you can get that Deathborn, you start to really cause issues for your opponent.
So splitting the difference, just keeping in the bare minimum to do something big on turn 1. And like you say, going to work towards those Deathborns. Deathborn's so dumb. I love it so much. It's just a big, dumb spell that wins Hearthstone games and gets them over with. And this is your favourite card, going to see a lot of work, isn't it, Raven? The Frozen Touch. It's going to do so much in this game.
Yeah, and that's why it's so good, right? It's a really, really good burst card, but also, because of the Infuse, you could just use it as removal. And keep using it as removal, especially when so many of these key minions, as you can see here, have that 3 health. So it's actually going to be really huge. These elementals as well, getting dropped down, are all going to help with that Infuse stacking.
Yeah, it's just going to be infinite Infusers for a while. It's great. You're nodding because you can deal with that. And if you can deal with that, you're in a good spot, because that card is so aggravating. Oh my god.
Right. Cold Case as well now.
Yep.
They're just working out exactly how to split up all of this. 'Cause not only do you want to, does he need to kill these minions, but it's all about setting up. Like, how do you get ahead? Because if you can get like ahead on board against this deck, yes, there's a lot of rush minions. There's a good chunk of removal that's available for the Demon Hunter. But if you're making them like spend their turn just rushing minions into your kind of throwaway minions, because I think the majority of mage minions are just, yeah, I'll play it, it'll do a little job, but then it goes away and I don't really care. That's a big, big upside.
Yeah, just generating. I mean, these are free, right? Because he's going to end up with an extra Frozen Touch or 2 out of it. So either he loses a lot of cards here, he just gets them back in a moment, and everything's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's only really one volume needs to be drawn for the mage to feel okay, you know, card-wise.
And again, at any point, like you've said, the Deathborn, it doesn't end it, but it gives you that extra confidence that you're going to be in an okay spot. It's so much damage. I think you hit the Cold Case here. Nothing else seems to work. Oh, he's going to use the coin as well, sure.
I think the only question about the Cold Case stuff is whether you want to potentially give things for Levick to aim Outcast cards at, right?
Sure.
Just because the Glaive Tar's equipped. But I don't think that's as big a deal than just having a good turn yourself. I think a lot of the time, I think there's more circumstances than not that you should just play a good turn. I think sometimes people overthink turns and be like, yeah, but if my opponent has exactly this, this, and this good play becomes a bad play. It's like, right, but when they don't have any of that, it's just a good play, so do it.
Yeah, I'm very guilty of a lot of that sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, but I'm going to be super clever and play around their Bone Spike on turn 2 by not playing the card that my deck needs to play right now. And then they don't have it, you just didn't play your win condition card.
It's one of the pop-off turns here for Levick. So many cards, not only just drawn, but generated as well. But it's going to run out of mana now. I guess he could actually... shuffle that, and then play the Sigil Runner. Yeah,
it's quite a good way of manipulating your Outcast to dispose. It's really weird in this deck. Makes my little brain hurt, it does.
Yeah, with Outcast, instead of it being a downside of just you throw away a card back into your deck, it's more you get to place cards in hand,
Yeah.
which is a weird mechanic that Hearthstone hasn't ever had, obviously, until Outcast.
Like, remember the days where Skull of Gul'dan was great, except when it was turn 2 and it was your left-hand card. It's like,
Right.
I don't want this 6-drop in my hand. Take it away. Well, now you can. And get 3 attack in the process. It's fine. This is where those frozen touches are going to start, earning their keep. Gyu's hand has not really improved as he's gone along, but these frozen touches are going to buy him yet another turn or two to do his thing.
Yeah, imagine it's double, right? Play the
I
other
think
one?
so.
Oh, gonna go for Thanos, okay. I would have been interested to just send the other one face and then trade. Just to start stacking the infuses again.
Yeah, that's what I would have done, but I guess you don't stack the infusers if you don't make the Thanos, so sure.
You also, fair enough, worried about cards here because like they haven't drawn a volume up. It's not like they've got a keyboard to help sort of stretch the value of any given spells. They've not even got Sanctum, Arc Splitter, just anything that gives them more stuff to do, which means Thanos is probably just digging for a volume, or maybe an Aegwin right now.
Oh, it's such a big game of Hearthstone as well. The loser just
This
goes.
game of Hearthstone is quite large in
The
size.
winner comes back tomorrow for more.
Who's hiding now?
That never fails to excite me when you get to this stage. It's just like somebody just doesn't make day 2. It doesn't matter, each round somebody loses and somebody advances after the first initial games, but for some reason this top 12 always makes me, oh, they're going to get to tomorrow.
Well, it's a big deal, right? Because without sounding stupid, even though I often do, the previous games and matches don't matter, right? This is, do I make it to the next day? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Nothing else matters right now. It's just the one match. They managed to draw some cards, though. Arc Splitter and Nightcloak Samson picked up. Not a bad little combo this turn, honestly. Could freeze the 5/5 and just get the Splitter on board. Flip side of that, without any great heal outside of the Artificer, there is, again, the option of freezing the 5/5 and just frozen touch the Slither Spear.
Coin exists as well.
True.
So you could freeze coin and start pew-pewing with your frozen touches. And then you've got a skeleton to start re-infusing them with.
It's really tricky because even though I mentioned Frozen Touch is really good as a removal tool, just as good as it is as a sort of kill tool. In this matchup, because you know how many additional minions that Levitt can generate, because there's so many outcast cards. Oh look, more minions. Oh look, more minions. It's not like you can say, I'll use these Frozen Touch to kill until his hand's empty.
Yeah.
Because it probably just won't ever be empty until the game's over.
Alright, challenging you to have more spells. I don't care about your silly little 1/3. What's the worst that could happen? Quite a lot, to be fair.
Fresh fell steel.
It's going to be a lot of damage here with the
It's
two
gonna
Gnomes.
be so much.
And this is what I was meaning, where you, like, yes, the turn was fine using the Frozen Touch to kill off the minions, but it's just, yeah, he gets to draw another card this turn coming up, but it's the same problem again, right? Oh, look, more minions. Plus a cool 7 damage from the swing.
Cool 7. And next turn's gonna be a cool 1,000,000, I think. Levick slumped back because he's expecting bad things to happen here, but there just isn't anything here.
No Deathborn, no Cold Case, no Volume. This actually might be Q just playing these Frozen Touches raw.
Yeah, just time, isn't it?
Like,
Every time we've said that, he's found ways to optimize, but this is it's time to stay alive.
is this desperate enough to see, like, Artificer, keyboard, touch? So, I mean, that is emergency button pressing going on there, but I'm just thinking how far down the rabbit hole are we going to go?
So he's gone with, I think, my chances of winning are better if I preserve the 2 good Hearthstone cards I possess than me top decking my way out of it versus an Outcast DH. Which makes sense, right? The chances of actually top decking your way out of this are pretty small. You've got a card in your hand, he's going to use one of them by the look of it. And he's made minions to try and make the other one once again re-infuse. So once again, something I think he's done quite well in both matches we've seen him is find middle grounds where the question is difficult.
Yeah, I think now what Q's doing is saying, I'm keeping this Artificer because I just have to draw Deathborn.
Yep.
Because other than that, I feel like this turn was just worse than the keyboard turn. It looks like that's just going to be enough anyway. Too much. And Levick can see relief. No doubt physically and mentally exhausted there. Levick's going to take the victory, and Q is going to be done for not only the day but for the weekend. Levick catching some sleep now to rest for tomorrow already, no doubt. But what a close series, and we've seen the players now, obviously as time goes on, as this pressure starts to build, just, these matches getting drawn out a little bit more. It's not really, the fast and furious back and forth that we've seen earlier in the day. And these matchups are pretty brutal. And I will say, of course, huge congratulations to Levick making it through. I remember the first time I saw Levick play on stream, and I was like, yeah, guy seems insane. But I will say that I think Gu's played very, very well from what I've seen of him today. So hopefully we get to see more in the future.
Yeah, I think we will. We're going to say goodbye to quite a lot of players over the next couple of hours, but we will see a lot of them again. If you're capable of putting in 3 months of work of about 2,500 games of Hearthstone to get into the top 16, you're probably good enough to do it again, as long as you can keep up the time investment, as long as your life situation is such that you can do that. So I think a lot of these players we will see again in the next tournament. But Levick is becoming a pattern. Since you said he was a good player, you were the one who spotted Levick first out of all of us. Hands up. I hate to admit it, but he has.
Go on.
He has won a lot of best of fives where he's looked really up against it, or they've been really tough 50-50s. He seems to just constantly clutch them out. He's doing very well.
Yep, it's looking good so far. But yeah, that is Levick making it through to tomorrow. But we've got plenty more matches coming up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by Sottle, and we also have another special guest, Sottle, joining us for this cast. It's Neil. Neil Lorinda Bond here in spirit, peeking in. Hey, Neil. Which way is it?
You just did
Hey,
it.
Neil.
It's not even like you did it wrong and then went to the other side. You just did the same side twice in a row and thought something would change somehow.
All right, let me start over.
Okay, fine.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle and also our special guest, who's going to be peeking in here momentarily. Nope,
Still.
did it wrong again.
Still.
it's Neil Lorinda Bond. How you doing, Sottle?
I'm doing great. I was pleased. We were down to 2, and then for some reason you had to bring in the third person anyway. But no, I'm doing good. The tournament is very, very exciting so far. I think the lineups are kind of slightly different from what we were expecting to see. And we're now sort of seeing the little meta shift in the tournament, I guess. We had a very, very aggressive first few hours, and then we kind of dropped into the Blood DK zone when Levick showed up on stream, so we are seeing a little bit of that slower, grindier control matchup coming in. But we are back to a pretty fast series for the one that we are dealing with, which we'll get to in a second. We can have a little recap of what's happened throughout the day so far. Rekvam and Levick making it out of Group A. Rekvam having a little cruise, quite literally dabbing on his opponents throughout various matchups throughout the day. And then Levick kind of having a much harder route. Really, you could see it on his face after the end of that second series. He had a grind to get through that decider position.
Yeah, even going through, his match in the winners, it was pretty brutal. Like, it just feels like he's going to shelve the Blood Decay for a while after this tournament, I feel, just because of how rough it's been in some of these matchups. Getting the win sometimes, but at the cost of his mental well-being, it looked like at the end of that one. But where we're going to go next is into Group B, Gamer RVG, repping the Americas. Sottle. Is regional pride a thing anymore? Oh,
well, not
did
if
we
you're from the
discuss that yet?
Americas, No, of course it isn't. What are you talking about?
No, but just throughout the year, we don't have grandmasters anymore. But is it appropriate? Can I do it?
I think so. It does still matter, right? Because there are still qualification factors that break down by position. So, the region of the players is still relevant to how the system works. So I think we are still entitled to just have our petty rivalry for the sake of it. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Nice! America's is the best! Woo!
Woo, indeed.
Also didn't mention it's Flamingo Friday, but it's Saturday. So what did you say earlier? It's
Flamingo Saturday?
Flamingo Slatterday. That's tough to say.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what it is today. Sottle and I are the only ones left rocking the Flamingo shirts. But we'll get that fixed. Don't worry. That's one of the things on the list. Yeah, I know. Oh, geez. Maybe Derek will join us a little bit later. We'll see. Just to be clear, not as a caster, but as
I see.
a little image in the corner of my webcam.
For you to fail to point
as
at, yes.
as a PNG for me to not realize which way is backwards and stuff like that. But we're gonna jump into Casey versus Saudi, the decider match, I suppose, for Group B. Whatever you want to call it. It's the final match to determine the second player from the group to move on to the top 8 tomorrow. That's what it is.
And as you can see, as we are panning through these deck lists, taking a look at the lineups overall, very, very aggressive in general. You can quibble over the designation of Frost Death Knight or Miracle Rogue in terms of what kind of deck you want to play that, but they are certainly aggressive decks, even if you're not going to call them straight up aggro decks. So this should be on the faster side as a series, I believe, and certainly Casey, for me, was one of the players I was really looking forward to coming into this tournament, not in the least because his latest creation for this metagame, the Relic Demon Hunter, is a deck that I've put a lot of stock into coming into this tournament, and I don't think there's any better way to see if it can perform than by watching Casey, the originator of the deck, try and use it to its full potential.
Oh, I have a question for you, Sottle.
Mm.
It is a loaded question. Which deck is more difficult to pilot at its highest level of play? Relic Demon Hunter or Outcast Demon Hunter?
So it is Relic Demon Hunter, but that is a valid question, and it's closer than most people would probably think. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say I agree, and not because of any analysis that I've done inside my own brain, but just because I trust you wholeheartedly.
Thank you, TJ.
And you said that that's a fact, so for me, it's irrefutable.
Yeah, I do. Certainly, I have put more time into Outcast Demon Hunter the last couple of days, just because I naturally have played hundreds of games of Relic Demon Hunter this expansion, just because it's awesome and I love it, and that happened naturally. So Outcast DH was a deck that I specifically just kind of felt like I had to practice for the last couple of days. And certainly, when you do start to get to grips with the deck, you do kind of unlock that hidden layer of like, okay, I need to turn a bad hand into a win somehow. I need to consider various probabilities from the Outcast pool, this Discover pool, this Generation pool, whatever else. What's the best way to sequence that? We saw some of those turns previously, right? Was it Rekvam? Someone? I can't remember who it was. It was so far ago, so long ago at this point, where it was like I-beam sequencing, and when you're trying to discover things and where your discount was going to go and what sequence you're going to play this in. TJ, you've been trying this for 8 years at this point. It can't be done. I can't be broken. I'm too much of a professional, okay? You're just gonna have to learn this lesson. Doesn't matter what platform we're on. Even now here back on Twitch, can't be done. I will just keep powering through. Can't happen.
Trying what?
I don't know. Fine.
What you're talking about.
Must have imagined it. I'm sorry. KC versus Saudi, though. I do think this series is super interesting. And I did specifically look at the bans coming into this, which, if they have been reported correctly, the Outcast Demon Hunter has been banned from Saudi, so Saudi can't play Demon Hunter, and Casey's Priest has been banned. Which, to me, I didn't think Outcast Demon Hunter was a particularly good deck in this series, and Casey's chosen to ban it, which does come as a little bit as a surprise to me. I'm sure Casey will take great delight in telling me why I'm wrong at some point, but that was certainly my initial reaction to seeing the bans come in.
Yeah, and after you brought it up, I sort of took a glance, and it is just, Outcast Demon Hunter would have had just like pretty poor matchups across the board, but the players, especially at this high of a level, tend to put a lot of value on the Outcast Demon Hunter. It is a very good deck, I would say, in terms of just like raw stats. One of the best, if not the best decks in the metagame. Its bad matchups are not terribly bad, and its good matchups are very good, which is the sign of a strong deck. And maybe in Conquest, when there's multiple chances, that's how it's going to be. But moving into this one, we. Are all the players playing Cathedral in these undead priests?
Not everyone. Definitely a Saudi vibe.
Yeah. Just vibing with some Cathedrals. Buffing and drawing, feeling it.
I did like seeing the hero power go on the egg on the previous turn for Casey. It does just work out pretty important just to get that damage on there, particularly if your opponent is playing the Cathedral build, because then that means that there will be less health to try and chew through for Relic of Extinction, for a Silver Moon plus AoE kind of clear. A little bit unfortunate to not be able to clear this up with the Outsider now. Choosing to hold on to it as well, which I think I like it.
Yeah, it's not like Outcast Demon Hunter where you want to bank the discount on the Outcast cards, because the only other one is I-Beam, which is a static 1 cost if it's an Outcast position, which it will be. Everything else would come from Illidari Studies, I guess, which would already have the discount, so you can save it to be more targeted to where you want to put that 2 damage. So I like the hold. I agree. Look how many cards are in this hand.
I know.
This is Undead Priest. What is this?
2 of those cards are Mind Eaters as well, so this is going to be one of those games, and this is the benefit of location. If you're going to draw it with Egg early on, often the way Demon Hunter wins this matchup is they just get one big clear going, right? And then from that point, there's just not enough reload to beat the amount of counter pressure that you can put with like 1 Relic of Dimensions, for example, right? You do 1 Unleash Fell AoE, you reno yourself back to full health, and then you can basically ignore the next board they make, play Relic of Dimensions, and then do something gross yourself. If your opponent constantly just has 7 or 8 cards in hand, that refill is just always going to keep coming, which is going to make dealing, finding the turn to actually go on the offensive a little bit more difficult.
That is the truth. That is the truth. And Casey finds a very good clear and has Relic Vault for Relic of Dimensions next turn. And I think that Saudi realizes this and is going to say, okay, well, I kind of need to go a little bit wider here. Hope that, these discounts don't hit full removal. I imagine there's not going to be it. Is this how I was thinking maybe you fully disrespect the Arcanist and just play a 2-drop there, knowing that Relic of Dimensions is coming out with only a single relic. It would have to be like even Unleash Fel would be a little bit awkward in that situation if it were to come out. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is like you give the Demon Hunter too many other good turns at that point, though, right? Like they can just go Vizier into anything with spell damage, School Teacher into anything with spell damage, right? And you're giving them really, really strong turns at that point. So I think you have to respect it and just hope that the dimensions just isn't there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing, assuming, like, knowing the knowledge that Dimensions was going to be the play, but leaving the Arcanist up in any other situation could be catastrophic, so.
Any kind of plan here from Saudi where he can just deal damage from off-board and try and limit the healing? Not really, right? Shadow Word Undeath is about all he's got. So he is going to have to continue to play minions here.
In the void.
Okay.
I mean,
starting to look
turn 7
slightly
moving
more
forward.
promising.
Yeah, like just it's 6 damage a turn for the next 2 turns. Well, I guess you're not going to be fitting in an undead on the next turn, but it is a lot of damage.
6 mana dimensions. Every card except Zymox would have been free at that point. So choosing to use the expensive dimensions, which essentially says Casey looked at the cards that cost mana in the rest of his hand and said, I'm not playing any of those this turn, so I'll use the more expensive dimensions and bank more mana for the following turn. I-Beam is huge.
Yep. What's the relic count at right now?
It has been relics have been used 5 times, I believe.
I was thinking maybe like leaving up the 6, the shadowed spirit, and like relic vaulting the phantasms last turn.
Yeah, I can see that too.
If they were out of range of just like a Shadow Word Undeath, could have been good. But if it was just like if it was 5/5/6/6, no, but it was 6/6/7/7. That would have set up like a lethal. It would have forced Saudi to make some trades, some hero powers. Could have been awkward, but does decide to keep it off board. And the healing is relatively limited, but could go I-Beam, Relic Vault. Oh, okay, looking for the Unleash Fel, which is very likely to hit. Hasn't hit one, is getting 4 draws here.
Okay, Illidari studies for I-Beams at the very least.
Oh!
Misses once. Okay, no, finds it.
Just where are these cards even coming from? Like, just cards pop up on the screen. He plays so fast that you don't even see what card he clicks before he does it. But this is quite good. And that should do it. Yes.
Demon Hunter did a thing. You died. Undeath and Immo will deal 6. No mana for hero power at the end of that. So can't even clear up one of the 8/8s here. I think this setup, now that you see it, right, it goes to show Casey's line of thinking with the, like, instead of making 5/5s and 6/6s for 2 turns, he made 8/8s and 9/9s for 1 turn. and both of those things kill the opponent on the same turn, right? Because the 5/5s and 6/6s would have taken 2 turns of actually attacking to get through and threaten lethal at that point. So that little extra bit of security with the healing may have arguably been worth it. That is just me trying to justify what happened. I think in that position, I also would have talked myself into just making the giant minions in play that turn and trying to heal on the following turn with multiple I-beams or whatever with minions still in play on the other sides. Interesting stuff for sure, but I think certainly with that deck and with many others, defaulting to the thing that Casey did is never that bad an idea.
Yeah, so I'm proud of you. That's some very solid results-oriented thinking right there.
Thank you.
That's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I love to hear. I feel like it's something we've been missing throughout the broadcast this far, and I feel like it's something we need to keep hammering home. That if it happens, it's correct. It's the #1 rule of Hearthstone. But jumping into game number 2 here, Priest again for Saudi, and Casey's going to be moving over to the Death Knight.
Yeah, Frost Death Knight arguably being the deck of the tournament so far. We're seeing an awful lot of it in the tournament. It has also been proven to be fairly successful so far, whereas a lot of other decks have been hit and miss up until this point. Egg on 1 with double sidekick as well. Looking pretty dreamy in terms of Frosty K openings, particularly against other board-based decks.
Might of Menethil is the pickup from the Psychic Conjurer. That could be good.
Question, TJ. You posed me a bit of a head scratcher earlier. I've got one for you. Did this matchup get better for the Priest because Void Touch Attendant rotated? And if so, is it the only matchup?
The only matchup of what?
Where it got better.
The only
you
matchup
lost
that it
Void
got
Touch
better?
Attendant. Yeah.
I would say this matchup got a whole heck of a lot worse.
Okay.
Wait, no. The other way. Got a whole heck of a lot worse for the Death Knight. Boom.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, okay.
Is
I
that
wasn't
in
sure if we were
part
doing...
because there is no Void Touch Attendant in the deck, is the question.
I don't know.
Okay. See, there's always a risk to play in the matchup, right? You play it, it gets frozen, and you end up just getting burned down yourself from that point by the Frost DK.
I also feel like losing damage from hand in swings like Void Shard also was like a pretty big deal, because Void Shard you could use on a frozen board to stabilize life total but still deal damage without a board if it was frozen.
It's
so I think that also contributes to it.
The deck itself has become more board-based, right? It's a little less of a burn deck than it used to be. You play a lot more undead, so obviously this 5/4 now comes back into the deck because it hits an undead much more consistently. And it is much more about just sticking a board and hitting your opponent, and Frost DK just tends to skip that period of the game in a lot of situations.
Yep. I think that's accurate. But right now, I mean, outside of specifically Shadow Word Undeath, the Priest doesn't really have many ways to, or can play well from behind on board. You rely so much on the board, you need to have the swing with Shadow Word Undeath in order to even have a chance. At this point, it's almost a situation where Saudi has to ignore the board on the other side, or at least think about what the game state looks like if you ignore the board on the other side and just keep hitting face, get damage out of these minions while you can before they start getting frozen. What's in the Noggling?
I didn't actually see which ones was taken. The options weren't great. I think the default choice would have been Vampiric Blood, but actually rarely for a Death Knight. Casey actually has corpse problems right now. So yeah, it took Glacial Advance because I guess you just didn't want to spend the corpses on the Vampiric card. Actually, all the way back down to 0 corpses now, which is a little bit awkward. I feel like it's very rare that you sit there and like, wow, the Death Knight just doesn't have enough corpses to play any of their cards. That just doesn't ever happen.
Actually got a trade. But it's a good swing back. So it's a hit, Horner Winter, Manipulator, just to get that extra corpse in. Make sure you can get that break point as well to try and hit the minions off the board. Also, potential for lethal, but doesn't hit it, but at 4. And basically, any burn spell, any minion sticking is going to end this game.
It just has hero power, Rowdy Fan. It's just game, right? It's just
Oh, yeah, hero power, Rowdy Fan, yeah. Is there any way to block that? No. Like a Mind Eater Amalgam into
plays the top deck for added tilt equity. That is strictly correct. The optimal play from Casey, as always. But yeah, had the setup already. Rowdy Fan, reasonably new addition to the deck. I think most people started messing with it after the nerf to location. I think, you know, if you're playing Unholy Death Knight, maybe location still makes the cut because you just so consistently have a board that even 2 charges of Yetis is super chill. You're down with that. But with Frost DK, is that little bit of inconsistency that sometimes even with 3 charge location, it just wasn't that great a card because you were, you know, hero powering to get minions for it. You just didn't draw a very minion heavy hand. And then combine that with the loss of charge, and I think people started thinking of ways to cut it fairly rapidly. And honestly, it's one of those changes where you kind of sit there and think, okay, was Rowdy Fan just always meta? Was Rowdy Fan actually better than 3 charge location all this time? Because it is a really, really strong card.
Oh, it's insane. Like, you make the actual egg fight instead of destroying the egg. So it makes AoE clears even tougher. Like, you need to answer either the Rowdy Fan or the egg before you can even get through to the 3/3. So, against, like, let's say, Relic Demon Hunter, who wants to use, like, a single clear for your board, if you're destroying the egg right away to make it a 4/5, it makes it easier for your opponent to clear. So, I like the Rowdy Fan. Rowdy Fan kind of, like, sneaking in there into, like, I guess it's in just the Demon Hunters and the Death Knights, but I feel like that card's just nuts for any deck that plays a board.
It's in the Demon Hunters and the Death Knights, so like 75% of the meta in total. Yeah,
Yeah. I feel like you could put it in Rogue too.
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, Shadow Step Rowdy Fan. Oh, wait, that doesn't do anything. Never mind.
No, that does nothing.
Close enough.
Wait a second. Shouldn't it do something?
Well, yeah, what does Rowdy Fan actually say on it? Right?
I'm pretty sure it says...
While this is alive, yeah, I mean, it depends whether Hearthstone has a technical definition of what alive means, right? Does alive mean in play, is the question.
Yeah, it's alive in the hand.
Yeah.
I know, I feel like we're going to have to call a referee over on this one for this theoretical situation that we've concocted.
Fortunately, it's the game client. That's the only referee we need.
Yep. Speaking of concoctions.
Were we?
Or about to. The word concoction just appeared on the stream for a split second as the Alchemist came down.
You can't transition to something by speaking of X, and then your justification being, well, we were about to. No, were we? I feel like we only are because you just said it.
Well, I was speaking of concoctions earlier. And by earlier, I mean 30 seconds ago.
Fine.
And because I said the word, and then this is Concoction Rogue or Miracle Rogue, whatever you want to call it.
That's so huge. You saw the prayer hands there from Casey as well. That miss on the 50-50 from the Thaurissan was so huge because it enabled this play.
it's like the second best concoction in that situation. I think he may have taken draw 4 over it.
Yeah.
Wait, animate dead. That's cool too.
Animate dead. Fan of Knives off the draw as well to completely clear it up. Animate dead for 0. Gets himself a Bloodfen Raptor back. To be clear, the other version of this turn was you did nothing. That was the version of this turn where the 2 damage went to your 3/2 instead of your face.
Yeah, you played a Cult Neophyte probably was the turn.
Cult Neophyte and Daggered Up or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could play Cult. Probably would have been Cult Neophyte plus Putricide, but oh, Army of the Dead. Oh, it's only 3 corpses. I guess it's still pretty good. Clears off the board on, gets rid of the Professor Putricide, puts some stuff in the way. But here we go. Horn.
Oh, it was a horn. Okay, thanks for clarifying. I was unsure.
Anybody?
AMS is massive here. Certainly be shipping all of this face. We'll see what the Colossal Gods have to say. Step, Concoctor, Replay Concoctor, Steno for 0, yeah. And then still has Concoction in with that as well. For double destroy.
Yeah, I would say that's quite powerful. Quite a powerful turn. Actually, this clears up quite a bit of it. At least the strong stuff. But still getting through the Kolak shell is a lot of time that Casey's buying. It's a pretty big deal. Plus the death rattle. Let's try and find... Okay, I guess it is just draw. The Kolak can trade over the 5/6 pretty easily and can play the Cold Neophyte, so...
Yeah, Neophyte is really strong here. Gives you at least an outside chance of getting some of these minions to connect to face. I do like this option over just playing Crab because you know, you've seen Fridge, right? So as soon as you see Fridge, you know you're getting Frostworm's Fury. So there is basically no point in making a play to the board on that turn. You have to play Neophyte if you want to make any progression the next turn. So this line makes a lot of sense.
Yep. The one thing that Saudi does have going for him is that still at 29 health and a ton of the freezes in hand, plus another Nerubian Vizier, so has some ways to fight back, but this is going to be a lot of health gain back in the way of Casey, and this turn is going to be relatively weak regardless. There's only 3 corpses, so the Manipulator's really not that strong, especially with an immune minion on board.
Oh, true, yeah.
Ooh. Okay, Grave Strength. I was thinking, like, because Casey's gonna get like a full turn of tempo here, like Corpse Explosion maybe not be terrible, but wants the corpses for the Manipulator, and then the Grave Strength will be the payoff once like you start getting the Frostworm Furies down, because even just that with Hero Power Grave Strength becomes quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, trading with minions, faced with the weapons. Again, Casey knows that his board is borderline irrelevant in this position because of the threat of the Frostworm's Furies on the other side. So just making sure to take as little face damage as possible and push the damage he can with his face. Shoot it.
Yeah, I was trying to mouse over the Manipulator a little bit. It's like, is that a... It's just so inconsistent on this board. Ooh,
That's
that's
a
so
big
good.
draw. Okay, not going to be playing the armor 5/5 this turn at the very least. Oh, last card could have been huge there. If the last card was like a prep or a shadow step or something like that, this could have been a real turn. Again, making ghosts is still kind of whatever in this situation though, because you saw Fridge get played, so you know there's a high likelihood that you will get double Frostworm Furied over the course of this game.
Double destroy here? Yeah,
Looks like it.
That's good. Good draw.
That is indeed good. Yeah,
Looking
looks like
for
a teacher
burn.
noggling weapon kind of turn.
Anybody?
Oh yeah. Howling Blast. For sure.
Yep.
Pick me! Pick me!
Huge in terms of making up extra damage, the Howling Blast, and also not insignificant that it just completely cuts off any kind of ridiculous Draka out this turn. Although, is Casey one of the cut Draka kind of gamers? A lot of people have been. I confess I have not checked that just yet. Yeah, no Draka in Casey's list.
No Draka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, as I explained in detail earlier, I don't hate, but, you know.
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
If a minion survives here, it is... is this?
9.
Yeah, because you can
7,
Horn a Winter
16.
Grave Strength.
That's
Oh, there's a
exact,
sidekick too. Yeah.
Psychic, yeah, Psychic help. I think it was exact before the Psychic though.
Yep.
Yep.
Showing the Grave Strength. Saudi showing the foresight instead of going with the Hero Power plus top deck option in that situation.
Which, as I clearly explained in the previous game when Casey did it, is strictly wrong. You
It's
are
wrong.
supposed to play the top deck for massive
Yeah.
tilt equity, and you know it would work on Casey because Casey did it, therefore believes it. So Casey would tilt in that situation. That's how you know.
That's how you know.
Yeah.
That's how you know. Going for the honorable lethal. Yeah, I already had it. Set it up perfectly. GG's, friend. Here you go. But now the... I guess the Rogue might be a little bit of a tougher deck to get across than the first two for Casey, given the rest of the lineup for Saudi. It seems like we found that situation to be the case often in many of these matchups.
Yeah, Rogue is a little bit awkward. It's very 50-50-ish across the board. Slight favourable against Relic Demon Hunter, but nowhere near as good as it used to be. And then slight unfavourable against Shadow Priest, for example. Big unfavourable against Frost DK. And I think when you say we've seen Rogue struggle, that's a big part of the reason why is we're seeing so much Frost DK being played in this tournament, which can just be a nightmare matchup for the Rogue, as we've just seen.
All right.
Symptoms will be severe.
In case you get it done. Whoa. Almost had some symmetry going on there. Actually, not symmetry. A pattern.
Yes. Hazy, not a bad outcome from Concoctor. Ooh, especially now. Are we going to see Step and Tempo immediately? We are not. Okay, Casey's going to hold off.
Yeah, I think seeing the draw off the top, which could be like location.
Location? Yep.
Yeah. So
And you can go location, coin, concoctor, play the concoction for 0, step the concoctor, keep going, etc.
Symptoms will be severe.
draw. Ooh.
Okay, I mean that's not bad.
Well, he gets to try again.
He does get to try again.
Yeah. What do we got? What do we got? What do we
Yellow.
got? Okay, there's draw.
Yeah, okay, there's yellow. More yellow. That's better. Yep, we
okay.
take that one instead.
Yep. Draw plus hazy. Oh, jeez.
What is that, TJ? Arena player?
Yeah, it's the... I don't know. It's a warlock card. Shadow
Okay, that
Beast?
one I know.
Shadowborn? Oh. Ooh. Okay, well...
Wait, what did it do? Death Rattle reduced the cost of a shadow spell? Is that what it did?
The shadow spell on hand by
So the
3.
Door of... I mean, the Door of Shadows is now free, right? That's
The door,
something.
sure. Yeah, you'd think Ghostly Strike would be shadow also, but it's not.
That's true, it isn't. Yeah, I've never really thought of that. You're kind of right.
Yeah, you think a lot of the spells... I mean, Dwarf Shadows literally says the word shadows on it, so if it
Yes.
wasn't a shadow spell, we'd have problems.
We would.
But everything else looks like it could be a shadow spell, but isn't. I'm pretty sure that's the only shadow spell in the deck. Shadow Step, but
Shadow
that wouldn't
Step
matter.
is also a shadow spell. Yeah, yeah.
And Shadow of Demise, but also...
Shadow of Demise isn't real. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, is Prep a shadow spell? No. Feels very shadowy, but... Free door shadows. Let's see it.
Okay. Slowest possible card. I'm sure not necessarily what Casey was looking for here. Though that is an insane draw, though. Bone Spike off the Ghostly Strike. Huge. And still 20 health to play with, assuming the egg goes face. Not the worst position.
Nope, not at all.
Still probably just about has time to drop that Ashara next turn.
All right, Versati's side. Could just play it slight. I guess it wouldn't be slow. Just go like Shadowed Spirit plus hero power. The other option would be, because I think you want to weave in a hero power.
And they're close enough.
Would be Mind Seer and then hero power. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, fine. I do like this though. If you're making this play, trading open the egg so that you at least have significant amount of pressure on board and hero powering face, I do think is a better way of going about it. Because obviously, Caster Vision, we can see the Ashara in hand. I think if you played a weak turn which didn't put many stats on board, and your opponent, you don't want to give your opponent that time to play Ashara, right? Because you know that is one of the fast swings that can actually allow Casey to start pressuring you instead. So now he knows that if he wants to play Ashara, he's taking 6 minimum next turn just from what you can see on the board.
We have plotted long enough. Now we run.
Got to do it anyway, though.
Yep, likewise, I don't see a better plan. That's the worst draw in the deck, I think, for this point in time.
Yeah. This horn is essentially going to decide the game, I feel. Looking for something good. Does that qualify, TJ? Can I get a something good check? I would say, yeah, absolutely. Also, the horn is the Shadow of Demise right now, so it can go again next turn. That's if Saudi even finds a way to deal with this behemoth, because if he doesn't, then it doesn't matter, because you're not going to outpace a million healing every turn.
Currently can't even kill the Orca, right? Like, this is worst case scenario.
Death will not be a mercy for you.
What was in there? Shadowed Spirit, Egg, Arm Stealer. Okay. I mean, what about Psychic Conjurer? Can that get us anywhere?
It could have, yeah. Like
Second Behemoth.
You could have played Psychic Conjurer with the plan of just killing the Orca and therefore limiting the amount of healing your opponent was going to get. That's not winning, right? Like you would at that point you would not make this board at that point. You'd have to spend mana on the Conjurer and on the thing that you got from the Conjurer that helped you kill the Orca. So I don't think that ends up winning the game.
Yikes. This is a full clear, nearly, because the concoction is deal damage plus destroy.
Yeah, so it's a full clear. The last
It's a full
minion
clear.
attacks into the Behemoth at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, best possible outcome. It's going to be back to nearly full health for Casey.
There it is.
Oh,
There's the
yes!
cards.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Hero power first. Okay. Prep!
Pew pew.
Pew, pew, pew. That needed to be like Potion Belt double draw or something like that
Yeah.
from the Conjurer. Actually, couldn't be.
Well, yeah, we know it could not have been that. Yeah, but certainly
Yeah.
from Saudi's perspective.
Yeah. Like at least a fan of knives, you know?
Mhm.
Or Krabito. No, it couldn't be
There
Krabito.
is no light, only power.
Alright. Here's a 5/6. A Pit Fighter? Is that the vanilla?
Yep.
The first vanilla 5/6 Pit Fighter?
Yep.
I gotta speak your language because I know you like to say those types of things. It's a Bloodfin Raptor. It's a Spider Tank. It's a Boulder Fist Ogre. It's a Pit Fighter, Sottle. There you go. You happy?
Honestly, that was a very strange existential experience for me then. I thought I was just in a call with myself. It was really strange. I mean, I know that we've been off air for like nearly 5-6 months at this point. Have you spent the entire time working on that impression? Because that was uncanny, honestly.
Actually, my impression of you is nearly spot on. Like, you wouldn't even believe how good it is now with how much I've been practicing it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the
you
last
mean
time it
that wasn't
happened,
That wasn't even the perfected version we just heard?
no, the last time it happened, I got scolded. So now I do
That's true, yeah. Yeah, we might
now I
get
do
cancelled
an
again.
American heavily caricatured version of it to avoid subtle copyright issues.
Got it.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Protected under fair use.
Yeah, since the advent of AI technology, I do very aggressively protect my voice as an IP, just so you know.
I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
All right, grave digging. That's something. Okay. Might as well. I'm pretty sure that's like the last spell left.
Yeah, the problem is you know about the Astalor on the other side, though, right? And you're just leaving up a 9/9.
You are the
I'm not
Yeah.
presenting alternatives. I'm being a problems guy and not a solutions guy, TJ. I admit it, but I'm just saying.
There's no solutions in there. But yeah, that'll clean up the board, push enough damage. It's not going to be lethal just yet, but for all intents and purposes, it is. And that will mean, oh, Saudi's going to stay in it to the last moment. Maybe there's a miracle amalgam. Yeah, Bone Lord Frost
Bone
Whisper.
Lord, we can go out on our own terms.
Should've
Okay, we
picked
did
it.
go out on our own terms. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. But Casey's going to take the series 3-1 and move on to the top 8 going into tomorrow. So, very nice series. Very quickly dispatched Saudi, but Saudi put up a good fight. But like the way he played these matchups. Just at the end of the day, didn't make it through.
And I think this is the point in the day where I do the Casey spiel again, because I still don't think Casey gets enough respect as a top-level Hearthstone player. I just don't. He is the greatest deck builder in the history of Hearthstone, and I stand by that at this point. Like, in terms of high-level metagame and competitive metagame, I don't think anyone has had as big an impact on what decks people are playing as Casey has. We've seen it again this expansion with Relic Demon Hunter. Various forms of Miracle Rogue have come from Casey. We go back to GM, where it was the practice group with Casey, Bunny, RDU. The deck list that that group was playing tended to permeate throughout the rest of GM and just be then what everyone was playing, and those decks largely came from Casey. Like, honestly, the meme goes, like, when Casey builds a deck, that means those cards are getting nerfed. That seems to be what happens. Is Casey builds a deck, it terrorizes the metagame, things get nerfed, he just builds the next deck. That's been the pattern of the last 3 or 4 years at this point. I think Casey is absolutely one of those people that needs to be put in the conversation for the highest echelon Hearthstone player.
Yeah, and the only time people aren't playing Casey decks is when Casey's not building Casey decks. It's really the only way to put it. But
then what
we will be seeing
play Jumbray decks. Who wants to do that?
Ugh. Gross. Yeah, yuck. But that's our second decider match. Casey moving on to top 8. If you liked what you saw, you can catch him tomorrow playing in the quarterfinals, which means we have 2 more matches left on the books for today. So we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more decider match action here in the group stage of the Hearthstone Master Tour Spring Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've got plenty more matches coming up for you to round out the day. I'm Raven and joining me for this one is Edelweiss, and we've got a pretty good one. I'm excited for this. I'm actually glad we fell on this matchup. It's going to be Pocket Train versus Tonsoku again, continuing the theme of the end of the day to see who makes it to tomorrow and who unfortunately has to try again next time. Are you looking forward to this one as well?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've talked about why we like Tansoku, but Pocket Train, it's really enjoyable for us, pretty terrible for him, I suppose, seeing his end-of-the-month streams where he's just having a mental breakdown while grinding for that top finish, but he has managed to get those top finishes and qualify in here, so would be really exciting for either. Take a win here. Pocket Train, very well known for his APM, and expect we'll be getting to see some of that over on the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, and as I said, as we're moving on towards, sort of rounding out the day with this, and one more match left before we close it out for the day. We did just see Casey join Gamer RVG to get through out of Group B. Unfortunately, of course, means we do have to have two other players knocked out. So Saudi just gone losing to Casey, and then Surrender a little bit earlier on in the day. But this is the one we're on now. It's going to be that Group C. See who's going to join Walder to make it out. And like I said, it's going to be Pocket Train or Tonsoku. Both players with fairly aggressive lineups. I believe there's a double Demon Hunter ban, so both players not having access to that. And the big difference here is the Mage versus the Shadow Priest. We were talking about this like before we went live, but where would you fall if you were making an aggressive lineup, right? Would you bring one of these? Would you bring both? Would you bring neither?
So I have always been more of a mage player myself, and I do think Solid Alibi and Cold Case can give you some of those edges in matchups against other aggressive decks. You do have to survive that early game where the others tend to be better at getting on board. But if you land a solid Deathborn or, just start pushing damage with Solid Alibi to protect you, I mean, there can be no stopping you at that point.
Yeah, I do feel they're weirdly similar, but in the fact that the priest has better minions and the mage has better spells, right? At least from the way I view it anyway. But just taking a look at what's going to be banned out, at least for now, because I do think these ones are going to be banned out, at least the Demon Hunters are. But we are going to see, again, just way more Death Knight than I thought we were actually going to see played. So both players will have that Frost Death Knight to get over the line. But even within those builds, it's not like there's a sort of cookie-cutter Death Knight for Frost build, right? It's like we are seeing players have a few cards different here, a few cards different there. And I think that's pretty interesting because although it's still early in the sort of rotation and new expansion meta, it's not like Frost Death Knight itself is a brand new archetype, right?
Yeah, it really only gained just a few cards, was even running Construct Quarter before the nerf, at which point they put in the Rowdy Fan instead. A couple of players have gone for this Hardcore Cultist, which does add a little bit of an edge against things like the Outcast Demon Hunter. And then Pozic has been a pretty excellent inclusion for a lot of players here, I think because it plays naturally to the deck's strengths. You don't really care about them playing the 3/3s if they want to put them out there, because you just freeze them anyway.
Yeah, and I think like this card, when I first saw it, I was like, okay, I mean, it looks fine. But I was like, you're just giving your opponent cards? Is that really a good thing? And then when you realize how it actually plays out, after you've seen it a couple of times, you're like, oh, this is really awkward. Because again, let's say your opponent could play the 3/3s. Well, they've just played some 3/3s and you're playing Frosty, okay? You're like, yeah, sounds great. You play two plain 3/3s and I'll carry on with my life and probably win that game of Hearthstone. So, yeah, I do agree. Bit of a surprise factor, I think, for me, Pozic. I did not think it was going to be as playable or good as it actually is. And another card that stuck out as well that we saw from Tonsoku earlier today is the Idol, right? Like the weapon actually looking pretty good in that priest too, just giving those like cheap hero powers out of nowhere.
Yeah, one of those cards that you expect it to be there mostly for the overheal package that Priest got, but it doesn't say you have to be having a heal hero power to use it. So it has made its way into some of these Shadow Priest lists just because it saves you, I suppose, 3 mana when you consider that it costs 1. And while it can mess up some of your dredge or undead damage stuff off the your favorite card in that Shadow Priest deck.
The Necromancer.
Yes, the Necromancer. It can also just get you a fair bit of early tempo.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the problem I found with playing Shadow Priest is obviously the hero power is strong, right? It's a better mage ping, but a lot of the time you don't want to be spending 2 mana on it. So even if you have to commit the 1, then you have those options later where you can say play Necromancer on 4 and hero power a minion away, and suddenly, although it did cost you earlier on, the tempo swing, as you kind of mentioned, it is huge, right? Because you're just dealing 2 for 0 wherever you want, and pressuring with additional minions anyway. So, as you mentioned in, let's say, if there was a mage versus priest matchup in this one, that's one of the sort of turns the priest can make that says, well, actually, I kill, because the mage minions are kind of rubbish early on in terms of their actual stats. It's like, oh, well, I just kill one of your things, play one of my things, and then your answer is to play one thing next turn, and it's never going to keep up. So, yeah, I do think it's an interesting inclusion. I've not been playing the list with the weapon in myself. I'm definitely going to try it. Maybe not tonight because it's getting late for me, but tomorrow when I wake up, I'll be chucking some games in there as well. But overall, do you think any particular player is going to be favoured going into this? Because other than those 2 deck differences, like, do you think that there's any particular favourite overall here?
Tough call with both the Outcast Demon Hunters being banned. I would be inclined to favor Tansoku a little bit with the Shadow Priest. I feel like it is better suited to get under something like Frosty K and the Rogue. So I wonder if the reason for leaving up Frosty K is just that it's easier to potentially get under it. Like, obviously, Frostworm's Fury is a nightmare of a card to deal with as a board-based deck. But it does come out on turn 7.
Right? Yeah, I'm with you, yeah. Well, as we go into game 1, Pocket Train is going to be rocking the mage, and I guess I'll give you a different question. Do you think the winner of this series is going to be heavily decided by who gets the mage or the priest over the line? Because do you think they're going to be the problem decks?
A smidge of this?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way of putting it, because they are the 4th deck. They are just a little bit behind these other 3. It could, honestly, even from a mental standpoint, getting your 4th deck over the finish line first may just sort of hype you up to then kind of snowball the rest of your lineup.
Yeah, I can see the Snap Freeze picked up by Pocket Train, and that's an interesting knock-on effect. Obviously, this was a bit of a while ago now, but suddenly Snap Freeze is good against Sinstone Graveyard, because obviously a while ago those minions had stealth, which they do not anymore. So, a 1 mana go away for a turn, for a 10-10, 9-9, 11-11, whatever we've seen, is going to be pretty strong. But Tansoku's like, that would be a good card, wouldn't it? I'll have one as well, thank you.
Well, sometimes with the Suspicious Alchemist, I think you're just looking at, well, which one of these would I actually not mind having? Right, and in the case of a Miracle Rogue, it's a cheap spell. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, it's not clogging up my hand.
Yeah, the Tansoku is starting to get quite the collection of cheap cards together with that Sinstone. So probably this turn just to chuck it down, and then next turn looks like a potential pop-off.
Yeah, and Sinstone Graveyard nerfed twice now. Not only does the Ghost not have stealth, but it used to be 2 mana. And in spite of all that, Miracle Rogue has managed to perform quite successsually.
Not even that. It's like, in spite of all that, Sinstone Graveyard is still the backbone of the deck, right? It's like, it's not as if, oh, well, you still play it, because sure, why not? It's not that nerfed. But it's actually just the core of the deck anyway, along with all the support, of course. So, Tansoku now with the Bone Spike, suddenly, it's a lot of cards that look very playable to me.
I wonder how many resources will be spent here, though, because Tansoku knows, with that location played, that Pocket Train can just freeze and then destroy with his own Snap Freeze.
Right.
So, how much do you want to commit? You kind of have to make a Ghost that's big enough to get Snap Frozen, but still conserve enough resources that you can do another pop-off in a couple of turns.
I think this looks okay. Because there's Putricide and because there's the, basically, even with this Shadow Step used, Tansoku still has a ton of stuff to do. So think even going this far, I mean, some players might think, well, hang on a minute, the Shadow Step, now the coin, this is all too much. But Tonsoku's still retaining resources by doing all of this. It's not like he's emptying his hand, right? And then knowing that this 9/9's going to die.
And this is something I like about having Hipster in the deck. You know, it meets that criteria of being 2 mana to discover something. And even though it's spells that were not included in your opponent's deck, that's actually leaves some pretty good options.
Oh no. I was hyping up Tonsoku, saying like, yeah, this play's good, he's got tons of resources, and then as soon as that play happened from Pocket Train, yeah, Tonsoku's slapping himself in the face. So I actually think he forgot, which is unfortunate, but I actually still think it was fine. Like, you never want your 9/9 to die, but if he made a 5/5, Pocket Train's not going to use that combo, right? Like, Tonsoku had to go in a little bit there.
Oh yeah, you have to give an attractive enough target. So, and I think, as you say, whether intentionally or not, you know, there's a Rewind here, there's Concoctions, there's Astalor, there's still a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Rewind could even, you know, get you a coin back or something. I think the concern now is not giving too strong of a Deathborn turn.
I will say as well, extra shout out to the players in the sort of Asia Pacific side of the world, because they've literally just been playing all night, and that is something I would 100% struggle with. I struggle to make sense talking when I've been casting APAC time zone, never mind trying to compete at a very high level. So Tonsoku may be feeling the effects of a little bit of fatigue, but I'm sure he's got the ability to recover.
Just clearing up all the minions here to not give too strong of a Deathborn.
Oh.
But that's 3 fully infused Frozen Touches.
Yeah. Deathborn number 2 being burnt, but I was talking about this with Lorinda not too long ago. But Frozen Touch, especially when you get extras, it is infinite damage. It's so brutal.
You really only ever need 2, but when you end up with 3 like this, it's just such a problem
it's
to
absurd.
overcome.
Because the best thing about it is when you end up with 3, unless there's a lot of symmetry with when you got the third one, or, you know, the second and third one, whatever, you can afford to just throw one away even if it's not infused, right? Because 2 is enough. So it just gives you so many options to, you know, do I use this one as removal? Do I just throw them all face? I have 2 mana spare and 1 not infused. I'll just maybe launch that to open up some hand space if there's like a, you know, a volume up in hand and you need some space. Like, all the options are there for Pocket Train, and the onus is now very much on Tonsoku to do something big to fight back, because Pocket's still on 30 health and still has a lot of freezes left.
And that something big may just have to be generating cards that heal. We see Ancient of Lore there, which could be used for healing. There is Sun Fury Clergy, which I think was a nod to the aggressive meta that we're seeing here. But I don't know if it'll be enough in the face of all these Frozen Touches, and location very, very powerful when your opponent is just making a big minion.
At least Tonsoku knows the Snap Freeze is gone, because even though these minions can be frozen, if Tonsoku can sustain, it's still an 8/8 that has to die at some point, right? Unless, obviously, Pocket Train can lethal back. But at least the minions are much harder to kill now without the Snap Freeze.
It only has to die at some point if you survive yourself.
Yes. Oh, no.
It's looking increasingly difficult.
Oh, it's okay. There's Ancient of Lore and Shadow Step now. Oh, actually, yeah, sorry, I didn't even see the Sun Fury in hand. That's just better.
And this is a big advantage of that Sun Fury, is not only does it heal you for 6, but it does also heal up your minions, so they are able to be persistent threats. Pocket Train, having used both locations on that last turn, will not have another freeze for this 8/8, although there is plenty of damage to remove it if he so chooses. 34 life, though, I expect all the damage is going face.
I was going to say, I actually think, like, this is easily one of those moments where you go, well, unless they generate cards that don't actually exist, I'm just going to throw it all face, and how can I possibly raise? Because I do think it's a fair question at this point. There's a lot of heal, of course, for Tonsoku going back up to 30, but that's a lot of resources. A Pocket Train's still sitting with these touches in hand. And there's Aegwin as well. Oh, it's just a million.
I think you don't play Aegwin yet. You just use the infused ones as they get re-infused by these skeletons.
Right. It's tricky as well because I think what Pocket might be doing is looking at what's left in the deck and seeing how likely it is to, like, draw a small minion. Right, because all the other minions in the deck are relatively small. So suddenly if you do play Aegwin and you're very likely to draw, like, a 1 or 2 drop, then that could be quite good as well. So I'm sure he's just looking at all the outs here. But I think at a base level, you are completely right. Play all the frozen touches. Honestly,
Maybe.
I could even go face with all the skeletons because Tonsoku can't just leave them alive, right? So
Yeah,
push
absolutely.
everything face and say they'll infuse themselves, whatever. And if they don't, it's still, what, 9 damage next turn anyway? And there's all the arc. I didn't even see there was 3 arcane bolts as well. Just
guess
spam it. Just play it all out. Yeah, I love this.
Yeah.
Just spend your mana. Go face. Now, isn't this an honourable... If we can't have Hunter in this tournament, at least we've got something like this. Another honourable deck.
There's 17 damage for Tonsoku, which is only halfway there.
Are there any Colossus that can do anything? Not realistically, right? Not versus 3 touch.
So many options.
I don't think so. I mean,
This is the
you
Druid
could
one that I
gain
can't remember the
some
name
life.
of, but... You know, I'm going to do too much.
You know, I'd completely forgotten they made this a 7/7. And heal
Those
7.
stats! Yeah.
Our gift of
Those buffs
I'll be
coming
honest,
into play here
so
for
did
a
I.
rogue.
Okay, well, it's some amount. It's going to be hilarious if both players say, yeah, let's just keep this simple, no trading.
Choose soon.
Let's just
Well,
punch each other in the face till one person stops.
It makes sense to me that Tonsoku says, well, you know what? They have to infuse, so if Pocket Train wants to infuse those frozen touches, he
Right.
can do the trading. I'm going to take my damage while I can get it.
It's just hilarious that by not trading, yes, you don't infuse them, but the skeletons get to attack face, which is kind of like infusing them. You know what I mean? So it's just
Little
hilarious
less
that both players are just slapping each other in the face till it's over.
My powers are
Now this is Hearthstone. This is what I signed up for all those years ago. It's going to be, I think, a million
Exactly.
damage here.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, so much damage. Pocket Train takes an early lead. And we were talking about the main differences between both players' lineups is Pocket Train has the mage, Tonsoku has the priest. But already Pocket Train's just got the mage over the line. I don't want to say it was super easy because the deep freeze was the snap freeze was probably the card that really broke the back of that game. But
Yeah, absolutely.
still, setting up with those frozen touches, very, very nice play. And one of the reasons why I have high hopes for Pocket Train going forward, if he can make it through to tomorrow. Because I think this mage deck is actually quite good. But there's plenty of games left of this series so far. And Tonsoku, just as much as Pocket Train won with the mage, Tonsoku could just Q Priest and win with that. And then we've got a lot of funky mirrors going on.
Yep, just the straight up lineup for lineup mirror at that point. I believe there are a couple of card differences, so we will
Yeah.
see how those play out, such as this Miracle Rogue with the Sun Fury. But yeah, even here was not enough healing to overcome all the burn available to Mage.
That's it. When you realise that there was the Ancient of Law, I think the Sun Fury was played twice.
Yeah,
There was the 5 armor as well, and Pocket Train still just was like, yeah, you're still dead. It doesn't matter how much you heal for, you're going to die. So yeah, so much damage available for this mage. Like I said, Tonsoku still looking fine. It's only 1-0. But Tonsoku, I think, in terms of looks with the camera as well, is looking a little bit fatigued. So hopefully, slapping the face that he did to himself was going to wake him up. Maybe he just needs to go and get a fresh drink quick and just, get ready. Because there's nothing worse than trying to focus when you're tired, or at least for me. I do not do well.
well, it was quite a few frozen touches there, so maybe that just sort of shocked him away.
Yeah, true. True, instead of cold water, it's just frozen touch attack. There you go, that'll wake you up. We are going to jump very quickly, speaking of mirror matches, into a mirror match of the Frost DK mirror. What are, outside of Pozic, are there any sort of big differences in these decks?
So there's Pozic, and then some players have also gone for that hardcore cultist. I believe pretty much everyone has the Rowdy fan in.
Yeah, or at least these two players have two of them, yeah. That's for sure.
Looks like...
Yeah, it looks like Pocket has a Harbinger of Winter, and Tonsoku does have the cultist.
One cultist and one, this is quite unique, I believe the only player with this in the Frost Death Knight, perhaps a nod to the mirror, Smothering Starfish.
Oh, yeah. That's a big deal, actually. Like, even though, 4 mana is a lot for the effect, but when so many games revolve around that back and forth between Frostworm's Fury, the Starfish is just... We'll have to make Pocket sit and think about it, right? Because if he Furies... And it's like, well, I get lethal if the Starfish comes out, then that's a huge problem. I have to push him off the play.
Yeah, it's something that allows you to sort of break serve in the mirror, which could come in clutch, but you do still have to sort of win out up to that point and have a board that's worth freezing. And as it stands, Tonsoku is not really the one making a board, although...
No, it does have the answers, and Bonebreaker is a great early card to get. But I do think just having the egg, especially, it's such a pain, isn't it? Because you have to kill the egg, then that spits out something bigger, then you have to kill that. And Tonsoku definitely on the back foot here. It's going to be cultist now, yeah, it makes sense, right?
Perfect cultist turn. You consider saving it sometimes against things like the Outcast Demon Hunter or maybe the Priest, but I think that's a perfectly good turn in this matchup.
What do you think about this? There's the Frost Strike to just play the Frost Strike and discover the card, or there's the value play that Pocket Train's now gone for with the Ghoul charge. Do you like the Ghoul instead?
I think having enough corpses can be relevant at a certain point, whether it's for Might of Menethil or the Marrow Manipulators. So I don't mind just generating an extra corpse, and occasionally, you do need Frost Strike to kill something like an Arms Dealer or just stuff that you're not able to deal with using your hero power.
Something a bit more relevant than just a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like an actual danger card.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah. It'd be nice. And now there's those 2 Might of Menethil in hand there for Pocket, and those, even though I think a lot of people discuss the freeze, it's still just getting smacked in the face as well, right? Like, it's still a very relevant amount of damage.
Oh, yeah. 4/2 weapons, historically, have been very powerful, usually on the side of Rogue. I remember when Waggle Pick was a card for Rogue.
Oh, yeah.
That was a 4/2 weapon that bounced one of your own minions, and then that minion was Life Drinker. So it was just, piles of damage where you would get 8 out of the weapon, and then, an additional 3 from bouncing a minion that also dealt damage.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, now and again, when you're not thinking about it, takes you by surprise, where, they've equipped a 4/2 on 4, whatever. You blink and it's like, wow, they just hit me for nearly a third of my health with that one card. Yikes. Being very aggressive, and I think this is what we're going to see. And pretty interesting that both players have like a heavy minion opening. It's less about board now and more both players actually just pushing as much damage as possible.
Now this is interesting. Pocket Train equipping that weapon. Oh wait, sorry, I thought he was on 6 mana. Never mind. I was saying instead of the Frigidara. Frigidara is coming down next turn.
Well, I thought it was interesting as well, the no swing, right, when he has a second one.
That is a little bewildering. And I'm not sure what that's a nod to. I suppose it's just, like, you've got the time. Now you know with Frostworm's Fury, the following turn, that you're not going to be able to equip the other one.
God, and both players playing like lightning as well. And I know, like, this is a deck that they'll both be very comfortable with, because, again, it's not some weird off-meta pick, right? It's one of, if not the most popular deck in the game right now. But they're still going at it. It's crazy.
Syndragosa is a very interesting pickup. particularly with Frostworm's Fury. I doubt this hardly ever happens, but if you run it out and your opponent Frostworm's Fury's face to freeze the minions, your own Frostworm's Fury becomes a full board clear.
I hadn't really thought about that. Huh.
It just says whenever you
Yeah.
freeze an enemy
Freeze,
minion.
right? Yeah,
So-
yeah. True. That's kind of crazy.
Not sure that'll actually come into play, just because there is the Frostworm's Fury here, followed by another Might of Menethil.
It's really tough, right? Because although there is, Pocket might be sat thinking about, well, what if Tonsoku has the other one? Because then that just gets frozen again, right? Because he
Yeah.
could play the Cindy and just kill the 5/5 now.
But is that even better into an opposing Frostworm's Fury? Like now you've just not pushed 5 damage that you could have.
I guess with the other weapon in hand, I guess so, yeah. Ooh. Again, another matchup from these two players where they're just hitting each other. It's great.
And I think you don't go for the Fury, because a Noggling has to potentially save you here. None of those are
Portrait is
healing.
not it.
The freeze is actually relevant though.
Yep.
The freeze face, right? So you freeze forward and face.
Yeah, in case of the weapon.
Pick me! Pick me!
So there's 5 from Rowdy Fan Hero Power. Oh, is it one off? Just one off with Rowdy Fan and the skeleton.
So this will have to be school teacher, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you
Try and
find.
get something.
Anybody?
I saw blood tap then and was like, oh no, never mind, wrong card, and that's gonna be it.
Oh,
Tonsoku
that's
evens up the
tough.
series. Two
Yeah.
absolutely brutal games to start this series. You can see both players are like, oof, okay, yeah, because this is absolutely savage. There's no, long back and forth games or anything like that. It's just right. If you slip once, you're probably dead, right? Because we've seen both times now. The player who's got like half a step ahead just stays that way because again, both players very good as long as the draws aren't going to completely crush them. They just cash in on that sort of extra advantage they have, and it's really hard to claw back because the decks that are doing that we're seeing aren't really built to recover. They're built to win faster than their opponent, and when they're mirrors as well, it gets even spicier.
Yeah, a lot of people like to talk about all the decisions that take place in longer control matchups, etc. But aggro, you still have a ton of decisions. They are just compressed within those first few turns, at least with these aggressive decks. There's a lot of options in terms of Discovers in the Frost DK, in terms of, the Demon Hunter stuff you get off of Wretched Exile, right? All kinds of generation there. So a lot of these decks have certain options. Priest even has the how you utilize cards that you get from your opponent. So it can just be these wicked fast decisions. Now, they are also playing fast, which they don't have to be doing. But
No, but they love it. If there's a couple of players here that were going to play fast, I would have easily guessed these two at least in there. These two, a couple of others as well. But yeah, I think the decision points in the aggro matchups are kind of interesting because it's even with the weapons included. Is do I trade a minion here instead of my face? Because generally speaking, base rules of Hearthstone, it's generally better to use your face to trade. But in a matchup that's so much burst damage either way from hand, actually just using the minions, even though the minions are more likely to die afterwards, it is better because, well, your health is the most important thing in that kind of matchup. So it does get a little bit spicy, but it does mean that Pocket Train can just go for the Death Knight again, whereas Tonsoku now is going to have his Priest and the Rogue once more left to go in with. I believe we're ready to go into the next game. So I think this is just going to continue to be fast and furious as we dive into game 3.
victory.
And here we'll get to sort of test that theory of whether Priest can perhaps get under the Frost DK. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see Frost DK pick up another win. It does seem like the Tyrant deck of this event. I'm surprised to see the Frost Strike go back as well.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where deciding if you're the aggressor or not in an aggro match, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because someone will end up being the aggressor and someone will defend. But deciding that in Mulligan is kind of tricky, and I think a lot of players actually, it's not like there's a universal thing, oh yeah, in Frost DK versus Priest, the DK plays removal. I think a lot of players would probably argue about that, but this opening hand, although Tonsoku's got off to an okay start, it needs to continue off the back. Okay, this is fine, this is fine. The Cathedral into something is worthwhile here, but I was just looking at those two grave digging and was like, oh no, Tonsoku, oh no.
Well, you know, could always have just traded off the Banshee and started the card draw, but I think usually location, you want to get it down as early as possible so you can utilize it to its fullest extent. No, gonna opt for this instead and get an Amalgam down.
Okay, interesting. There is 2 horns though for Pocket Train, and that is a swing turn in a box right there, isn't it? If you can just refresh 4 mana.
Yeah, definitely something in the Frost DK's back pocket is being able to just mana cheat like that. Could still be challenging in the face of this start that Tonsoku's got, but always have to be accounting for discovers off of Nerbian Vizier, off of School Teacher, that can give you options outside of your sort of rune selections.
We do what the living cannot.
Okay, no big surprise there. Gonna start just trying to use this to hack down some of these minions. The only weird thing here is, like, with not getting the Cathedral down, like, I respect the play from Tonsoku, but now, when does the Cathedral come down? Because I do think you want it on board.
Yeah, now it's just a little bit awkward.
Yeah, there is 1 drop to fill out the curve, of course. It's just this feels weaker, doesn't it? Because right now, I'm just looking at the Necromancer and be like, well, that's just a 5/4 that deals 5. Go.
Yep.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself.
Well, maybe Tonsoku goes wide here now, because he can fill out the curve with the minions.
It is typically better against Frost DK to go wide earlier rather than later.
Quickly.
I'm wondering if you
It's
ever
gonna be
pick up
Banshee, yeah.
Invincible, but probably you want to win before that matters. It does give the minion taunt in addition to buffing.
Yeah, I think if you're setting up that as your plan, you're probably already accepting a loss.
Probably.
Even though I like the card, I just think it's Shadow Priest, especially with this.
I think that was a Howling Blast. Yep.
Nice.
Always a solid pickup. Especially off School Teacher, where you basically get 2 mana discount.
Yeah, and oh, look at the damage. This is what I was talking about, right? Like, look at this tempo swing. There's another horn if he wants it. Yeah, there you go. And
Yeah, just
suddenly, oof, it's like a druid turn.
It was the perfect discover, but also
Oh.
just the patience setting that up with the Thessarian in play, and then being able to get this complete board swing, and we'll swing it right back over with the Shadow Word Undeath.
At least it's flat, though, for Pocket Train, right? Like, yes,
Right.
there was the clear, which sucks, obviously, if you Pocket Train, but there wasn't a clear plus other stuff, right?
Right.
Shadow Priest has to pay a significant amount of mana to get that done.
And now
Pocket
do
Train
it again.
refill.
And defile these lands.
This is where things are going to start to slow down for Tonsoku here, because suddenly, this clear isn't as cool anymore, and we can see Pocket Train, like, has the DK top end, right? Of Overseer plus Frostwind's Fury.
Yeah, and this is where, Mage potentially has that sort of edge over the Shadow Priest. Is Mage in this position could still potentially, Deathborn, be charging up Frozen Touches, have that damage from hand, not be worried about having to make a board into Frostworm's Fury. But Tansoku has not quite gotten in enough damage over those first few turns to be able to get over the finish line with Burn.
None of those say undead. The weapon's fault. Give it back to the holy priests. Give it back to the boy bands. This is not what we signed up for. Oh no.
Yeah, that does feel pretty tough when all you're looking for is to have that burn.
And that's the thing as well, right? You can see Tansoku in playing the Necromancer said, I have to burn. I have lost the board. I have to burn. So you go, okay, this will deal 5. Then what do I need to draw? Oh wait, it didn't deal 5. Never mind.
And I can't stop thinking about the fact that this location just never had the chance to be played.
And it's tricky because the location's very strong for card draw in this deck. Because, you're playing an aggro deck, card draw very strong, of course. But I do wonder what the buffs would have done. Because I think Pocket Train's removal has been very clean this game. And obviously the Cathedral would alter those numbers, right? So, yeah, this is definitely one of those games I'd love to, go back in time and live in the alternate universe where the Cathedral was played.
Yeah, just for the buffs, for the card draw, for a multitude of reasons. Maybe it draws you enough cards that you're able to find that burn. So once your board is cleared, you can actually get over the finish line. But now, we're in the zone where Pocket Train can just freeze all day, doesn't have to ever actually kill any of Tansoku's minions. And so you can't even activate Grave Digging or another one of those board clears.
Yeah, and this is rough. It pushes some damage, but when you have to start playing this type of game as the priest, you are not having a good time.
Run as fast as you can. Reach for the skies.
In Pocket can't believe it. How nothing that turn was. And that's lethal, right? Oh no, not quite. Overestimating the damage. Okay, never mind, it was kind of lethal. There you go. Pocket Train taking game number 3. And again, just one of those scenarios where the Frost DK just doing what it does, right? It's the reason it's one of the most popular decks and the reason why it's generally pretty feared as Tansoku got pushed off.
Yep, I think that was pretty expected with the Frost DK. We sort of think, okay, they're going to take win on that for each player. So we'll just be seeing if that priest can get over the finish line against one of the other decks. Rogue can sometimes struggle if you do build a sticky board early enough. I think Tansoku will be looking again for that Banshee Foul Egg early game.
Right. I think it's one of those scary things though, right? Because although that's definitely true, if Pocket Train does the rogue things, right, and just makes one big Sin Stone, how does Priest actually kill it? They just have to race, and then suddenly they're racing a 9-8 attack minion, and then the rogue has the tricks, right, the concoctions, bone spikes, and so on to clean up all the Priest minions. So it's pretty scary. I think Sin Stone Graveyard and the ability to pull that off is going to be even more vital in this in that matchup than generally for Rogue, even though of course it's the backbone of the deck anyway. But I am now scared for Tansoku. I am a Tansoku fan, but getting this over the line, or getting both decks over the line against this Rogue, I think from Pocket Train is going to be a big ask.
And particularly against Pocket Train on Rogue, which I think is quite a comfort deck for him. Hand's looking pretty good. Potion Belt, absolutely a card you want in the opener. I think I'm pretty much always looking for Sprint, but if you do need defensive options, you can always go for those as well.
Not a bad opening though for Tansoku. They choose to
like
hold
this.
off as well and double play the ones with the Reborn, right?
Yeah, it's just better value. Really
Don't
awkward
feed the
with the
rogue.
Reborn Death
Yeah.
rather.
Pocket's like, no. Stop.
There it is. The spread knows it needs the additional resources.
Oh, Ascendant.
And I think we'll be ripping that draw 4 immediately.
Yeah. And already I feel like this is going to be such a close matchup because Sinstone Graveyard's there, the draw, the prep, the everything is there. But this is about as aggressive as you can get for Tonsoku,
Yep.
right? Like,
Oh, there's an undead. Deciding between Egg and Ascendant, I suppose.
Yeah, I kind of like Ascendant because there's Cathedral Ascendant, right?
I think, he might be thinking, well, the Egg you can weave in a little bit better.
I guess so. I mean, there's a world where it's actually just like hero power next turn, right? And it's just like a
Right,
stall
yeah.
phase.
Yeah, if you're just trying to weave in that hero power. It's going to come down to what's comes off the top here. I think both of these... Oh, wait. One Scribbling Stenographer, Shadow Stepped. Shadow Step has to lure a bunch, but we're not on
Double
5 mana, so it does no damage.
Yeah. Double Shadow Step in hand, though. It's huge.
Triple with the Shadow.
We have plotted long enough. Now we run.
The Shadow of the Shadow Step. I think you probably kill everything but the Egg, right?
I would say, yeah, killing the egg's only going to cause you more trouble, right? It's going to give a bigger headache than it's worth. Suddenly, though, like...
This is a
What is this
massive
turn?
ghost.
What? Why is this still the same turn? I'm sure there's some rules questions have to be asked. I'm joking, of course. But, wow. 12, and like I said, yes, Tonsoku got a good start, but Priest can't deal with a 12-12. The cards don't exist in the deck, right? Unless they generate them from their opponents somehow. So now, there's what? 2 turns?
And there's a
That's
Colossal or something coming down.
Yeah.
That is
Okay,
burn.
okay.
But I don't think it's fast enough.
4. I mean, it's lethal next turn, right? If it hits. It's 9 and then hero
That's
power.
a taunt.
Yeah, the taunt is insane. Because otherwise, if the Necromancer hits for 5 and the egg got to go face,
Right. Well, and
The
we know
taunt.
there's a foul egg on the bottom.
the taunt's huge. It's so huge. Because that 4 damage was needed so much. I think Tonsoku knows. The dream was alive for a very short period of time there. Even beating the race of the 12-12, but oof, the taunt.
Too soon.
Interesting. Okay. I wasn't sure if Pocket Train was going to go for, a Jara trade onto the egg and then use the Scribbling Stenographer to take care of the 3-3, but yeah, taunt's good
I
enough.
think he's just saying, yeah, you can't get through the taunt. Who cares? Just push everything face.
And even kind of vitally in another
Yeah,
way,
oof.
you can't kill off your minion, right? So
crazy match, and honestly, I feel like it's one I need to just re-watch because it was so fast, it was so brutal from both players, and you can see that how like these aggro lineups that have pretty much dominated the whole tournament into stuff, but in general it's aggro, and you see how like cutthroat it is and how close we've had matches or games where players have completely overran their opponent, but then we've had games where it's like, well, if I draw this card, I win. If I don't, they're probably going to return fire the next the next turn and game over. So some really raises edge, but what a series. It's crazy.
yeah, I mean, you blinked and you missed it. It was just fast decks, fast gameplay, non-stop action. As you say, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it and do more analysis because there's so much going on there and decisions to be made. But that's going to take us to our final decider, elimination match, whatever you want to call it, of the day. And I believe you're going to be having Sottle and TJ for that one?
I think so. Going to be two of the three chuckleheads that aren't us two. So that's who's going to be there for that one. But yeah, that is going to be that one. We've got to say farewell to Tonsoku, of course. It was great seeing him play, and I've no doubt he'll be back. Pocket Train is going to move on, but as you said, that means there's only one more match left for today. So make sure to stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. 7 have been decided, and there is one more still to go. And with me to do that last cast of the day is Sottle, who I don't get to cast with very much, so I'm kind of scared because he hangs out and shouts at me all day, every day. Anyway, Sottle, what do you make of it all so far?
I mean, it's just a strict improvement, right? Now I get to do it live and in living color, and things have just improved enormously. Yeah. To be fair, Lorinda, we've gone through 3 different talent rotations today, and Lorinda has complained twice that he wasn't casting with me, and now in this version, we are now casting together, and Lorinda then complained that they're casting with me. So I'm not really sure how I win in this situation, to be perfectly honest. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, it's been a great day. I'm really happy to see Pocket Train going through just now. I will always wear my biases on my sleeve. I like Pocket Train a lot. I think he's a phenomenal player. So from all regards, I am very, very pleased to see good old Pipit progressing through the group there alongside Walder. Group C is now wrapped up. Group A and B were wrapped up before that as well, which leaves us with only one more group. And I think even you, Lorinda, by process of elimination, can figure out which one that is.
Yeah, that is group 4 coming up right now. There we go. Look at it. And it's Hemlock already coming through. And Yala in a rematch with Me Smile. I don't know what name we're going to go with for Me Smile, but I'm going for Me Smile, which he lost earlier today for a chance for Yala to move on into another top 8, something he does relentlessly in these 16-player tournaments.
Yeah, I think relentless is a very good word for it. I think in terms of prestige, that might have been the biggest upset that we saw in the opening round games. A lot of the players who you would have expected to advance through the opening games did so, but Yala picking up a loss to someone with at least less of a competitive history would have been a shock to most people. But I think I've made this point several times, at least once while I've been on air each time, that this standard is incredible. Even if there's a player in this tournament that you have not heard of, over a hundreds of game sample size, they have finished above players that you think are really good in the ladder. And that just means that they're good Hearthstone players. That's kind of hard to argue with when you have the sample size involved that we do. Now, there are other issues involved in playing the level of sample that we are playing with this tournament system. But in terms of a comparison to just, straight up a double elimination qualifier that seeds you into this tournament, right? Like, this is monstrously more consistent in terms of which caliber of players actually make it to the tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen that as we have a quick scan through the deck lists. We have seen that over the last few months. Like, the same players are top 5 every month now. They're trying to.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. Like, it's 8 points for coming first and 7 points for second through to 5th. You can count your best server, so you get probably 2 goes at it for most of these players. Most of them don't play 3 servers. And there's people on 23 points. Well done, Pocket Trader. 21 points. There's a group of people. Like, what? That's like nearly maximum. How are you doing this? It's ridiculous. And it's crazy.
And this has always been a thing, right? Where things happen, and like, for example, the 3-star Masters system that we had before, right, where it came out as like, well, no one's going to be consistent enough to actually hit that number of points. That's impossible. And then Hunter Ace does it with like months to spare, and then Saiyan does it as well, even though everyone that was pitched to said, no, that can't be done. People generally underestimate how consistent the very best Hearthstone players are, as a general rule. Like, yes, this is a card game. Yes, there are random elements. Yes, there is variance. Yes, you crave sample size to try and iron that variance out. But the very best players rise to the top over and over again, and that has always been the case.
What I will say, just as a footnote to what we've both just said, is over and over again, whether it's Muzzy, whether it's Frozen, whether it's Pocket Train when he started, we have seen ladder players take a little bit of time to adjust to tournaments.
Yep.
There is a difference between jamming the same deck 400 times in a month on ladder and being versatile enough to do that with 4 different decks and make the lineup coherent. But every time we've said that about a player, they have come through and eventually adjusted to tournament formats. So that's just the one footnote. So if somebody's here for the first time and they have done it through a ladder system, I do think it is still okay to judge them as possibly just slightly disadvantaged by that.
Yeah, so we are now just skimming through Yala's deck lists. 2 druids in this series, which is a little bit unusual. I think a lot of players feared bringing druid because druid felt like the most easily targetable deck. We're seeing a lot of people, for example, with Outcast, Demon Hunter, Shadow Priest, Paladin, that kind of lineup, quad board based aggro to target druid in general. So a lot of people have chosen not to go for the druid for that reason. Both of these players have chosen to go with a druid. Yala sticking with the Demon Hunter and is a rowdy fan of Relic Demon Hunter as opposed to Outcast, which I know both you and I have played a good amount of. Both you and I expected to see an equally large amount of that deck in this tournament, and have both been a little surprised by how many people hop the fence over into Outcast Demon Hunter instead. But Yala is going with the Demon Hunter, and of course, on the other side, MeSmile, not a Demon Hunter in sight.
And we're being told that the bans are the double rogues, which I'm on Team Raven here, I'm afraid, which is always a bad sign, especially when I'm casting with Sottle. Why are these Frost DKs surviving the ban phase? Every time I do the chart, every time I do the maths, the numbers, it just says Frost DK, get it out of there. But people are choosing time and time again to leave it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would have seen it be banned in every series, in every scenario. I would also have expected to see it banned more often. Certainly, I was talking about it in Casey's series before. I didn't understand the bans in that series. Frost DK looked like a better ban to me than Outcast Demon Hunter from Casey's side. So yeah, double respect going down for the Rogue in this position. I guess just 2 players with Druid in their lineup really have that to keep in mind as well. So that does change things quite significantly. But regardless, we are now going to get into action. We are seeing Druid coming out from MeSmile, not a deck that I have yet had the opportunity to cast, and it's going to be the Frost DK coming out.
Yeah, and just the thing, I always do this in every match that I ever cast. The one matchup to watch out for is the Paladin versus the Druid, if that happens. That is the Paladin's escape route, and it's a massive escape route. It keeps the Druid in problems, and the Paladin gets out of there. But yeah, so MeSmile will be looking to queue the Paladin to the Druid at some point.
Yeah, otherwise it does get a bit sticky, doesn't it? Paladin into Miracle Rogue if that was up, which of course it isn't. Paladin into the Relic Demon Hunter, I think is a good matchup for the Relic Demon Hunter in the hands of an experienced Relic Demon Hunter player. Of course, Paladin into any deck that's just going to freeze your board over and over again is going to have a bad time in general. So, yeah, I think that is a good assessment. But I think the other thing you can take away from that is, why on earth have you brought Paladin to the tournament? I just don't understand it. Why is it here?
Yeah, I mean, if you're soft targeting Druid, and I think MeSmile is, despite bringing Druid himself, but that's a 50-50, but so it doesn't quite work, but everything else does beat Druid. It does give you a strategy of, I could beat the best players in the world if they bring a Druid along because my decks beat Druids.
Yeah, I think Paladin and Miracle Rogue hammer Druid. But then you have the mirror, and I think, the people who put Frost DK in their lineup will probably say that it's favored, but I don't think it's monstrously favored against Druid.
It's an argument, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think there is some debate to be had there. But, so still, even as a soft target Druid strategy, I don't love the lineup that MeSmile has gone with, honestly. But enough of that. We're on turn 3. We can start talking about the actual game that is ahead of us.
Oh yeah, there's a Hearthstone game in progress. Wow. Alright, so I don't know, I've had it hammered home recently how important tempo is in every meta ever, but particularly in the current meta, I think.
Yes.
And even if it's just small amounts of tempo that Druids generate, it still slows everybody down. So Yala's going to have to try and deal with that and decide already. Do I want to put 2 damage into the face? The simplest of decisions. Well, it's simpler than usual because it always does 2 damage to the face. So there we go.
Yeah, the question is just how would you like to do 2 damage to the face? And the early Death Rattle minions, the hero power buffing minions for the Druid, are very irritating because you always have to make that decision: do I clear it? Do I leave it up? You kind of have to weigh that decision. It's like, well, how likely is my opponent to want to hero power on this turn, right? Because if they really don't want to hero power, clearing the minions, great. I can gain tempo because even though their hero power becomes more effective, it's just not going to be a thing that they want to do on this turn. If you do think they're likely to hero power, then quite often leaving the minions up is less tempo for them, right? Because especially the 1-2 very rarely has any kind of significant impact on your board.
You've been talking a few times about, Frost DK and explaining that it's tough, which I do agree with, by the way. And these are exactly the sort of situations already as to, well, how do I want to play my next 3 turns here? Not necessarily how do I want to play this 1 turn, but what's going on here? Do I want to waste some mana on a Vizier? No. But do I want to then Horn of Winter? Ugh. What do I do with this extra mana? Etc. There we go. There's some things to do.
5 mana Frostworm's Fury.
What do you do on 6 if you take it?
Play Fridge.
So
Card that
Frostworm,
costs
Fridge,
6.
Frostworm is the plan?
Yeah. Which also creates a world where you don't necessarily need that 1 mana this turn. So yeah, I think these were the 2 options, right? I do think this one is better because the card Rake exists, but let's start with the start of this before we go to the end of it. The other play was to take the 5 mana Frostworm's Fury and then just Horn of Winter Rowdy Fan this turn. And just leave it. Again, it doesn't attack, but you just leave it on board and say this is hard for a druid to clear anyway. But because the card Rake exists, that's probably going to miss out on some damage in a lot of positions. So by doing it this way, this board is never getting cleared this turn, right? So you guarantee in this position that you can land some Rowdy Fan damage to face if you want to.
Also wondering, if you go the other way, when do you play your School Teacher? That is a perfectly good, functional, broken Hearthstone card.
Yep, that is true as well.
So
I still
by
think
doing
there's
this,
merits that say the School Teacher gets skipped this way as well, though, right?
potentially, yeah.
Because you could play it here on turn 5, but you could choose to go Rowdy Fan instead for just insane amounts of pressure. And then if you don't play School Teacher on 5, same thing, right? You're not playing on 6,
same thing,
you're not playing on 7.
Yeah, I was thinking the old Rowdy Fan onto the hero power on turn 1,000,000. Oh no, I say oh no. Yada just has 1,000,000 things to worry about. And
So
School
it's
Teacher now becomes more sensible because it creates 2 corpses, not 1.
And also because you didn't draw a card to spend 2 mana on this turn, right? Alongside the Rowdy Fan, because this spends 5.
Do you take Played Grain here? And just say, I have Marrow Manipulator and I'm going to use it?
You could also take Asphyxiate and not play it, just to have an Asphyxiate in your hand.
Does that ever actually do anything great?
Say you get hit by Mishmash Mosha Counterswing, like Immune Mishmash.
Yeah.
But at that point, you can just go face freeze minions at that point anyway,
Right.
probably.
And if going face freezing them doesn't win, you've probably lost either Asphyxiate 1 minion for whatever, because the rest of the board's killing you somehow as well.
Yeah.
It does kill jailers and stuff, I guess.
Hmm?
If things get really terrible and you need that one last swing. Ah, he's taken Nagaling. We'll be fine.
Yeah, it's going to bloom the Rowdy Fan instead. I like it. Same deal, you wait 1 turn with the bloom to get the Rowdy Fan down, and then you are guaranteeing that it gets to attack, because this board isn't getting cleared whatsoever. Gets the School Teacher played, which solves that problem we're asking of when does the School Teacher get played. You just jam it there and use the Horn of Winter to get the Rowdy Fan out, and now 6 into 7 is pretty clear from this point.
Last chance to play Flower Child. Because you're dead any other time you play it if it's not now, and I think it might be too late already. You can't win if you don't play it, can you?
And there's 13 on board right now.
Yeah.
You do get to play Astalor alongside it, I suppose, which takes off 4. Yeah, it's enough of a window.
It's kind of, you hate it, right? But there's nothing better, I don't think. It's one of my favourite cards of the set, I think, in terms of advertising the new... I mentioned this earlier, advertising the new mechanic. Because the payoff for Flower Child is so great, but it's so awkward to get down sometimes unless you play it on curve.
I don't love it. Personally, I wish they'd stop giving Druids way to guarantee draw their win condition when they
Fair
can also
as
ramp
well.
every game, you know? Like, it just makes games samey from my perspective. Like, you play some ramp, you play the tutor cards, you play your win condition. That's every Druid game and has been for like 5 years at this point.
Excuse me. Missed the mute.
Death calls.
Right. The hovering fridge. It's an emote in half the channels on Twitch.
Welcome to the 22nd century. We have hovering fridges now.
Amazing. They just come up the stairs with your drinks in them and you just open and they hover back downstairs again. Great. Can we get on that? Can someone make us one of those? Thanks.
Gonna be Horn Frost Strike, I would presume. Again, just this Horn not gonna be useful from this point forward. Try and transform it into damage. Might of Menethil will do. Ooh, okay.
One of the things that's interesting about this matchup is if you sort of fail to kill them the turn that they make their massive taunts,
yeah,
you just don't get there because your 5 damage to face just gets armored away every single turn.
Yeah. Yeah, in the case of Frost DK, it becomes a little bit more difficult because they can't ever really win that board back. Other decks, like Relic Demon Hunter, for example, can clear up the 6/6s and 7/7s and just leave them with 3 24s on the board and take them out over the course of a couple of turns, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're playing the forbidden ETC Crazed Alchemist tech, then you're going to have the time to do that. But yeah, against a Death Knight, not really a huge ability to clear things up.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, so this is the 2 turns or so that decide it every time in this matchup, sort of turn 7, 8, where you just work out who's won at the end of it. I guess that goes back to what Sottle says about it being a bit samey, but there you go. Right, 12. Kind of have to, don't you?
What do you have
Play the
to
weapon?
do?
Just play the weapon at some point here. I don't know what the rest of your turn is, though. The rest of your turn's horrid.
Yeah, you don't really have anything else to spend mana on. You can try and turn Frost Strike into a useful card. But normally one of the best arguments to use Might of Menethil over Frostworm's Fury is that you can spend mana on doing other things. The other argument, which is still true, is that you're front-loading damage over the course of a number of turns, so it's usually the best card to play, first card to play in the sequence, because you then have that equipped for the next couple of turns and you can continue to go face with it. But there's
my other
nothing
argument is
really to spend the mana on here.
you might never do 4 damage with this card again.
If
This
Zok
could just
hits,
be-
you mean?
Yeah, this could
The
just
thing
be
is, though,
it.
the Anub turn has happened, right? Like, Zok only gets 1,000,000 health
Sure,
taunts on
yeah.
the Anubican turn.
Otherwise, it's just a 6/4 or something. Usually,
Yeah, they're quite small from this point.
Alright, he's found a way to set up a lethal. It's not one that necessarily he believes, but he's found a way.
Yeah. Just about everything that he did set up lethal in some way. He knows about the Astalor in hand for armor, for sure.
Yeah.
Knows he has second Underking to play around as well. The good news is it is some time before any minions get to attack this game if you're Yarla.
Oh! Must learn not to second guess myself when Yarla's thinking about turn 17. Yeah.
Again,
Got this.
You want to weapon again because it's the most damage over X number of turns. But
At least you have the
is-
Spectral and the Hero Power this time to chip another 3 in there if you're not totally wasting the rest.
Yes.
Skeletal, sorry.
I have but little time.
This one is a little different though, because obviously you don't get to swing with this weapon immediately, having just swung.
I can see worlds where this comes down to a 50-50 manipulator hitting either the Underking or the face, or something horrible like that.
Yeah, very possible. Again, this sets up lethal, but Yarla knows it doesn't, because the Astalor is the card that he does know about in this position.
Astalor doesn't achieve anything though, right? In the short term, because you make a 5/5, gain the 5 armor, but that goes away, gets frozen, and then you've got a 5/5 to deal with, and you're in the same spot you were in before.
It does put a 14 damage card in your hand though, and you do have a hero power that's dealing 3 a turn.
Very true.
That's a big deal.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying it's not actually the massive swing that it smells like. Because it draws you another card as well, which is kind of where he wants to be right now. Tony and say they don't have it, you know they have some of it.
Yeah, they played Fridge. You know it's there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good point. Okay. Make stuff, hope opponent runs out of freezers. How close to lethal is this 14? Not close enough is the answer, but does it clear the 5/5? The answer is yes, pretty much always.
The answer is yes, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Oof.
How many need to go face? 12? Is the hero power at 4? It was at 3 last turn, and then he played the 2-1, I think.
So the 2-1's still on the board. So it's either at 4 or 2, and it's not at 2, so it's 4.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'm never very sure because that's how I am. But yeah, 12 out of 14 seems very unlikely.
There aren't many intervals where the 5/5 doesn't die and you don't have lethal, though. Which kind of makes it seem like the play. The problem is, how much armor is the hero power going? Because again, Fridge has been played, so you kind of give your opponent credit for everything once the Fridge has been played. So you're fairly confident you're taking another 5 in the face.
Has he been gaining 3 armor? I feel like he's been gaining 3. But yeah.
3. 3's not enough.
Which means he's dead to Pig, he's dead to a lot of things. He's just dead to the board with 1 Fury, actually, with no Taunt. Yeah, okay.
Kapow!
He's super dead. Ooh, don't do that! That arrow scared me.
We try and tell you this, dude. You know when you play against people and they, like, the arrow briefly targets your minions and then goes face, and we try and tell you that's not BM, that just happens in the game client. Maybe now you'll believe it. It just happens.
I'm gonna ask Yala later.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was BMing. I was trying to make him think I was just targeting his minions. Seems unlikely.
It's just what he'd say, actually, just to wind me up and keep me at it, yeah. 1-0 lead, though, for Yala once again. Lost this matchup at the start of the day, but takes a 1-0 lead here. Still has his own Druid hanging around. These Druids are both going to be pivotal here. And again, that wild card, the Paladin, where's that going to end up? So, still all to play for. It's one of those 1-0s that's not particularly surprising. But I do agree with you that the Druid Frosty K matchup is pretty close. Well, we saw it. You can invent a million worlds where slightly different draws change the outcome of that one.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It is a big win for Yala, I guess. But with still Druid on the board, I'm still not overly excited either way.
Yeah, the Zoc didn't come down as part of the Anubrakan turn, right? And then from that point, the full 16 damage of Menethil swings went face after that point. So, you know, you can subtract that 16 damage straight up if there's 124 taunts in the way or whatever else at that point. So, yes, the Druid does kind of need to hit the nut curve of, you know, ramp into tutor into hit the right minions. But as discussed at the start of that, that's kind of how Druid is built and kind of always is they have ramp, they have cards that tutor the cards they need, and then they have the cards they need. So it can happen very consistently. It is a hard deck to beat with any level of consistency because of how consistently Druid does the one thing that it does do. But there are some decks that do absolutely hammer it, and that Paladin, which is the point that you keep hammering, is an absolutely miserable matchup for the Druid. Play a thing, put a Divine Shield on it, Druid explodes. That is basically the three-step program.
Yeah, I mean, Rake is an incredible removal card that Druid has been gifted in for some reason, but
Sorry, what?
it's not incredible against Divine Shields. Rake.
I must protect
Rake?
the wild.
What's Rake? Do you mean Flame Strike?
Yes, I mean Flame Strike.
Okay, good.
Thanks,
yeah.
Casper. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Oh, you were invested on me knowing what you were talking about there. My goodness. But there we go.
Well,
There's Flame
it
Strike.
goes one of two ways, right? Either I do that and then you go, oh, sorry, Flame Strike, and that's incredibly funny, right? Or you don't get what I'm talking about and I have to say Flame Strike and that's not really funny, but we move on. You know?
But then we don't move on and we get to explain the joke, and that's funny again.
That's the funniest thing you can possibly do, is explain the joke, yeah.
The light
Yeah.
dim.
So that's where we ended up, explaining the joke, which is always the best. And no one actually understands what the joke is even now if they didn't already.
No.
So it's even funnier. See, I'm good at humour. We've known this for a while.
Me Smile throwing away the what's it called? The 4-mana Divine Shield. It's like something.
Yeah, that one.
What's
They've all
called?
got the same name.
Oh, Jitterbug. Sorry, yeah. No
that's the
matter
one.
how hard I try, I can't get the Jitterbug into my brain. It just won't happen.
Okay, I'm out.
It's like I stop, I think, and then wham, there it is. You know, that's how it works.
I actually understand these references. That's what's so terrifying. But yeah, it's the Festival of Legends and Sottles, you know, just playing the part, the role player that he is.
It's 1 minute past midnight. It's officially tomorrow. I can sit here.
Is
and
it
make bad
actually
jokes.
tomorrow already?
It is
Oh
tomorrow.
my goodness, it's tomorrow. Okay, well. Talking of tomorrow, we will have the top 8. One of these players will be in it alongside Rekvam, Levick, Gamer RVG, KC, Wilder, Hemlock, and of course everyone's favourite Pipit. So, yeah, stay tuned because it's now tomorrow. Got 7 more matches tomorrow for you.
So Mismar has been paying attention to the 3-step process. He's made a thing. It has a Divine Shield on it. He is now making it bigger.
Need a bit more spice over here.
And obviously, yeah, I've mentioned this several times. I'm going to mention it one more time and then I'm done. The other matchups for this Paladin are pretty grim. So, queuing this is a big deal.
However, this is not the fastest start that you can possibly imagine here. Having the weapon is huge. Having weapon plus sous chef is huge because that is going to enable Mismal to make one massive minion at some point. One massive minion tends to do pretty well against Druid. But he's not off to the races just yet. The hand is a little bit slow. There's a light ray in it from the start, which is not what you want to see. Grime Street Outfitter, great card, but still you have to invest in playing it for that initial turn to be able to get the long-term value out of it, whereas against Druid, you'd rather just play big stats straight away as opposed to taking the setup turn.
Yeah, and Yola has managed to get himself a collection of 1-drops. This is something that does amaze me about Druid that isn't mathematically sound reasoning. They just always have all of their 1 and 2 drops. Always. And Aquatic Form's a big part of that. Like, joking aside, it does have it a lot because Aquatic Forms lets you do it quite often.
Exactly, yeah.
Accidents. They happen, you know?
Reporting for duty.
2-2-2-2-2-2.
Reporting
So
for
when do we play the 5-drop with this hand if nothing exciting happens? Or something exciting happens, that slows it down a bit.
For Yala.
Yeah. Because
So if you want to play it now, you're still waiting the same number of turns to actually play one of the big minions, right? Because it would cost you a coin or an innovate. And then even, say, if you got 7-drop, as it would then cost, you'd still be 2 turns away from doing it. Going into 5 next turn and only having 1, quote, coin available to you at that point.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably just worth waiting and jamming it on curve. And then from that point, you can potentially have the coin and the Vate to play whatever you want from the draw. Of course, your plays vary wildly, depending on whether you get Mishmash Mosher or a Nubrican or whatever else. Holding on to both coin and Vate could be useful if you end up with the Immune in your hand as well to go alongside the Mishmash Mosher, though, because that would be huge.
Still don't think this has actually told us that he's definitely doing that. He probably is now, but okay.
I think in this case there is a 4-5 coming down, yeah.
We all exist in harmony.
How does Paladin get through a large Zoc?
Class the action lawyer.
Oh yeah, class, comma, action lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, they're identical twins. They both passed the bar simultaneously. And are both named class.
Amazing. I'd really struggle. I've never passed a bar in my life.
Me Smile avoiding the Shade of Naxxramas test and actually using his weapon before he dies is always nice to see.
You've watched my stream too much where people just hold on to it and just sit there looking at it while they explode.
Yeah.
But yeah, use that card. It's there to be used. It's not there as a 27-point lethal. I mean, if you can make sure you lethal them, sure, do it. But just use it to make a nice fat minion that's going to kill your opponent.
Just like this.
Exactly. Look at it. It's just a 7/7 that's just going to... Yeah, it's turn 5. You've got a 7/7 that's protected. Just have one.
Double rake, though. Very, very big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Can Greavy Cat hero power, and because of that, last innovate, then still drop double rake. Which is a huge board swing, it has to be said.
It's a
I was
lot,
initially
isn't it?
thinking, well, at least you get to kill the 7/7. You actually just get to tidy up both of them.
Time waits for no one.
It's just Flame Strike.
It is just Flame Strike, yeah. It's all gone. Look, basically the only things that were survived were the 2 minions that had Divine Shield, just as they would have done if it was Flame Strike.
He is always right. I don't know if you've noticed that. No matter how much Fino tries to stop him from being always right, he's just always right.
No, listen, like I called BGBM Lothar as much as anyone else did. That's not correct. That did not make sense, and I'm not pretending that it made any sense. It's just very funny.
It made sense to me.
Well, I think that is Exhibit A as to why it didn't make any sense.
Thanks. Wow, it all started off so polite around here. Now look where we're at now. All right, it's time to jitterbug, I think, because that's all he could do.
It's slipping.
Question is, does he want to make them bigger, right?
It is just slipping a little bit.
Mm. I think Yala's in need of an Underking if this is gonna get going, right?
Sure.
Not a lot more. Like when you say it's slipping, you don't need many things for it to slip when you're that place. Am I going to tell chat what's in the ETC, or should we just let them guess? I know chat likes to ask. I don't really want to spoil their fun. But it's Crazed Alchemist.
I mean, you've kind of started now.
Yeah.
Have they been good? Do you think they deserve to know what's in the ETC?
Chat's always good. They're the best, I think.
Alright, fine.
Come on, Yala, play it so we can see what the other cards are.
It's Alchemist Photo Starfish, if I remember rightly. Is that
It
right?
is indeed, yeah.
Yeah, okay. None of
If he
which
jams it
are
now-
at all useful in this situation.
They're not. Starfish actually eventually will be.
Yala will be eventually dead before that happens.
If he had 7 mana,
8.
it's still not useful.
Yeah.
If he had 8 mana,
It costs 4 now.
yeah.
Remember
that.
when Smothering Starfish was such a terror on the metagame, they had to nerf it?
Time waits for no one.
Meanwhile, Renathal roams 3, kind of. These have been some pretty gruesome decisions to have to make. I don't know if it's because they're hard or because we're watching Yala make decisions, which always feel torturous because of the time he puts in.
Oh, Funk Fin off the top!
Wow, with a
That
steel
is
chair.
the greatest funk fin I have ever seen in my life.
And
Can't even
Mismo,
say I've got Saturday Night Fever anymore. It's officially Sunday morning. It doesn't even work.
why did I go with Sottle last? I'm not used to this. He knows I don't understand anything. Okay. That's the Paladin out of there. It did look just for a minute like Yala had managed to swing it around. I'm just going to no-sell everything from this point on. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
It looked like he had sorted it to some degree, but yeah, 2 turns later he was dead. Exploded, and that leaves him with a druid-sized problem, as I've been describing it all day. They both have one though, so that's fair.
They do both have one, yeah. It has seemed like the players who managed to dodge the Druid Bring have looked more comfortable in most groups. Because we haven't necessarily gone through the groups in the conventional sense, we haven't necessarily had that that group by group narrative of like, oh, this is the fully aggro group. This is the group you don't want to have Druid in. Druid's actually okay over here. It's a lot harder to kind of break that thing down group by group. But generally, all the Shadow Priests and various other things that we've been seeing that have been potentially making Druid's life miserable, it has seemed like Druid has not been the bring. I know that was expressed by a lot of players that I spoke to about lineup building. It's like, I can't find a fourth deck unless it's A, bad, or B, Druid, and I don't want it to be either of those things for various reasons. And we've seen, I think, people end up on some arguably pretty bad decks, and some people end up on Druid, and both of those come with their inherent risks.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, which is a very Raven thing to say to you. I'm going to say that if this tournament was 3 years ago with players of similar strength, most of them would have brought Druid. I think that players have evolved of their understanding of Conquest, even though it's been around for a long time
in
now.
this metagame, but 3
in this
years
exact
ago
metagame, but 3 years ago with the players being as good as they were back then, players of this strength, whatever, I think that players had not evolved enough in Conquest at that point to dodge the Druid, anti-Druid, Druid-like mess.
So basically what you're saying is Yarla is an unevolved life form. That's what I'm hearing.
Sure. Whatever you hear, you go with.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that a long time ago, or not that long ago, sorry, players would still have been bringing the best decks or targeting the best decks. And a couple of years ago, people started targeting 3rd and 4th decks a lot.
Yeah.
And now at the stage where people are anticipating the target on their 3rd or 4th deck and dodging it. That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I will add, though, I think there are times still now where it's correct to just bring the 4 best decks and let the
absolutely.
Let the people try and target you, right? It's just that Druid is in a spot where Druid kind of sees play in the right metagame and will see 0 play in the wrong metagame, right? Because it's so good at doing one thing and so bad at doing the other. Which makes it a more difficult deck to force yourself to bring, even if you do believe it to be one of the 4 best decks, because you know the tech to target it is very, very easy to decipher.
No, I'm absolutely in agreement with that. I just think that a few years ago, people would have brought it anyway.
Sure.
And just dodged all the 2nd and 3rd guessing and what's going to happen and just gone, well, the other decks are really pretty rubbish.
So one of those statements was like, I don't really have any way to dispute that because it involves time travel. So if you want to believe it, go ahead.
No, I wasn't even trying to get you to. That's just my opinion. I just wanted to do the thing where Raven sits here and says a thing. Yeah, it's just. I think that players have evolved a lot in their understanding of Conquest over the last few years.
You said it again. You said Yarla is an unevolved life form.
Well, maybe Yarla has evolved 2 levels past where we are now.
Okay. I like it.
Right, so he's evolved so quickly that he's got to the point where you bring it anyway, because it's just a good deck.
He's evolved to the level of Hearthstone Bucket Hat, which I have not yet, so that's one thing.
Yeah, same actually. Yeah. Getting it. That would tick that off my bucket hat list.
You taking notes? That's how you politely enjoy someone's bad joke, by the way. Just you might want to.
You've always politely enjoyed my bad jokes. I'm lying.
How much does Ava Max pay for a haircut?
It depends on the time I'm telling the joke and which currency I'm using on the day.
Okay.
But it's $20 at the moment.
Okay.
It should be 40. Anyway.
But she gets half off, right?
Yes. And that's why it only costs 20. See? He's not politely enjoying this joke, is he?
I participated in that joke. I'm not gonna. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. We're setting a really high bar for the others to come over the top on here. Sort of doing well. Okay, so when do you start freezing your opponent's stuff when they just have a little 3-2? And you really want to get your weapon going?
Yeah, I don't think it was weapon for the sake of freezing, but it might have been weapon for the sake of 8 damage. I can get behind that, but...
Oh my goodness, what's this rubbish?
It's probably the last turn you really feel like trading anything for quite some time, so it does make some sense to activate the Vizier. What makes less sense is
this.
Any of these spells. Yeah.
Corpse explosion? Can you get to 22 corpses and just clear the board? Off you go, kids.
You can have a good go, yeah.
There you go, there's 4 of them. Next time you get offered corpse explosion and you need to get through Zoc, you're there.
Yeah, it took me a while to process, because you'll see that card get taken, and then people will go, oh, really? That was the pick? And then someone will say, yeah, they just wanted the corpses, right? Like, you hear that interaction a million times. I didn't read the first line on the card for like 2 months. I didn't realise that you just got 4 corpses straight away.
You thought the 2/2s were going to die and just give you a corpse
I was like,
occasionally?
Really? That's what people keep saying? You're going to wait to draw them from your deck and then they die so you get more corpses? What are you talking about?
On that same sort of theme, actually, why aren't people silencing their own Tony? Is that what the Starfish is for?
That's an entirely different argument.
Well, this curve has been pretty difficult for me, Smile, honestly. Because this weapon is... The side effect is so powerful, but hitting a druid in the face for 8 is also so powerful. And the time, it works out a lot, doesn't it, the Frost DK, where you play your 6s, then your 4, then your 7s. It's really bizarre.
It is, and it's why, again, the deck is a little bit more difficult to play than you might first give it credit for. Whereas if you do just play on curve and you play the card that costs 4 on 4 and the card that costs 5 on 5 and the card that costs 6 on 6 and the card that costs 7 on 7, you'll win some games. You won't win as many games as you should. You do have to break that up and do some interesting things. Don't get me wrong, you should spend all of your mana available on any given turn through creative use of Horn of Winter wherever possible. It's just sometimes that is weird combinations of cards or discovered cards or whatever else instead of just playing the straight up linear curve.
And something that's quite cool about it is, of course, the deck is really good. You might not know you're doing it wrong for a long time unless you actually try and invest time in getting better and stuff.
Sure.
Which is good from both angles, right? If you never know, then it doesn't hurt you. And if you do know, you can sit there and look at things.
The good news for Yala, though, is that through use of the chitinous plating up until this point, he hasn't really taken significant amounts of damage. He does have the Underkings now to play with. I think earlier I was referencing the Immune, which obviously Yala is not playing. He's kind of playing the trimmed-down, fast version of the deck, if you like, with the chitinous plating in there instead.
Yala actually playing some cards. I remember Yala from the Warlock days, he just hero powers every turn, and then you and Raven would talk for 10 minutes about how he's going to use a card, and then he wouldn't, and then he'd just draw another card. I was sort of half expecting him to just weave with Druid, suddenly have 700 armor and 9 cards in hand and not have played a card all game. I don't know how he does that.
Yeah, I think one of the few players left remaining who plays Hearthstone at a high level with kind of the life coach mentality, right? Of, well, I could use this now, but it might get better later. Whereas I think most top-level Hearthstone players now play the game to the tempo good, put pressure on opponent, put stats in play cards, spend mana, do things, right? Whereas that is very much highly in contrast. As someone who has sat and played endless amounts of games of Hearthstone with Life Coach and seen the world's greatest Maelstrom portal, which Life Coach will not take because he didn't have 3 spell damage totems on the board at the time, so it'll get better later. Yeah, it happens. But I do think Yala is very much from that Life Coach school of thought, where it's, max value out of max cards over the course of the game. But he still has that great understanding of like, well, there's no good saving this for value on turn 10 when the game's going to end on turn 9, right? You still have to set the flag as where the end of the game is and get max value out of your cards before that point. That's the difficult part.
And one of the later GM seasons, he did start to test himself and bring aggressive decks because he felt he should.
Yeah, you remember Weapon Rogue Yarla for like 5 straight
Yeah.
weeks or whatever it was?
Yeah, exactly. And I think he knew that the game was changing, and talking of evolving players and why Yarla is still one of the greatest players ever, he did force himself to get out of his comfort zone and start doing the tempo things and the hit you with a weapon things. So as much as we're sort of putting him in that bracket, he has very much changed his style with the times.
Yeah, Yarla is just good at Hearthstone. You can try and pigeonhole him into whatever style you want, and I did just do that. But he is just good at Hearthstone.
What I think's also funny is, remember, I don't know, 8 years ago, the debate was always, but there's a right and there's a wrong way. And I think we've proved that to be, I mean, fundamentally there probably is, but it's never going to be attained. I think we now know
I mean, that's the thing. I stand by it. Like, there is an optimal play to be made on any given turn, but I think anyone claiming that they can calculate that in Hearthstone is lying to you.
Yeah.
Like, Hearthstone is a game where the skill cap will never be reached, and it's because of the level of randomness in the game, right? Like, it's just what makes it so difficult to play.
Yeah, Casey just plays perfectly because he knows, like, he just feels the matrix. He just knows where the things are, but he doesn't actually calculate. He just plays the cards because it's right to do so.
Yeah, well, Casey's just a time traveler. Like, he's come from the past where everyone's still playing Druid, and then he's gone to the future, and so he knows the results of all the games already, and then he's come back.
Casey just plays Rogue.
Also true.
It's just not that complicated. He just plays Rogue.
That is also true.
Kills you with it. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's terrifying. My little eyes lit up and thought, I could play a jailer here, that'll be fine. But I don't think you get there, ever. You just die horribly. I'm sorry.
You do have the other Underking in hand already, though. You're at 20, you play it, you take 7 plus a Frostworm's Fury. So you take 12 plus 1 tick of fatigue, 13, you're at 7, and then Underking gains you 12. Yeah,
6.
It's not good enough though, is it? You
Never
need
dies.
too many turns.
Yeah.
I mean, it does die. There's a 6/5 on board.
No, not if you jam Jailer, I'm saying.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm being stupid, yeah. At least you only gain the armor from the battle cry in that case.
But you do just kill all their things really quickly, and they have to finish you off with their Furies, but they probably do.
They do, yeah. If with the immunity and you not even gaining the Death Rattle armor, it's not close. You are absolutely just dying if they have any cards in their hand.
Oh! Does that help?
I'd be like, oh my god, he drew it, when it was the only thing that could possibly come from the Flower Child.
Yeah, you know.
At least it's not, they dredge a card and then you then draw it the next
Every
turn. You're like,
time.
oh my god, what an incredible draw!
Yeah, you take the one drop from the Nargaling because you can put it on the board that turn because you've only got 1 mana. Yeah.
What? Wait, what happened?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Okay.
do I want the 3 drop from this Nargaling or the 1 drop? Because I've only got 1 mana left. So
Oh, I see.
I'll take the one that I can play this turn. Never done that. Okay. This Marrow does some damage.
It does. These rowdy fans also do some damage, though.
They does.
Take me.
But they do it at any time.
They sure does.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, swings and roundabouts, right? Like, this is situational damage, and Rowdy Fan isn't, because you have a hero power, and regardless, you're keeping your board here anyway. However, the downside of this is that it forces you to use your Asphyxiate, which now means you have to be pretty confident that you're dealing with all this mess, because you know all the minions are in hand, right? Because you saw one card get drawn from the Flower Child.
It goes. See, those rowdies are now never doing anything of any use. 2-2 for your corpses.
I mean, that's a draw.
Can't stand the cold.
Hiya!
Okay. Oh. He's got nothing left. Now you don't play the jailer. Trust me on that.
Yes, you cannot play Jailer here. Immune minions lose taunt, in case you are not familiar.
That would be a terrifying way to lose.
Or rather, to be technically precise, they don't lose taunt. The taunt simply no longer functions as taunt. I believe they can still be destroyed by Black Knight, despite the taunt not working. So they do still have taunt, they just cannot function as taunt minions. Immune's very weird.
It is. Such a simple keyword as well. Just you can't do things to this, except for this, 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 and this.
Yeah. I love that. Think for 30 seconds and then seemingly arbitrarily throw a couple of minions in.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've been there a few times. Just look at my hand and then look back again and then work out I don't know what I'm doing and then just press some buttons. Now what? Oh, I see. He wants to know if he's got board space for the cat or not. Okay, that's a fair question. In the world where he gets frozen multiple times.
I wonder.
Should this be on the board pushing damage, or should it be in his hand making the board have two spaces
also-
instead of one?
I think it's more mana expenditure with the card draw, right? No, it would have been playable anyway, right? It would have been 0 with the Groovy Cat, so yeah, it is board space that he's thinking about, you're absolutely right.
There is a starfish in this ETC, which is actually relevant now.
Yeah, playing the card draw was essential in that spot. So he needs to go fishing for that out.
But it also keeps him, he's got two spaces on board, that he needed two spaces on board to be able to play ETC and starfish.
He gets the horn and not the fury anyway.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, excellent spot. That's exactly the reasoning behind the Groovy Cat not being played, right? Is if you get the full freeze, you still have 2 board spaces left over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah!
13,
my one for the
17,
day.
21, 22, and it would be lethal as well, so the quote downside of silencing away your own taunt doesn't matter, because you would just straight up murder the opponent.
That's my one for the day, and it's tomorrow already, so don't watch tomorrow, because that would be embarrassing.
Yeah! Let's go!
Just having to go through the hard way.
Yeah.
But now that's still, what, 18 on boards? Plus the hero power?
Yeah. 18 plus the hero power.
I mean, or Crazed Alchemist, sure. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, then fine.
Oh yeah, now he's not. We've been working out as if he's frozen, but he's not actually frozen. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, either or doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think at this point, if you put a Crazed Alchemist in your ETC, you're doing it the Crazed Alchemist way.
Indeed. Improve. I'm trying, Yara. I'm trying. Giving it a good go. 2-1. He's one game away from another top 8. And Casey in the top 8 as well. The two people I associate with just top 8ing everything. Both going to have a chance of getting there. It's ridiculous. For years and years.
You've learned very well, Lorinda, that if you're casting with Sotul, you have to give Casey his flowers, or else you'll get the Casey spiel at some point during the cast, and no one
Hey, I
wants to hear
did the Casey spiel earlier, talking about his win rates. I don't know if you heard. So I'm going to do it again because it's tomorrow now.
True, yeah.
So the top players have sort of been hanging out in each other's streams and talking a lot over the course of this tournament as a sort of camaraderie, because they're all in it together with a lot of games. And Casey is consistently playing like half as many games as everybody else with a 1 or 2% higher win rate. So he's keeping up with them with half the work. So yeah. I think he said that the gap has narrowed over the last 2 or 3 years, and sort of he used to be 2 or 3% ahead, but now he's sort of 1 or 2% ahead. So it's narrowing, but he just wins more games than anybody percentage-wise.
I can certainly believe it. What I can't believe, though, it's that the idea of targeting Druid while having Druid and Frosty K in your lineup is necessarily a good way to be going about things, because as we just saw, we kind of debated it. We said, you know, there is a little bit of debate. I think it is probably Frost favoured, but I don't think it's enough to be looking at a kind of target lineup kind of thing, which, to be clear, targeting in Conquest has various degrees of what players are actually trying to do with their lineup. But I certainly think this is it's a lineup where he's trying to get an edge against Druid players, let's put it that way. And now having lost a matchup against Druid, I think the Druids on both sides, as we mentioned, was going to be a real crux in the series, and that having now picked up the win is a big, big deal.
Also, we are talking about that as a ladder thing, as a generic thing. This is a tournament. You know you're weak to some things. You can put Starfish in your ETC if you're playing a tournament, for instance, and you think you might play against a Frost DK targeting you.
Yeah.
So you can always make your weak deck a little bit better if you suspect it might be fired at.
I don't like that we've reached the point of advocating more people play ETC. I'm not on board with that at all. I would like to quite clearly state that my was under duress there, and we can move on.
Yeah, but ETC's great, isn't it, chat? But what's in it?
What is in it? No one at
No
any
one
point
knows.
has known.
Just the ETC pinata is just there. There's stuff in it.
All right, Lorinda.
Here we
Matchup
go.
That I know you are very interested in and have played a whole bunch of times and experimented a whole bunch in. Why don't you tell us everything about what you've learned about Relic Demon Hunter versus Druid?
Put numbers on the board at all costs. Any old rubbish will do. Even the slug people.
Goodness, they're a genius.
Actual genius. This is difficult. Metamorphosis or Deal with the Devil, both mediocre. You might end up taking the Unleash Fell because you get through with the spell damage, and probably do.
I was going to say, in my opinion, only one of these cards is playable, and it's the one that's in your deck.
You know my guilty pleasure in this matchup, right? In the Discovers?
Slug people?
Sinful Brand. Sinful Brand.
Oh, Sinful Brand? Yeah.
You get stuck and they think they've got you, and you Sinful Brand their 420 minion, and you just blow it up 100 times until they die from it. It's great.
I do not like this pick.
It does 8.
It does.
I'm
do
surprised.
8.
I thought he would take the Unleash. I've got to admit.
It does 8 when you spend 6 mana on it. Yes, I think if you're spending 6 mana on things that aren't putting stats in play, you're probably not in a good place.
And to be fair, I have taken this card many times against Druid, and I'm in a position to agree with you against Yala in this situation.
Yeah.
To be really fair, bad news for you.
It's not a hand filled with things to do. Let's put it that way. It's not like this Relic Vault is going to get used over the next few turns. So it might be that Yala thinks he can just play this Metamorphosis on turn 5 if he doesn't find it. Found in Illidari Studies, though, which can just pick up the Spectral Sight or whatever else and start filling the hand up. So we'll see.
The one thing that sometimes goes wrong with the Unleash Fell, especially if you've got one already, is you kill Underkings by accident.
Yes.
There. That's a statement I have made.
Yes. But if you are going to lethal them with Steno, you need to kill those Underkings at some point anyway. Which is a quite common way to win the matchup. To be clear, this is a Druid-favoured matchup. I think this is... oh no, Hunter for some. I think I'm now favoured against Druid. The only unfavoured class for me with this deck is Hunter, and it shouldn't be. That matchup is easy. I don't really understand how that's happened.
I think I'm 0-5 against Hunter, but I threw 3 of them.
Yeah,
until I learned what I was doing.
Yeah, I'm like 5 and 8 or something. It's very strange. I don't know.
But this is unfavoured. I'm pretty sure that everyone agrees it's unfavoured. You've just played in a million games of it. So
yes, but there's a few ways where you can win it. You just tempo out, like you curve out, coin fella into school teacher or other way around or whatever. You just play minions every turn. You hit your opponent, they die. Right? That's one way of winning it. The other way is if they get to the combo and they play the Zox for like 22 health taunts or whatever. you just have to kill all the other minions, and then their face is still the lowest target because the taunts will still have like 17 health remaining or whatever. At which point, Steno Rowdy Fan can just continue to go face at that point. So for me, having 15 Unleash Fells in your hand to be able to do all that is actually still a very useful thing in the matchup, even though it would seem like Unleash Fell doesn't really do anything because it's not an anti-aggro matchup. And let's not forget, Unleash Fell still deals 3 face with Silver Moon in
Right.
You know, like that's a significant amount of damage.
I think every time I've been in that position where what you just said is my win con, I have thrown it every possible way. I've thrown that.
Yeah.
Where I've just made their things smaller by mistake because I play something on them and then think, oh no, we should have gone face first. Meanwhile, combo's starting to set up here.
Yeah, full cost for everything though, which is
Yeah,
going to be a pretty big problem. If you're going to end up paying 3 for your Steno and 3 for your Rowdy Fan, Druid is just going to ramp past the point where you have mana to really do that in most situations. So this is not looking like a great hand as it stands for Jarla.
This is actually one of the hands I hate the most when I play this matchup is the School Teacher Vault hand. Because the Vault isn't tempo unless you hit more things, which you should because your deck's full of them.
Yeah.
And the School Teacher's great as a 4/4, but if you've got nothing on the board before it, they're 2/1 and 2/2 as is happening here. Deal with it, so your 4/4 isn't that good. And I found that this hand goes wrong really often.
And it's even like, at least if you have Vault Vizier, and you can hit Phantasms off the Vizier, right? And then it's a real copy of Phantasms that you can use your Vault on, whereas Teacher Nugglings don't work with Vault, so you continue to just get those awkward hands that don't really work.
Pick me!
But yeah, this is wow.
Multi-strike.
Even by Jarla's standards, that was close.
Yep.
But yeah, he's ended up having to sort of play quite slowly here to get his Teacher down because the Vault costs 2 mana and needs a whole turn. Oh.
So you can Hero Power Vate Flower Child, or you can just Rake Flower Child if you wanted to finale it this turn.
This is one of the interesting... The Druid deck I don't think is the hardest of the decks that we're going to see this weekend, but how to manage your innovates and coins is definitely an important part of the tougher part of the deck.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, just Rake Flower Child. 2/2 allows him to clear up the 4/4.
Because the Druid sometimes wins this matchup by just going, here's my Jailer, beat me.
Okay, no Anubrakan though. That's a big deal. That starts to make this a little fairer again. Gets a 0 mana spell from the Fellerin as well. So he now has 2 0 mana spells to go alongside 6 mana Steno plus Rowdy. The problem is, he's just behind on tempo. So he's not getting chip damage with minions.
Yeah.
And this is the card he's been missing the entire time.
I'm just looking at Meesmile's hand and going, at some point, he can just innovate Jailer because he's done so much damage already. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that Jarla will get stuff on board, but there's a world where he just plays a Jailer.
Yeah. Predation used, so Jarla giving up any idea of having the Steno combo anytime soon, which I think is absolutely correct. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Just going to continue to fight for tempo, recognizes he needs to win board, he needs chip damage, he needs minions to go face. Am I allowed to point out how far away it looks like we are from being able to spend 4 mana on Metamorphosis this game?
Yes, you're allowed to. I'm looking at whether Meesmile can actually just play the 3/2 now, Hero Power, and literally just play Jailer next turn. It's so close to be able to do that because of the damage and the way that the board is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to, but I think he wants to give himself the chance to. If Jarla misses on a turn, if Jarla dimensions here and just doesn't hit or doesn't play the things he draws from it, just drop a Jailer on him.
Just drop a Jailer on him.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, again, immune is weird if you're not familiar with how immune works. Steno can still attack immune minions. Immune means cannot be targeted and immune to sources of damage. However, if something is random, it can still hit an immune minion. It will just deal 0 damage to it. So when a Jailer comes down with immune alongside other minions, your Steno is never going to deal damage phase at that point unless you have done wild amounts of damage already and put them below the breakpoint where Steno will target them.
And did you see that play? He just good made got 3 attack and just hit him in the face with it. Rather. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is really, you know, you think of the Druid as the control deck in this matchup, right? It's trying to get down to turn 10 or whatever and just stop you from killing them, and he just went face. He's just going to try and kill him.
Just went face.
And he's forced the trade. Yala hates this, doesn't he? He hates this trade.
Yeah, he does get to replace it with more damage face anyway, though, which I think is fine. I think otherwise you would never make that trade. Firstly, because, you know, you have to sleep at night and have self-respect and be able to look yourself in the mirror. But secondly, because it wouldn't be right. You know, it doesn't actually change that much about the Jailer breakpoints anyway. But because you get to replace it with the Rowdy fan and push damage to face anyway, I think it's just worthwhile in the end.
Do you take the clear now? Are you scared of the second Phantasms? I mean, the second Phantasms is there, but I think Meesmile's got every right to not expect to see it.
This setup, by the way, is huge from Yala because it does prevent the Jailer, right? You can't just bait Jailer into this.
Yeah, yeah.
Too much damage on board, you can be put below 10, which means that Steno would then be looking to target your Jailer at that point, as long as board space can be made. Making the board space is a little bit awkward, but you can make it happen with Immolation Aura or whatever else.
Yeah. Meesmile did a good job, I think, of keeping that as an option. There's, I can Jailer, but look at all the other nice toys I have. In a world where Yala stops me, I've still got all sorts of lovely things to do. This being one of them.
Enchanter, big deal, honestly, against the 10-10 that just landed with immune.
So, you were talking to me about this before the tournament. That's anti-rogue tech in general, right?
It's anti-big minions tech in general, right? It does also help against Druid, incidentally. Because of that ability to get through that late game board. You actually can clear up 22 health taunts if you have juiced Relic of Extinction by that point as well, alongside like a Silver Moon Unleashed Fel or whatever else. But yeah, Rogue and Druid are 2 of the better matchups for the card, for sure. There it is!
Yeah, it's there. But it's never Feast of Souls, we know that, right? For
never
fact.
Feast of Souls.
Yes!
In no situation ever has it been Feast of Souls.
It just looks like it's so often.
It looks like it's always Feast of Souls. It's never Feast of Souls.
How much is this next turn? This is a lot.
Really smart, actually, just preloading it onto the Mishmash Mosher and just letting it rock. So if it attacks, it then crashes into both minions and you take a bunch of damage from it. It's really smart.
It's almost as if he's done this before. He's just going to jam it. Just going to jam it. And then where's your smart minion, Sottle? Jam the Jailer. Let the Mosher clear up.
You're at
and tell Yala to have it.
And you have a 7 health minion in play? Yeah.
Tell Yala to have it.
Tell Yala to have it. Agreed.
Time waits for no one. All shall rise, and soon even out the cards.
He's even got bits and pieces left over from the innovates that he saved. Okay. Well.
The thing is, Steno's in the hand, and by the time you've played Relic of Dimensions, your Steno costs 3. You can't play it anyway. Plus, there's a Jailer in play and a 2 health minion in play that will be targeted anyway. Like it's a hiding to nothing at this point.
Your Unleash doesn't heal you for more than 1 at this point. Yeah, Yala gives up because the immune does stop the lifesteal, which is logical, but again, as going through all the weird things that immune does, that's one of them.
It's
2-2.
It's just a rough matchup. If they ramp into Flower Child, you kinda lose, right? You have to have hit the nuts yourself. You have to have gone like Vault on 2, Phantasms on 3, Coin Dimensions. You basically, if that's the only curve that you have as Demon Hunter that beats the strong curve that Druid has. Not even the nuts curve, just a good curve that Druid has. It's a very, very hard matchup to win. Very, very tough. And it you know, I will again say we died with that Metamorphosis in hand. I don't think it was ever being played that game. But it's those kind of situations that lead you to the spot where like, maybe I'll just try taking Metamorphosis this game, you know, and see what happens. It's not like the other play's going to win anyway, so let's see what happens.
Right.
So I'm not going to fault it too much. I don't think there was any great spot where, once the Silver Moon got drawn, for example, I was waiting for the moment where, like, Silver Moon double Unleash Fell was the nuts, right? And you didn't have the second Unleash Fell because you took the Metamorphosis. Yes, that turn never came either, so I don't think that it really had any kind of significant impact on the game. So, yeah, as it stands, it's just a tough matchup, and sometimes you have to get creative.
It didn't happen, but now you mention it, after the Jailer is played and you've got the Steno, you're damaging the face with the Unleash Fell and not the minions, so it is a good card. You talked about the mechanic a bit through the game anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's another way of damaging their face that isn't damaging their minions and getting the Steno to go towards that face.
What I will say is that that was played very well on the other side as well, because Meesmile has clearly been in that situation once or twice himself and played the 1-2 onto that board as well. So suddenly the target you had to move the health below got much, much lower, which plays around those kind of situations as well.
He did a lot of little things in that game, didn't he? That 3 damage to face that I don't think anybody would do. Not anybody, but outside of people who've played that matchup a lot, I don't think anyone puts that 3 into the face if you're playing sensible, straightforward Hearthstone. I feel like you just kill the 3/3 and get on with your life because you're the druid and you're supposed to be doing nice things.
Alright, here is one of my favourite matchups in the game. After just played one of your favourite matchups in the game. Okay, this one as well. Fine.
I'll let you talk more.
Just have all the matchups, Neil. See if I care.
Cool. No, you talk about this one. I think you know this one better than me. I enjoy it, but I think you know it better. I'll let you go. I'm not greedy.
I am favoured in this matchup. The majority of the games that I played with Relic Demon Hunter have been somewhere between like 50 and 200 legend this season. I believe if I was playing in top 20, where all of the players in this tournament play all of their games, I would not be favoured against Frost Death Knight. I think that it's a matchup that something about the very best players, they have the secret codes, they have the launch codes to be able to unlock this matchup for Frost DK. But I keep winning, so I'm really interested in it in this tournament as to whether it can be a consistently good matchup for the Frost DK.
Have you considered getting to top 50 to find out?
Well, the problem is I then play other decks for a bit, and then I fall, and then I play Relic Demon Hunter, and then I climb again, and it's very annoying. And I really wish that I did care enough about my rank that I just kept playing Relic Demon Hunter, but I'm not Darren, you know? You just play one deck over and over, you end up retiring and going and getting a real job at the business factory or something, you know? Like,
the business factory, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I would never play one deck over and over again for weeks on end. It's not me at all.
No, absolutely not.
But I have a lot of games on this deck. And I think you have more, to be fair. Alright, what do we do in this situation, Soddle? Because this is horrible.
Can you see easily? I have 211.
I can't see easily. I daren't to touch anything else.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. No,
pre-stream, I'm touching
fair.
nothing.
That is very fair.
I think I have more. I do think I have more.
So let's dig into the minutiae a little bit, right? Because I was talking before with Frost Death Knight, where if you just play the standard thing, where you play your Fridge and then you play Fury on 7 and then you play another Fury on 8, right? Very standard curve that a lot of people would have done a whole bunch of times. I think that's very easy to beat as Relic DH, right? And I think you would agree with that. I've seen you play this matchup on stream. You basically set out from turn 2 to like clear the 5/5s and heal on turn 7 and 8, right? Like it's just what you think of immediately. I think that's super easy to beat. What I think the best players are able to do is build more aggressive early boards, right? Just make minions, mulligan for minions, play them down, put Rowdy Fan on them, hit you in the face, make you take 1,000,000. So that you have to like spell damage clear on 5, and then you don't have that spell damage and that Unleash Fel or whatever else in your hand for later on in the game. Secondly, Marrow Manipulator. Whenever I play against like known good players playing Frost Death Knight and they beat me, it's because they've engineered empty board Marrow Manipulator, all 10 goes face. And that sounds like an easy enough thing to do, but it seems to me that only the good players do it to me with any level of consistency. So those are the things that I'm looking for specifically.
Yeah, now you mention it, the times I am most distressed and surprised that I lost are the times where I just get Marrow Manipulated for 8 or 10. I'm like, oh, they were lucky they did this thing, but yeah, and at my level they might be.
Yes.
I don't want to criticise it. If you've done that to me recently, well done. Sure. But yeah, you're saying that at your level or higher than your level, they're just doing that on purpose every time. And I can see that. That makes sense.
Yeah, because you look at like Might of Menethil, in terms of playing against Relic Demon Hunter when you're a hardcore damage-based deck, right? You have to look at every card in terms of net damage. So like Hardcore Cultist, for example, it deals 2, but it heals them for 3 because it's in play as a small minion that they can then use for an Unleash Fel clear. So Weapon deals 8, heals for 0 because it puts nothing in play. Marrow Manipulator deals 10, heals for 3, but also lives. They need more than that to clear the minion after the fact. So there's a good chance it's actually deal 15, heal for 3 in the situation where they're trying to set up a Silver Moon Guardian plus Unleash Fel, right? So that, to me, is the most effective way to break down how to effectively deal damage to Demon Hunter. And the short version of it is deal damage by playing as few minions as possible.
Yeah, but playing enough that the Marrow Manipulator will still,
Worst thing, you have to get your minions played before turn 6, right? You want to get as many of those corpses banked as early as you possibly can, ideally forcing that clear out nice and early. The other slightly less exciting thing to talk about is sometimes your Demon Hunter opponent just draws a terrible hand, which is kind of what's happened in this situation.
Kind of, but how do we like School Teacher double predation here?
I like it a lot. The second predation has certainly bailed Yala out a little bit here. He can seize tempo quite nicely. I do like it.
Just saying, I've got some sort of board. It isn't the best, but I'm going to limp along until turn 6 for my Relic. My other 2 cards will keep me alive because they remove things.
Yeah, you just draw
cards on the board are a pain in the bum, so you have to get rid of them as well. And yeah, you get somewhere.
Yeah, you just double clear this turn, take the value trade, and then hope your Nargling draws a card, and then through the 2 or 3 cards you draw next turn, you find Relic Vault, you play Relic Vault, you're in business. There we go.
Time grows short.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
We've missed the card draw part. Never sad to see a card that says Relic on it on a Nargling, but I think you would have preferred card draw there in most instances.
Is it not kind of card draw, though, in the most Raven of ways, because it makes your Relic of Dimensions better on 6, so you can play the cards?
It doesn't draw an extra card. No, like, I specifically want to draw Relic Vault this turn coming up.
Sure.
That's my goal.
Okay.
Draw Relic Vault and play it on turn 5. So you need to draw it. You need to draw a Ladari Studies. You need to find actual card draw from the Nargling.
Got it. Yeah. Well, just draw it then. Noob.
Just draw it. Yeah. Just rip it off the top this turn.
That second prize, anyway.
It's not bad. Security and Spectral Sight, please.
It is our time to step out of the shadows.
Wow. Does it do requests? Oh my goodness, it's trying to.
This is how you have 70% win rate with this deck over 200 games.
You have to just talk to it, right?
Yeah.
See, I never tried that. I swear at my deck and just tell it to sort it out. I'm going to ask nicely in future for security. It did only give you 1 card that you asked for.
I know. It would have been great though, wouldn't it? It was so close.
Yeah. But you were asking on behalf of somebody else. Maybe it didn't trust you enough. Sounded a bit scammy. Right, well, here's some cards that say Marrow Manipulate Me Now, even though it's turn 5.
That say Horn Marrow Manipulator Me Now.
Yeah, that's how Horn works, definitely. I'm not falling for it, Sottle. You can't catch me out anymore. I've evolved. I mean, it's just a lie, isn't it? Of course you can. There's some cards that are good in other decks and other situations. I'm thinking that Rune Forging is kind of the only one that ever does anything today in this particular game.
It does kind of look that way, right?
Pick me! Pick me!
The damage is now all there. As I mentioned, double Marrow Manipulator and Might of Menethil are the best ways to actually deal damage to the Demon Hunter's face in this matchup. The problem is, you don't actually have any way to stop the board that's coming back at you right now.
This is a tough call, right? Your opponent's just done a nothing of a turn, and you've got a pretty good spend all my mana turn.
The spend all your mana turn does involve using your Unleash Spell, though, right?
It does, yeah.
Which is fine. Like, it heals for 3 and it takes you to 24. That's a very healthy position to be in. But it is
The
such
relics
a
are on
premium
2,
card.
aren't they? It's really nice to get to 3 before you dimensions, but also it's really nice to be ahead on board and just spend 6 mana on dimensions and get it banked. So.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Because your phantasms, if you don't play them now, never attack. That's in the games where anything happens of any note. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the really impressive thing about this is that we're looking at a hand that doesn't have bridge in it. And Yarla isn't. And Yarla spent the turn playing 2/2s anyway.
Yeah. That is actually, yeah. So either he's read the patterns of play to predict Marrow Manipulator, or he just decided this was fine.
Yeah.
But has he done that consistently for 8 years? Like, I'm not sure. There's a point where you learn to back yourself.
So it doesn't end up... So obviously you can go Hero Power, you can go Unleash Fel, and then you can finale the Taste of Chaos if you wanted to there. Yarla actually held on to the Unleash Fel, which means he did not get to activate the Taste of Chaos. Gotta go. Gotta go. It's a reasonable draw for the situation, but you are casting unvaulted dimensions this game, which is never too big of a win.
Yeah. And that's nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not a lot.
Okay. Okay, can we get a vault off the top, please? Consolation prize, Silver Moon Arcanist.
Yeah, it needs something, because he's very lucky that he's not getting just hit. Oh!
Those are the good cards, Neil.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I think it's got to be my... Oh, it's so awkward, actually. You don't have enough corpses to be able to double Marrow Manipulator over the remainder of the game. But if you take another weapon, it takes you X number of turns to then chew through all of those weapon swings, right? So that actually both sources of damage are a little slow in this spot.
I have but little time.
Yeah. Just do what he can with it, though. Of course, the game isn't very long overall. Nope. There are some corpses available. It's 4, I think, now, yeah, so... Oh!
Okay, Dimensions into Vault, then?
Yeah. Yep, yep. And hope they don't have the Fury anytime soon. You know they don't have it at the moment. Or
Vizier again. There is the Arcanist. Sunwell?
I think so.
It's a Funwell game.
Oh no.
Got to work out how much mana you want to pay for this now. I think you are Arcanist Unleash Felling this turn, because I think you give your opponent credit to not play any minions until they kill you this game.
Sure, that's fair. Fireball.
Aquatic Fall? Huh.
He's got to go, by the way. He's really low on time.
Time grows short.
There's not much left to do this turn.
It depends if, if you wanted to aquatic form something clever, but yeah, you just a relic, right? Right? I guess you got to stay alive. Okay.
Yeah, it's by spending one on the Sunwell, it kind of locked this out from being playable on this turn. Spells this turn of poison. Missed Poison Face! What are you doing?
Yeah. Also missed a chance to poison a lot of things next turn if you're alive, but maybe you're not alive. How often does he win here? 10?
Also, were you ever supposed to finale a Taste of Chaos that turn to get another Unleash Fel? Like 30% of the time?
Maybe. So I'm entranced by the possibility of a lethal here, but it's a really far-fetched one, I think. No, it's not really far-fetched. It's a little far-fetched.
What
I
are
think
you trying to do?
I
Oh,
wanna...
Hero Power Rowdy Fan and the Marrow?
Yeah, double Horn Marrow and see where you end up. I think you need 3 to go face if I'm still capable of mathsing at this time.
Yeah, it's only shooting 4 as well, right? I think there's only 4 corpses currently.
Okay, yeah. So can you change anything by putting the Rowdy Fan token into a 2/4? I mean, you can. You have an extra corpse, but yeah, okay. Kind of the opposite of the expected outcome or the hoped for outcome, but okay. This is a lethal setup, by the way, for Meesmile, because he does have the Rowdy Fan and the Might next turn.
Yep.
And the double horn.
Yep. Yeah, he has infinite damage next turn.
Yala's just digging.
Does not look like it's getting there.
What gets him out here? Not a lot. There's always something, but I can't think what really gets him out here. I mean, you keep going and find out, but...
Time grows short.
Second Sunwell, is that available somehow? I think both Viziers have gone, right? So
Yeah, both Viziers have been used. Yeah, just has to hope that the only source of damage is more Marrow Manipulators, but these are both of the natural Marrows come from the deck. Finds the I-Beam, but it's too late at this point, just thanks to the way Finale works. And that kind of sends me back to the question previously, right? Where were there the opportunities to just play those cards, to transform them into more potential Unleash Fel or Predation, even if you have potential counter-lethal, which you weren't far away from with the Fireball. Even Shadow Word Undeath in hand, right? Had the dead Vizier on the previous turn. So that is infinite mana. But real tough one there for Yala. Do think a couple of moments that I'm going to have questions about, but I'm naturally going to have more questions about Fel DH games because I've played the deck an infinite amount of times in this expansion than I am about anything else. But real close one. And as I said, coming into it, it's a matchup that I think is really interesting. It's a matchup where the very best players will stay off board and just find ways to deal damage from off board, and that's exactly what you saw happening on the other side. So very well played series overall, and that is a big feather in the cap now, sending Yala packing on the way. Very well played.
yeah, I'm glad we got to see Meesmile because Not only was he the player that probably we knew the least about coming into this, but also qualified with the lowest number of points as well, because America's region exists, or very close to the lowest number of points. I think one of the APAC players may have had fewer. And we got to see there that this is still a top 25 player in the world, and the difference between somebody like that and somebody like me, who hangs out 3 digits sometimes, quite happily, sometimes 2 digits. And you see a proper player who we haven't heard much about in the top 25, showing all kinds of good nuance that Sosa was able to highlight for us there. And I think it was really, I'm pleased that he got the win. I really want Yala to do well. I'd love to see Yala as world champion. But seeing me smile take this one down and how he played, it's nice to highlight some of the lesser known players, because they highlighted themselves by playing well, rather than us having to just say some words about top 25 players. Really good to see it.
Yeah, I think the standard play in general has been very high. We expected that coming into the tournament. I think that is the reality that we've landed upon as well. It's been a great watch up until this point, and it should only escalate from this position, because now we have whittled 16 down to 8, and we will move forward to tomorrow, or today if you are in the UK. And this is going to be the top 8 that we will be dealing with on Sunday. And straight away, if we are going to do this in sequential order, we're not going to have to wait long for an absolute banger, because that is Rekvam versus Casey in the potential opening matchup of quarterfinals. Very, very nice.
Yeah. Top players, friends, people who hang out in Twitch streams all day, every day, all the good stuff there, going at it right at the start of the show. Walder and Meesmile, 2 of the lesser known players coming in, but we've seen a lot of Meesmile. Well, we saw a lot of Meesmile in this last match. Get to see how Walder gets on as well. Gamer RVG, same lineup as Banterface. I think card for card. They worked together, presumably, like they always have done. And Levick, who wasn't far from being world champion last year. Let's say that. And then Hemlock and Pocket Strain to round it up. I think they play each other about 1 million times a day on ladder as it is, so there'll be no strangers to each other.
Yeah, and what a top 8 it is. I think a couple of the favourites in here. I think for me, Casey and Pocket Train came into this one as potential front runners, and as you pointed out, a couple of the underdogs thrown in there as well. But I'm trying to avoid using the word underdog or dark horse or anything like that coming in this tournament, because I'm really trying to hammer the point. But even if you haven't heard of these players, they are insane ladder grinders, and incredible ladder grinders are incredibly good at Hearthstone. I think Lorinda made the point earlier, and rightly so, that there is a difference, and you do have to make that transition from ladder player to tournament player, and there are skills that need to be learned, both tangible in terms of lineup construction, variation of decks, being able to play a variety of things very well, and also intangible, just, clutch, being able to hold your nerve, not tilting, being used to having lights and a camera shone at you in situations where you're not necessarily used to having that done. So it does need to happen, but just to be in this place, you've consistently hit top 10 finishes at a time where lots of the best players in the world were trying to get top 10 finishes, which makes you an incredibly good Hearthstone player.
Yeah, and that is us done for today. We have that top 8 to look forward to tomorrow. We will be here at the same time. I'm not even going to bother translating. It always goes wrong with summer times and not summer times. Whatever time you started watching today, we'll be here at that time again tomorrow. So do whatever you did today, except earlier.
We are back, baby. We're here. Competitive Hearthstone is back. You can watch it wherever you want. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. It doesn't matter. We're back. This has been
Co-streams,
awesome.
don't forget.
Yeah, co-streamers as well. You can watch a lot of your favorite people from around the community. Very likely, if there's someone who is involved in some way in competitive Hearthstone and also streams, there is a good chance they are rebroadcasting this tournament as well, so you can listen to some other people's insight on what's going on, which is likely, in some scenarios, better than ours. But, you can stay here if you want. But I think it's great to be back. It's been way too long since we've been doing this, and if you thought today was good, if you've enjoyed today, we should be stepping things up tomorrow. It should be awesome.
We'll see you then. Take care.